Zhou, he seemed to have a bizarre dream. In his dream, he passed through the eternal starry sky, through endless circles of light, and saw light groups of various colors. He heard unrecognizable murmurs, whispered conversations, and sharp screams. After an unknown period of time, he was awakened by the sound of waves. The moment he woke up, as if he had a god's perspective, the picture of the surrounding environment clearly flooded into Zhou Yi's mind. Zhou Yi found that he was on a small island with an area of about 5 square kilometers, and a few miles around the island, there was a strange gray fog. Between the gray fog and the island, you can see the Black Sea water, which looks deep and mysterious under the moonlight. However, Zhou Yi always felt that there was an ominous meaning in the sea water. It was night. Although the island was surrounded by gray fog, the sky above his head was shining with stars and the moon, which was very clear and bright. Zhou Yi tried to pull his vision back to the island, and his mind moved, and the scene on the island also emerged in his mind. There is a village consisting of dozens of stone houses on the island. There is a small mountain in the center of the island, with a few acres of thin fields in the mountain. A few weak and yellow vegetables in the fields sway in the sea breeze. Some fishing nets and several dilapidated fishing boats are drying on the beach at the foot of the mountain. Judging from the environment, this is an inhabited but poor and backward island. Zhou Yi himself is standing on a stone platform in the center of the village. Yes, standing. Zhou Yi was shocked to find that the object of his consciousness was not a person, but a stone as big as a head. There's a circle of golden lines in the center of this stone, which looks like a huge eyeball from a distance. Zhou Yi wanted to move his body, but found that he could only stand there stupidly, motionless. This discovery made Zhou Yi swear. His memory still stayed on the night when he stayed up late to work overtime in his previous life. He asked himself that he had not done anything bad in his previous life. He was just a homeboy who loved playing games. He even enthusiastically shared some websites with netizens. How could he have traveled through time and become a stone that could not move? Just after scanning the island, Zhou Yi suddenly felt sleepy. As soon as the thought of could stones also be sleepy popped up in his mind, he fell into a deep sleep. When Zhou Yi's consciousness woke up again, he was in a space the size of a basketball court. There were groups of light balls of different colors floating in the air. Some of these light balls were as big as tables and chairs, and some were as small as fireflies. In the middle of these light balls of various colors, there were some black light balls as colorful as ink. Looking at this fantastic scene, Zhou Yi murmured to himself, "Is this a dream? Stones can also dream?" Zhou Yi turned around in this space and found that there was nothing here except light balls. When he was about to reach out and grab a black light ball to study it, he was awakened by a steady voice. "I beg you, Lord Jilling, to bless my Chun clan and the people of Sanine Island again." The man paused and continued. "If the Chun clan can produce another practitioner to revive the Chun clan, I, Chun Xianlin, am willing to dedicate my body and soul to Lord Jilling." As the man spoke, Zhou Yi found that his consciousness could probe out of the stone ball again. Zhou Yi then realized that the space with the floating light ball was the inner space of the stone ball where he was possessed, not a dream. Outside the stone ball, a middle-aged man with a lot of white hair in his hair was kneeling devoutly in front of the stone platform, lowering his head and muttering something. The man was dressed simply, with many patches on his plain long gown, but it was still clean and tidy. The man's dark face was full of traces of wind and sun, but his eyes were bright and energetic. As the man knelt again and again, Zhou Yi could clearly feel wisps of white mist floating from the middle-aged man to the stone where Zhou Yi was. With this wisp of mist, Zhou Yi clearly felt that his mental strength seemed to be a little more sufficient than before, and he was no longer so sleepy. Zhou Yi was shocked. Being worshipped can strengthen one's spirit? Zhou Yi silently pondered what the man had just said. This place is called Sanine Island, and this man calls himself Lord Jilling. Could the stone ball that he possessed be the Jilling mentioned by this man? Zhou Yi had not yet fully understood his situation, so he did not make any moves or respond, but just quietly watched the people kneeling below. Behind the middle-aged man, another male voice sounded. "Brother Xianlin, stop worshipping. It's useless. The sacrificial spirit of our Chun family has long been silent. I don't know how many years ago the Chun family last produced a cultivator. What's more, Sanine Island is a desolate place. There is not a trace of spiritual energy. Even if the clan members have the ability to practice, they can't practice. There's still 3 days until the fog clears. It's better to prepare more. This time when the fog clears, I don't know what island I will encounter. Alas, seeing Chun Xianlin still kneeling and worshipping, the person who spoke sighed again. Alas, Xianlin brother, you have been worshipping for decades. What's the point? Not to mention that the sacrificial spirit will not appear again. Even if it appears, Sanine Island.it is impossible for practitioners to appear again. Chun Xianlin still worshipped seriously, then stood up and said, "This is the sacrificial spirit belonging to the Chun family. Even if there's only one member of the Chun family left, the worship cannot stop. Gone Air, you go to the meeting hall and wait for me first. I will come after cleaning the altar." Seeing Chun Xuanlin's persistence, Chen Gan Air shook his head and sighed, turned and left. Chun Xianlin was sweeping the dust around the altar while talking. The Chen family has been on Sanine Island for more than 100 years. From a large family with thousands of people, it has become a small family with only dozens of people. Even the last few people will not know when they will be wiped out in this sea of death. It's a pity that I don't have the fate of immortality, and none of the children in the family can practice. Are the children of the Chun family really going to be trapped on this island forever? As he spoke, Chun Xianlin sighed again. After cleaning the altar, Chun Xianlin said to himself, "I hope that next time, when the fog clears, I can still come to worship the Lord of the sacrificial spirit in peace." Chun Xianlin looked up at the stone sacrificial spirit where Zhou Yi was, and then slowly left. From beginning to end, Zhou Yi was silently pretending to be dead. After all, he didn't know what kind of world this was, and he didn't know what would happen after exposing himself. Zhou Yi took advantage of this awakening to carefully scan the entire island again. It was found that there were less than 30 or 40 residents on the island, and most of them were pale and thin due to malnutrition. The physical fitness of these people was worse than that of ordinary people in their previous lives. Zhou Yi didn't know what the white mist produced when Qin Xianlin knelt down just now was. But with that wisp of mist, Zhou Yi felt much more energetic and no longer so sleepy. And in his field of vision, he found that these people on the island seemed to be connected to him by a thin white mist. It's just that the white mist connecting these islanders to him is not as thick as the white mist connecting to Qin Xianlin. Zhou Yi looked at his position. It was on a stone platform built of stones in the open space in the center of the village. The stone sacrificial spirit that he possessed was placed on a black hard wooden stake, and there was a thick layer of ash in the stone incense burner in front. This shape was like an open-air altar in the previous life, and he was the statue being worshipped. It seemed that people often came here to worship. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and had some understanding. He should have traveled to the sacrificial spirit stone on this island. But I don't know what this sacrificial spirit is and what status it has for the residents of the island. Zhou Yi guessed that the white mist that connected the islanders to him might be the embodiment of the power of faith. The stronger the faith, the thicker and thicker the white mist. Zhou Yi scanned the island again and found nothing special. He had just recovered some mental power, but it was consumed instead, and he felt sleepy again. After his mental power was exhausted, Zhou Yi's consciousness returned to the inner space of a stone ball filled with various colored light groups. The ball of light in the sky appeared in front of him again. Now Zhou Yi had no way to understand the situation outside, so he simply studied the space inside the stone ball to worship the spirit. He reached out and held a white ball of light nearby in his hand, and a string of words emerged in his mind. Chen's collection of third-grade skills, thunder-related skills, crazy thunder body training technique. Zhou Yi was stunned and grabbed another white ball of light again. Chen's collection of fourth-grade magic, wood-related magic, green snake ghost step. Chen's collection of third-grade skills, water-related skills, green water refining notes. Zhou Yi looked at the thousands of light balls of various sizes in the sky, and the shock in his heart can be imagined. Are there really practitioners in this world? If these light balls are the skills and magic that the Chun family once mastered, how glorious the Chun family must have been. Zhou Yi could not connect the group of pale and thin mortals in the village he had just seen with the light balls in the sky. Chapter 2. The Qin clan of Sanine Island within a stone dwelling on Sanine Island. 5 modestly clad men with weathered, dark complexions convened to deliberate. These 5 were the esteemed elders of the Chun clan. At the forefront sat Qin Xianlin, the middle-aged man who had previously offered prayers at the altar for Zhou Yi. To his lower right, Qin Gana spoke in a grave tone. With the mist dispersing, we must seize the opportunity to procure provisions. The village's food supply is dwindling. and the fishing teams have yielded little. If this continues, we shall not endure much longer. The term mist dispersing referred to the phenomenon occurring during the full moon, when the surrounding fog around Sanine Island would partially lift. At that time, an island inhabited by unknown inhabitants would randomly emerge, connecting with the coastline of Sanine Island. No one could foresee what manner of individuals resided on that island. Based on the Qin family's past experiences, it could harbor a band of marauding brigands or merchants engaged in weaving, farming, and fishing for trade. The worst-case scenario might involve a group of individuals severely corrupted by the gray mist, having undergone grotesque transformations and lost their sanity to the monstrous entities within the fog. In essence, the nature of the island that would emerge during the next mist dispersing remained an enigma. An elderly, somewhat hunchbacked man across from Chun Goner interjected. "It is easy for you to say. Have you considered that the island we might encounter could be a malevolent one?" Chun Goner scoffed. "And if it is a malevolent island? We shall simply fight back. How much food do we have left on our island? The recent fishing has been poor. Resources are scarce. Beyond starving, are we to venture into that gray mist in search of a perilous chance?" The scarcity of food and various supplies had long been a pressing issue for Sanine Island. However, this dilemma had recently escalated to critical levels, with even the clan leader, Qin Xianlin, often finding himself without provisions. The primary purpose of this gathering of the Qin clan elders was to explore solutions to their plight. The hunchbacked elder pounded the table, his voice trembling. "Your words are simplistic. You, being young and inexperienced, are unaware that decades ago the Qin family numbered in the thousands. Yet, after one mist dispersing, our population plummeted by more than half, leaving us gravely weakened. It was because, at that time, the island we encountered was under the dominion of formidable practitioners, and many of our kin were slaughtered. Our resources were pillaged, and the last of our practitioners perished in the bloodied sea. Had the mist not lifted, our clan would have been annihilated." Qin Goner, merely in his late 20s, brimming with youthful vigor, retorted fearlessly, "You elders are growing increasingly timid. Each time the mist disperses, you cower in anticipation. Do you think hiding on the island will spare us from annihilation? If the adversaries possess practitioners, will we be safe on our island? This cursed sea does not allow the weak to survive. Besides, we have no practitioners among us, so the likelihood of encountering such an island is negligible. We are but mortals, and if death is our fate, then so be it." As Qin Goner's words fell, a fierce argument erupted within the assembly hall. The contention revolved around two primary viewpoints. One faction insisted that when the fog lifted next time, regardless of which island they docked at, they must raid another island to seize provisions. The opposing side contended that, given the current frailty of their forces, they should prioritize development and focus on defense to prevent any intentions of resource plunder from the inhabitants of another island. The bickering was intense, with coarse language exchanged. Despite their differing opinions, the singular commonality among them was the absence of any notion of mercy, for within this desolate sea, any soul possessing compassion had long since sunk beneath its depths. Ultimately, the four turned their gaze toward Qin Xianlin, the patriarch of the Chun clan and the sole educator on Sanine Island. Qin Xianlin had remained a silent observer throughout the discourse, merely listening. He lifted his head, his gaze steady as he declared, 3 days hence, when the fog lifts, I shall venture alone to the island we dock at. Should there be plunder to be had, I will signal with my ancestral bamboo flute. Goner, if you hear the sound of the flute, hasten with the Chun clan members to my aid. If there is silence and I do not return, it shall indicate a confrontation with a malevolent island. Thus, defend our Qin family with all your might." Startled, Qin Goner exclaimed, "No, Xianlin, you must not. As the head of the Qin clan, you are the last of our lineage. Young Xingyi is still but a child, bereft of his father. If anyone should go, it should be I. How can we allow the clan leader to venture forth?" The other elders echoed his sentiments, firmly asserting that the head of the family bore the responsibility for the clan's prosperity and that life should not be trifled with. In the past, the Qin clan had undertaken such expeditions, typically entrusted to the robust young men of the clan. Never had a patriarch ventured personally. Qin Xianlin shook his head, his tone resolute. "Given the current state of the Qin clan, what face do we have to discuss prosperity? Even if I were to perish today, I would have no courage to face our ancestors. If I do not go, how long can Sanine Island endure?" Surveying the four assembled, he continued solemnly, "The leader of the Qin clan shall not perish in the wake of our demise. Enough, my decision is made. No further discussion is necessary." With that, Qin Xianlin departed, leaving the assembly in a profound silence. The young Qin Goner clenched his fists tightly. his eyes brimming with resentment. The elder clan members, their hair as white as snow, bore expressions of sorrow. The Qin clan had now fallen to a state where their leader needed to spearhead a raid for resources. How could they not lament such a fate? Meanwhile, as the discussions unfolded in the hall, Zhou within the stone sphere was engrossed in examining the variously colored orbs of light. After a thorough exploration of these luminous spheres, Zhou gained a general understanding of their nature. Most of these vibrant orbs represented martial and magical techniques, while the black orbs contained remnants of memories from the once sacred spirits of the Qin clan. For reasons unknown, the consciousness of the former Qin clan spirits had been extinguished. Only these remnants remain, symbolizing the luminous heritage of the Qin clan and fragments of the spirit's lingering memories. Upon touching those black herbs on Monday, he received a glimpse of the fragmented memories of a past spirit, gaining a clearer understanding of his predicament as well as the overarching rules governing this world. The ominous gray mist that pervades the Sea of the Dead signifies ill fate and should not be approached lightly by mortals. Prolonged contact could precipitate bizarre occurrences. Yet, there exists a faint chance of opportunity, though such probabilities are exceedingly rare. On nights of the full moon, the gray mist surrounding the islands within the Sea of the Dead dissipates partially. During this time, two otherwise unrelated islands may connect at their coastlines, allowing the inhabitants of both to traverse between them. This phenomenon is referred to as the mist parting and shore connection in this realm. However, the connection between islands does not occur at random. Islands inhabited by mortals will only connect with other mortal islands, while islands populated by practitioners will connect with fellow practitioner islands. The disparity in strength between the inhabitants of the connected islands remains minimal. After comprehending this rule, Monday, previously a gaming enthusiast in his past life, mused to himself, randomly matching islands of similar strength? It feels akin to competitive ranking, from the remnants of the prior spirit's memories. He learned that his duty as a spirit was to ensure favorable weather for the island and safeguard those who ventured into the Sea of the Dead for fishing, as well as bestow suitable techniques upon those with the potential for cultivation. Perhaps due to the low rank of the previous spirit, his abilities were rather limited. Having absorbed the last of the black orbs, Monday pondered, it seems the former spirit possessed little intelligence, and why are the memories so scant? There are only fragments concerning the Qin clan's arrival at Sanning Island, and they lack any semblance of humanity, merely bestowing and collecting techniques with simple acts of protection. Yet, there was little land on Sanning Island to protect, making the notion of favorable weather rather trivial. Looking at the orbs, Monday muttered, "This will not do. The previous spirit perished too early, leading to a lack of faith, leaving me unable to accomplish anything now. As the Qin clan's numbers dwindle, without the power of belief, I risk being eternally trapped within this stone sphere." For the Qin clan to thrive, strength was paramount. Otherwise, they might one day be annihilated by an invading island. That individual, named Qin Xianlin, possessed unwavering faith and could be nurtured well. Though there are numerous techniques and spells available here, what should be bestowed? Contemplating this, Monday found himself at a loss. The techniques left by the former spirit required spiritual energy for cultivation, yet Sanning Island was devoid of such energy. He was even uncertain if Qin Xianlin possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Bestowing techniques would be in vain. The inability to cultivate in the absence of practitioners might indeed be one of the reasons for the Qin clan's long-standing decline. His gaze traversed the thousands of orbs until it settled on a minuscule gray orb tucked away in a corner. Memories belonging to the lingering spirit emerged vividly in Monday's mind. The techniques acquired from the exploration of the gray mist are of the spiritual medium category. Chapter 3. The Soul Link Technique and the Island Spirit Ritual System. Zhou clasped the gray orb in his hand, and the information pertaining to this technique unfurled in his mind. The Medium Technique, Soul Summoning. Medium Technique, Soul Summoning, Overview. This technique does not require spiritual energy. It only necessitates the sacrifice of a portion of one's lifespan to summon nearby lingering spirits, which can be commanded for a duration of 3/4 of an hour. The intensity of one's will determines the strength of the summoned spirits. The more powerful the spirit, the greater the lifespan sacrificed. Note, when the lifespan is exhausted, the soul will decay and be consumed by the gray mist. The Qin family had amassed a multitude of techniques, primarily traditional methods associated with the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside some natural techniques, all of which required spiritual energy for cultivation. Only this particular technique could be practiced without spiritual energy. Rather than a conventional technique, it resembled more of a sorcery. For other sorceries demand the support of the spiritual energy cultivated through established techniques, while this one is sustained by the sacrifice of life itself. In the remnants of the memories of his predecessor, Zhou discovered the origin of this technique. The soul summoning was acquired by the Qin clan when they first arrived on the Sannin Island and ventured into the gray mist. However, due to its bizarre and sinister nature, along with the fate of having one's soul devoured by the mist post-mortem, it was deemed ominous by the Qin family. At that time, the Qin family was not short of a few practitioners, and thus the technique was sealed away. Eventually, as the spirit suddenly perished, the technique faded into obscurity within the Qin lineage. Zhou murmured, "This technique from the gray mist is indeed unlike any other." Even the former members of the Qin family regarded it as inauspicious. Each use consumes one's lifespan. No wonder it has been relegated to a corner. He perused the myriad of techniques contained within the stone sphere, and only this one stood out, requiring neither cultivation qualifications nor spiritual energy for utilization. At present, it appeared that this technique was indeed the most suitable for the current Qin family. Zhou Yi's concern now is whether to bestow this technique upon Qin Xianlin. Fearing that he might regard it as inauspicious, just as his ancestors did, and thus refuse to practice it. Furthermore, even if Qin Xianlin were willing to cultivate this technique and succeeded in mastering it, Sannin Island would then transform into an island inhabited by practitioners. Given the rule that mortal islands match with mortal islands while practitioner islands correspond with fellow practitioner islands, once the mist on Sannin Island dissipated, it would align with another practitioner island. Whether Qin Xianlin alone could withstand the pressures of a neighboring practitioner island by utilizing the soul summoning remained uncertain. Zhou Yi sighed, resigning himself to fate. The first wish he heard upon awakening was the hope for practitioners on Sannin Island. Now, that wish was granted. As for the decisions to be made, he would leave it to Qin Xianlin himself. The salvation of the Qin family rested solely in the hands of its members. Qin Xianlin departed from the assembly hall, making his way back to the simple abode constructed of stone. A woman awaited him at the entrance. She possessed a delicate beauty, her garments adorned with patches, yet her lips held a pallid hue and her complexion appeared somewhat sallow. Upon seeing Qin Xianlin return home, a tender light flickered in her gentle eyes. The person in question is none other than Qin Xuanlin's lawful wife, Wu He. Wu He ladled a bowl of fish soup, devoid of fish or meat, from the pot and gently placed it before Qin Xianlin, saying, "I have made some fish soup from the fish bones left over from yesterday. Please drink it." Qin Xianlin took the bowl but did not drink. Instead, he set it aside. He extended his hand and gently grasped his wife's somewhat rough yet still delicate little hand. Enveloping her hands with his larger ones, he spoke softly, "My dear, on the day of the fog's dissipation in 3 days, I intend to personally lead a team to the island of the landing in search of provisions." Wu He was taken aback, fully aware of the implications of this quest for supplies. This meant that Qin Xianlin would face unknown dangers head-on. She withdrew her hand from his grasp and tightly held onto Qin Xuanlin's hand, her eyes flickering with concern. "Must you go? Xingya is still so young." Qin Xianlin replied with a calm demeanor, "It is imperative. The current state of the Qin family is no different from that of a fallen clan. Continuing in this manner, it is uncertain how many more months we can endure. The Qin family must undergo transformation. We cannot remain bound by old customs. If successful, it will provide a lifeline for Sannin Island." Wu He bit her lip and, with a hoarse voice, said, "I understand, and I will not hinder you. I know you desire more than anyone on the island to revitalize the Qin family and ensure a life free from one for all. The island of the landing may not be entirely malevolent. After all, you and I met and formed a bond because of it. What if we encounter a trading island?" Qin Xianlin recognized that his wife was attempting to comfort him. In this sea of demise, half of the islands were indeed malevolent, and the islands that did not contend would simply be submerged in this desolate ocean. Qin Xianlin opened his mouth, noticing the strands of white hair that had begun to appear amongst Wu He's locks, and ultimately said, "Regardless of the island, we must seize resources. Should I perish, Gonair and the others will assist in caring for Xingye." The following day, Zhou Yi was once again awakened by the sound of conversation. Rather than being roused, it was Qin Xuanlin's worship that restored a flicker of vitality to Zhou Yi, allowing his consciousness to once again escape the confines of the stone sphere. Observing Qin Xianlin kneeling before the altar, Zhou Yi resolved that if he did not take action soon, he would indeed be forgotten by the Qin family as their ancestral spirit. He firmly believed that the fate of the Qin clan should be governed by its own members. With a focused thought, a gray point of light emerged from the stone sphere, hovering before Qin Xianlin. Rising from his prayer, Qin Xianlin was suddenly struck by the sight of the floating light. His heart raced, and a look of joy and exhilaration crossed his face. Is this a bestowal of power from the ancestral spirit? The ancestral spirit has manifested. The ancestral spirit has returned. This scene mirrored the tales passed down by the clan elders, recounting the ancestral spirit bestowing skills. Even the steadfast and composed Qin Xianlin could not mask his excitement. This moment had been long awaited, since his youth. When his father had taken him to worship the ancestral spirit, he had yearned for the day when the spirit would reveal itself. Now, with hair graying and entering middle age, he had finally witnessed the revival of the ancestral spirit. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through Qin Xuanlin's mind. For instance, if the spirit of the sacrifice had awakened, could it mean salvation for the Qin family on the Three-Yin Island? Yet, there were also lingering concerns. Would the spirit bestow upon him the means to cultivate, and was he truly worthy of such a gift? Moreover, with no spiritual energy available for his training, would he ultimately disappoint the spirit? In any case, the awakening of the spirit was undoubtedly the most auspicious news. Finally, Qin Xianlin suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling within him, extending a slightly trembling hand to grasp the gray orb of light. The introduction and method of invoking the soul summoning flashed instantly in his mind. His expression of joy momentarily faltered, a hint of strangeness appearing upon his countenance. After bestowing the soul summoning technique, Zhou Yi was once again besieged by drowsiness. The fragment of mental energy restored by Qin Xuanlin's reverence was swiftly depleted. Zhou Yi silently lamented that faith was indeed required for every endeavor before his consciousness retreated back into the stone sphere. The granting of techniques demanded a substantial toll on mental energy, leaving Zhou Yi no time to observe Qin Xuanlin's reaction. He could only hope that upon awakening next, he would not find himself overturned on the ground or mistaken for an evil spirit, cast away to the depths of the sea. At the moment Qin Xianlin grasped the orb of light within the stone sphere, Zhou Yi felt as though a golden page had suddenly turned in his heart, revealing a passage of text. You have activated the island spirit system, belief range of the spirit, Three-Yin Island, belief family, Qin clan, practitioners of the belief family, 0, affiliated islands of the belief family, 0. Island power index ranking, no practitioners. No ranking available. Chapter 4. The fog opens to the shore. Qin Xianlin murmured to himself, contemplating the spiritual medium techniques, the soul summoning. The Qin clan, once a prominent family, had now fallen into decline. As the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Xianlin possessed insights that surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered the concept of spiritual medium techniques. Could these techniques originate from the gray mist? Only powers derived from the gray mist could give rise to such peculiar abilities. After a brief understanding of the soul summoning, Qin Xianlin gazed into the eyes of the stone spirit, revealing a look of contemplation. Tomorrow marks the day of the fog's opening. Chen Gano intended to visit Qin Xianlin once more, hoping to persuade him, for although life on the island was arduous, it hardly warranted the patriarch risking his life. However, upon arriving at Qin Xuanlin's doorstep, he found no sign of him. Instead, he encountered the white-haired clan elder with whom he had quarreled a few days prior, also standing at Qin Xuanlin's door. From a distance, Qin Goner called out boisterously, Elder Qin Xiufang, what? Do you still wish to persuade my brother Xianlin to cower alongside you? Elder Qin Xiufang retorted with irritation, how disrespectful. I am many years your senior. Can you not show some respect? Qin Goner, displaying a bold demeanor, scoffed, we are both elders of the Qin clan, equals in rank. Who on this island, aside from brother Xianlin, could possibly command my respect? If you desire my deference, lead the charge in the next battle for resources, and I shall honor you. Understanding Qin Gan's temperament, Elder Qin Xiufang chose not to engage further and instead turned to Wu He, who was laboring at the entrance. Where has Patriarch Xianlin gone? Why is he not at home? Wu He, having set down the driftwood she had gathered from the shore, replied softly, after returning from the ritual to honor the spirit. My husband has often walked alone along the beach, gazing silently at the desolate sea and the gray mist. Chen Goner clapped his hands in realization. Is it that brother Xianlin is overwhelmed with pressure? I maintain that I should lead the charge for food. It should not be his burden to bear. Wu Yi continued. My husband also mentioned that if the other clan elders arrive, I should inform you all to adhere to the plan without deviation. Please be prepared. Perhaps the opportunity for the revival of the Qin family has truly arrived. At this, Qin Xiufang and Qin Gan exchanged puzzled glances, each somewhat bewildered by the implications. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept along the shoreline. This breeze did not alleviate the oppressive heat of Sanine Island, but stirred the gray mist that enveloped it, causing it to undulate incessantly. An unseen force, imperceptible to mortals, permeated the air, casting an indescribable pressure over Sanine Island. The supreme power of rules was triggered, and the eerie gray mist, seemingly as high as the heavens, began to roll and recede slowly. Even Zhou Yi, hiding within the stone sphere, felt a weighty sensation. Were someone to observe from the shore at that moment, they would notice strange sounds emanating from the swirling gray mist, roars reminiscent of colossal elephants, sharp bird calls, and whispers of clandestine conversations. These sounds possessed an uncanny allure, easily ensnaring the minds of those who listened closely. At this time, the islanders were most susceptible to the temptations of the entities lurking within the mist. However, those who dwell in the land of the Dead Sea are well aware of this rule. Hence, when the fog descends, no mortal spectators are present. There were once members of the Chun clan who, captivated by the fog's alluring spectacle, ventured forth to observe, yet few returned after their excursion. Among those who did manage to return, many had succumbed to madness, while others had become mere shadows of themselves. Their consciousness tainted by the entities lurking within the gray mist, rendering their behavior exceedingly bizarre. Consequently, the island of Sanine had long established a decree mandating that, at the onset of the fog, all must retreat to their abodes and refrain from witnessing the unfolding scene. Under the influence of this supreme rule, the gray mist wall receded to a considerable distance from Sanine Island. Upon the vast expanse of the sea, a colossal shadow resembling an island began to materialize. As this phantom of land solidified, a tremendous rumble reverberated throughout Sanine Island. Though the members of the Qin family felt a profound shock within, they were not surprised. In fact, they were accustomed to it. This sound signified that two islands were making landfall. The rumble possessed a unique pressure that silenced even the murmurs emanating from the gray mist. As dawn approached on the following day, a verdant and unfamiliar island emerged in the east of Sanine Island. The coastline of Sanine Island seamlessly connected with that of this new landmass, where the receding waters left only a shallow layer of water, barely reaching the ankles. Qin Xianlin, accompanied by around 20 members of the Chun clan, concealed themselves behind the rocks, their gazes fixed anxiously upon the vibrant island. Armed with rudimentary spears and rusty kitchen knives, the group comprised both men and women, including several elderly clan elders. This assemblage of the frail and the aged appeared to possess little combat prowess. They had engaged in resource plundering on numerous occasions, gaining familiarity with both success and failure. The population of Sanine Island had dwindled over time, a consequence of ceaseless raids and counter-raids. Qin Ganair spat in frustration, exclaiming, "Such a thriving island must abound with sustenance and numerous inhabitants. We ought to be wary of a surprise assault from the opposing side. Have you ensured that your families are in hiding?" The clan members behind him nodded in agreement. Each time the fog descends and landfall occurs, to prevent loss or failure in securing resources, children and frail women are concealed in various corners of the island, leaving only the strong and able-bodied to engage in combat for resources or to guard against the encroaching islanders. Even should fierce foes land, it would not result in a total slaughter. As a ray of sunlight illuminated Sanine Island, Qin Xianlin, with a bamboo flute at his waist and a weathered long knife in hand, stepped forth from his hiding place among the rocks. He glanced back at his kin, took a deep breath, and resolutely set foot upon the uncharted island. Behind him, Qin Ganair opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose silence. He understood Qin Xuanlin's character and knew that once a decision was made, it was nearly impossible to alter, hence he refrained from further persuasion. Qin Xianlin stepped out of the water and slowly made his way onto the sandy beach of the island. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, disturbed only by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. Typically, this moment would be fraught with danger. If he had landed on a typical mortal island, he would have been met by someone warning him off. Should it have been a merchant island, there would certainly be individuals emerging to negotiate. If it were a hostile island, he might have been greeted by an arrow. Yet, at this moment, the opposite shore appeared devoid of life. An unsettling silence enveloping the scene. A sense of unease crept into Qin Xuanlin's mind, but he did not falter, continuing his advance into the depths of the island. Elder Qin Xiufeng observed the gradually vanishing silhouette of Qin Xianlin and expressed his anxiety, remarking on the peculiar stillness of the opposite shore. Could it be that the hostile island seeks to lure us deeper, hoping to ensnare us all? Qin Ganair coldly replied, "You all remain here, and I shall ascertain the truth." With that, he grasped a half-broken broadsword and proceeded toward the island's edge. Chen Xiaofeng, alarmed, urgently attempted to dissuade him. Our Qin clan possesses few young men. Do not take such reckless risks. Trust in the judgment of clan leader Xianlin. Yet Chen Ganair paid no heed to his counsel, leaving only a curt remark. You stay here and await the signal. I will go protect brother Xianlin. Seeing that Chen Ganair dismissed his words, Chen Xiaofeng tightened his grip on a fishing spear, muttering in frustration, "You unruly fool." In Chen Xuanlin's mind, he anticipated encountering a band of fierce islanders wielding sharp weapons. However, after traversing a considerable distance, he had yet to encounter a single soul. The abnormality heightened his vigilance. Based on past experiences, it was inconceivable that a deserted island awaited him at the shores of Sanyin Island. Moreover, he had observed fishing nets strewn carelessly across the ground, indicating the presence of inhabitants. Yet, these individuals seemed to have vanished without a trace. That began to gnaw at Chen Xianlin. Could it be that the island's residents intended to lure intruders deeper into their territory, seeking to ensnare those who would plunder their resources? Such a scenario was not unfamiliar to the denizens of Sanyin Island. Clutching his broadsword, he cautiously advanced further. As he ventured deeper, the only sounds accompanying him were the whispering winds and the soft crunch of his footsteps upon the ground, rendering the island unnervingly silent. It wasn't until a dense cluster of wooden houses came into view that he pondered the possibility of a significant population residing there. Yet, despite reaching the living quarters, he remained alone. Just as Chen Xianlin was enveloped in confusion, a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood wafted toward him from the direction of the wooden houses ahead. Chapter 5. The two-headed monster of the deserted island. The peculiar circumstances on this island, as he approached, ignited a flicker of hesitation within Chen Xianlin. Typically, such living quarters are the fortified heart of the islanders' defenses, and outsiders are seldom permitted to encroach upon them lightly. Yet here was Chen Xianlin, traversing this realm without a soul in sight. Based on past experiences, he knew that the more bizarre the island, the more prudent it was to keep one's distance. Conversely, islands where one encounters mortal resistance upon landing tend to be the safest. This is because on islands inhabited by mortals, conflicts are often tempered by a desire for survival rather than annihilation. Unless driven to desperation by starvation, the losing side typically concedes resources. For the populations across these islands are finite, and no one would exhaust their resources over a mere fog-shrouded landing. Those who survive in the Dead Sea are not foolish. They understand that a dwindling population increases the threat of extinction. Though Chen Xianlin had never faced a situation quite like this, he was familiar with the legends surrounding deserted islands. An uninhabited island upon arrival was, in his understanding, among the most enigmatic scenarios. A weight settled in his heart as the current predicament disrupted his initial plans. The thought of retreat swirled relentlessly in his mind. However, he soon recalled the dire circumstances back on Sanyin Island, where every household struggled to make ends meet. The lush vegetation on this island, coupled with the sight of fish and grains drying outside the village, suggested an abundance of sustenance. Should he seize this opportunity, life on Sanyin Island could vastly improve. The awakening of the village's spirit also indicated that change was imperative. Resolute once more, Chen Xianlin formed a gesture with his fingers and silently recited the incantation for summoning souls. In a fleeting moment, he sensed a potent aura of restless souls nearby. Rather than instilling fear, this spectral presence brought him a sense of reassurance, affirming that the powers bestowed by the spirit were still effective on this island. Over the past few days, he had diligently practiced the incantation by the shore, and although he had yet to manifest it in action, the gestures and incantations were firmly etched in his memory. With renewed determination, he cautiously advanced toward the village. Unlike the barren Sanyin Island, this place was adorned with dense forests and ample timber, resulting in wooden houses that dotted the village. The considerable number of dwellings indicated a substantial population on this island. As Chen Xianlin approached the village's periphery, he observed unmistakable signs of conflict. Scattered belongings littered the ground, and bloodstains marred both the earth and walls. Yet not a single corpse was in sight. While he surveyed the area, a chilling sound of gnashing teeth reached his ears. The stench of blood intensified, becoming almost suffocating. Threatening to induce his nausea, Chen Xianlin stifled his discomfort and continued forward, where bloodstains persisted, but still, no bodies were found. In the heart of this island village lay an open space, and through the narrow gaps between the houses, Chen Xianlin gazed toward this clearing. His expression was already taut, and a mere glance sent a jolt through the composed Chen Xianlin. In the center of the village lay an expanse of desolate earth, strewn with severed limbs and remnants, the congealed blood rendering the ground somewhat viscous. The jagged edges of these dismembered parts were anything but cleanly severed, resembling the brutal act of being torn asunder rather than cut with a blade. These remains were arranged into a grotesque pattern reminiscent of a fish. The moment Qin Xianlin cast his gaze upon this eerie fish-like design, dizziness overcame him, prompting him to avert his eyes hastily. At the heart of the dismembered remains stood a towering figure, approximately 10 feet tall, dragging a half-body, which it placed at the tail of the fish pattern. Blood still dripped from this half-corpse, its entrails spilling onto the ground, with intestines visibly trailing, emitting a nauseating stench mingled with the heavy scent of blood. This imposing black figure was covered in scales, culminating in a long serpentine tail. More terrifying was the fact that it possessed two heads. The foremost head resembled that of a fish, its maw filled with sharp teeth, bits of flesh clinging to them. The second head, pushed to the side, wore the vacant expression of a young man. Its hands were equipped with elongated claws, and fin-like appendages sprouted between its elbows and shins, making it appear as though a fish and a human had been forcibly fused. The dazed human head mumbled indistinctly, "The fish god descends, grant me divine power. The fish god descends, grant me divine power." This body seemed to be under the control of the fish head, intermittently picking up severed limbs from the ground to gnaw at, ignoring the words of the human head entirely. Upon seeing this creature for the first time, an overwhelming sense of ferocity and bloodlust struck Qin Xianlin, causing his heart to skip a beat and his gaze to narrow. Without hesitation, he initiated the soul summon. This monster was likely a victim of the insidious temptations lurking within the gray mist, having become a devotee of some entity hidden within it. It had been tainted by that presence. Qin Xianlin understood that he could not allow this abomination to reach the Three-Yin Island. If it made its way there, the Qin family would be utterly doomed. The moment he laid eyes on the creature, he resolved to eliminate it on this very island, even at the cost of his own life. As he invoked the soul summon, an indescribable agony engulfed him. It felt as though a portion of his soul was being violently torn away. No earthly torture could compare to the soul-rending pain of executing the soul summon. This torment forced a muffled groan from Qin Xianlin, causing him to collapse to the ground. In the blink of an eye, his hair turned white, and he aged a decade in appearance. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he perceived a faint, weeping sound in his ears. A black whirlwind began to swirl around him, punctuated by specks of light. In mere moments, this coalesced into a vortex formed of dark winds and luminous motes. A bewildered spirit was summoned from the depths and quickly materialized within the vortex. The specter before them once embodied the ethereal grace of an elder, yet now exuded an aura steeped in malevolence. Its eyes, pale and lifeless like those of a dead fish, held an expression devoid of emotion. Clad in a gray robe that seemed to belong to a bygone era, it was evident that this ancient figure had perished on this island many years prior. Despite being merely a specter, it emanated a formidable presence, rivaling that of the two-headed monstrosity. Though the events unfolded with an agonizing slowness in recounting, they transpired in the blink of an eye. The fish-scaled figures from the village soon sensed the disturbance, and one of them, spotting the fallen Qin Xianlin, revealed a bloodthirsty glint in its fish-like eyes. The head on the side cried out, "There are still others. Hurry, bring them forth to pay homage to the fish god. Perhaps the deity will bestow upon me further strength." The creature discarded the half-eaten severed arm it had been gnawing on and lunged toward Qin Xianlin. With a strained voice, Qin Xianlin commanded, "Kill it." At this, the spectral elder moved swiftly, colliding with the fish-scaled monstrosity. The impact sent the creature flying, crashing into a wooden structure behind it, collapsing it under the force. The creature quickly regained its footing, its predatory gaze fixed menacingly on the hovering specter. It bared its teeth, letting out a ferocious roar directed at the ethereal figure above. The side had echoed, "A practitioner. How delightful for the fish god." The elder, devoid of its former consciousness, remained unperturbed in the face of the beast's ferocity. With a mere flick of its fingers, a wisp of grayish-white flame materialized in its grasp, and with another gesture, it sent the flame hurtling toward the monster. The beast, with its jagged teeth bared, attempted to consume the flame, which detonated violently in its mouth, sending sparks flying in all directions. The scattered embers ignited the nearby wooden structures, engulfing them in flames. Although the grayish-white fire was potent and searing, the corners of the creature's mouth merely charred slightly, inciting its ferocity rather than inflicting severe harm. At this juncture, Qin Xianlin, having recovered from the agonizing rift in his soul, sat on the ground, observing the clash between the fish-scaled beast and the specter. He knew well that the specter had once been a practitioner of the arcane arts, wielding various spells with ease. However, whether it could subdue this peculiar fish-scaled creature remained uncertain. The specter could only be summoned for a brief span of time. Should it fail to vanquish the creature within that interval, all hope would be lost. Enraged, the creature let out another feral roar, its mouth agape to an absurd extent, exuding a primal ferocity that felt almost palpable. The elder, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark energy, conjured a blade of spectral energy from the shadows. Directing it forth with a gesture, the shadowy blade shot forth with astonishing speed, leaving the two-headed monstrosity no time to evade, piercing through its abdomen. Green ichor dripped onto the ground. Yet despite the injury, the creature's rampage only intensified, its speed and brutality escalating with each passing moment. In a swift motion, it lunged fiercely at the ethereal specter in the air. Its claws shimmered with a menacing light as they aimed for the elder spirit. However, the specter stood its ground, conjuring another ball of flame to retaliate against the two-headed beast. The creature's claws passed through the specter without inflicting any real harm, only to be repelled several paces by the explosion of fire. The scaled monster then pivoted, abandoning the elder specter in favor of pouncing upon the immobile Chun Xianlin seated nearby. Chapter 6. The monster. As Chun Xianlin beheld the monstrous creature lunging towards him, he found himself utterly drained of energy, unable to evade its advance. The summoned specter of the elder, devoid of sentience and driven solely by a primal instinct for combat, left Chun Xianlin momentarily paralyzed, unable to direct the elder to intercept the impending threat. The grotesque visage of the fish-headed beast loomed larger in his vision, an overwhelming stench of fish mingling with the metallic scent of blood assaulting his senses. In that dire moment, Chun Xianlin feared he was destined to meet his end within the creature's maw. Suddenly, a resounding voice pierced the air, crying out, "Do not harm my brother Xianlin." A half-blade, whistling through the air, struck the creature mid-lunge, diverting its trajectory just enough for Chun Xianlin to narrowly escape its grasp. The valiant rescuer was none other than Chinganer, who had rushed to his aid. Nearby, a disembodied head began to chant, "Another sacrifice. Another sacrifice." Upon recognizing Chinganer, Chun Xianlin felt a swell of gratitude and urgently shouted, "We must slay it. We cannot allow it to escape. It has already claimed the lives of the island's inhabitants." Chun Xianlin refused to let Chinganer flee, while escape might offer a fleeting reprieve. Failing to vanquish the beast now would mean certain doom for the Chin clan, mirroring the fate of those on the island. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate the creature at any cost. For Chinganer, the situation was fraught with complexity, though he was unfamiliar with the unfolding events. He quickly grasped Chin Xuanlin's intent. This two-headed monster could not be allowed to remain. Should it infiltrate the Three-Yin Island, the consequences would be catastrophic. Seizing a nearby wooden staff, he positioned himself protectively in front of Chun Xianlin, fixating intently on the monstrous foe. The creature, enraged by the interruption of its assault by this unexpected human, prepared to retaliate. However, it was met by the relentless specter of the elder, and the two became enmeshed once more in a fierce struggle, flames and smoke erupting around them. Seizing the moment, Chinganer quickly assisted Chun Xianlin to a safer distance from the fray. Observing the gray streaks in Chun Xuanlin's once lustrous hair and the deepening lines on his face, Chinganer gasped, "Brother Xianlin, how could this be?" With a dismissive wave, Chun Xianlin replied, "It is of no consequence." The brush with death had only fortified his resolve to eradicate this monstrosity. He noted that while the creature was formidable, its intelligence appeared somewhat sluggish. The elder he summoned was not lacking in power. Indeed, it was perhaps stronger than the two-headed beast and capable of inflicting damage with its spells. Yet, time was not on his side, as he could not afford to prolong the confrontation. If he could restrain the creature even for a moment, the elder would surely deliver a fatal blow. However, Chun Xianlin found himself in a weakened state and alone. Chinganer would struggle to hold the creature at bay for long. As the minutes ticked by, he realized that the time limit for the summoned specter was drawing near. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed from a distance, "Patriarch, we have arrived. Where are the inhabitants of this island?" This was followed by several voices in agreement. "Patriarch. Elder Chinganer, we have come to assist you." The patriarch realized that it was Elder Chin Qiufang, accompanied by 4 or 5 men, rushing towards him. Chinganer was taken aback upon seeing Chun Qiufang and the others. "What brings you here? Is there no one guarding the coastline?" Chin Qiufang, panting heavily, replied, "The patriarch has taken to the field personally. I, an old man, cannot hide in the rear." We noticed the flames rising high and, unable to remain at ease, decided to bring reinforcements. Rest assured, I have stationed others at the shore to maintain strict vigilance, preventing them from reaching the island. Should we perish in battle, they will. Just then, Qin Qiufang caught sight of the two combatants illuminated by the flames, the fish-scaled two-headed beast and the spectral elder. Under the flickering light, the two-headed creature appeared even more ferocious and menacing, while the floating spectral elder exuded an aura of death, unmistakably not of this world. Qin Qiufang stammered in shock, this, as the tribesmen who accompanied him were equally stunned, rendered speechless and weak-kneed. They had lived above the boundless death sea, witnessing many bizarre scenes, yet this spectacle was overwhelmingly jarring, instilling within them a profound sense of terror. The human heads on the two-headed creature turned to gaze at Qin Xianlin and the others, its mouth oozing with slime, rendering its speech somewhat garbled. Yet, Qin Qiufang could still comprehend its words. More sacrifices have arrived. The fish god shall surely bestow upon me greater power. The arriving members of the Qin clan were further gripped by fear upon witnessing the monster speak. Qin Xianlin bellowed, "Do not dawdle. Find a way to restrain that fish-scaled beast for a moment. The specter will assist us in defeating it. We cannot allow that creature to set foot on Sanning Island." At the sound of Qin Xuanlin's furious shout, the group regained some semblance of composure, although they heard his command. The sight of the fish-scaled monster effortlessly demolishing a wooden wall left them paralyzed with fear, their limbs growing increasingly unresponsive and their faces etched with panic. They exclaimed, "This is a battle beyond our mortal capabilities. This is a confrontation of cultivators. It has been years since our Chun family has seen a cultivator. Why have we landed on such a malignant island?" Their terror was not unfounded. Previous encounters over resources, though fierce, had mainly involved conflicts among mortals. As long as one was robust, they could navigate through the fray. However, the battle before them transcended their comprehension, belonging to an entirely different realm, naturally invoking dread. Qin Goner stepped forward, snorting defiantly, "What is there to fear? At worst, we perish. Living here is akin to being caged like a beast. What difference does death make? Damn it." With that, he charged at the two-headed monster. Every time the fog lifted and the shore came into view, Qin Goner was always at the forefront, whether to fend off threats from foreign islands or to raid for resources, thus bolstering the courage of his people. Consequently, Qin Goner held a significant reputation on Sanning Island. Witnessing Qin Goner fearlessly charge towards the monstrous creature, several clansmen gritted their teeth and followed suit. At that moment, the two-headed beast had just been momentarily disrupted by the spectral elder's wave of dark energy and was preparing to strike again. Qin Goner, with his towering stature, swiftly darted from behind the creature and seized one of its arms. Seeing this, several members of the Qin clan, through gritted teeth, rushed forward to grasp the other arm of the monster. The creature, taken aback by these seemingly feeble beings it regarded as mere prey, was engulfed in fury. With a swift motion, it flung them away, sending the clansmen hurtling through the air, their cries of anguish echoing in the air. Yet, clinging tenaciously to its arms were two individuals, Qin Goner and Qin Qiufang. The strength of Qin Goner was indeed remarkable, and his ability to remain attached was understandable. But it was astonishing that the elderly Qin Qiufang had also managed to hold on. This elder, who typically advocated for defense, was exerting every ounce of his strength to cling to the monstrous arm, the scales biting painfully into his skin, and a sense of dizziness overtaking him. Nevertheless, he shouted with determination, "Chieftain, unleash your power quickly. I can barely hold on." The fish head roared in anger, and the human head began to speak. "Bold mortals, how dare you show such disrespect to the fish god? You all shall perish." Seizing this moment, Qin Xianlin immediately commanded the specter to eliminate the two-headed beast. The spectral elder condensed his dark energy, and a sword of shadow surged forth once more. The creature, sensing imminent danger, trembled its shoulders, causing Qin Goner and Qin Qiufang to lose their grip and be flung away. They crashed to the ground with a thud, and a sickening crack echoed as Qin Goner's arm twisted unnaturally upon impact. Qin Qiufang fared even worse, his shoulder hanging limply, blood oozing from his mouth. Although the time they managed to restrain the creature was but a fleeting moment, it proved sufficient. The shadowy sword swept through the air, and green blood gushed forth as the fish head tumbled to the ground, falling silent. Meanwhile, the youthful head on the side wore an increasingly vacant expression, uttering incoherent words. "Impossible, impossible. The fish god cannot be defeated." Chapter 7. The Lost Stone Tablet. After severing the monstrous fish head with a single stroke, the spectral elder did not relent. He raised his hand, unleashing several swords of spectral energy that shot forth towards the creature's body. With the fish head cleaved, the beast had already lost its capacity for movement, and the spectral blade struck its form decisively, creating several new wounds upon its scaled body. Yet, despite the onslaught, the creature stood unsteadily, refusing to collapse immediately. The human head to the side exhibited an increasingly vacant expression, and soon tears streamed from its eyes. Its lips quivered as it incoherently called out, "Fish god, fish god." As the last syllable escaped its lips, the body succumbed and fell to the ground. A plume of black smoke wafted from the fallen form, taking on the visage of the human head that had previously been visible. This dark vapor drifted away from the island, ultimately disappearing into the gray mist that enveloped the shores. Observing this bizarre spectacle, Qin Xuanlin's countenance darkened, leaving him in contemplative silence. Within the sacrificial stone of the village on Three Yin Island, at the moment Qin Xianlin invoked the summoning of souls, the golden pages in Zhou Yi's mind once again unfurled. Island Sacrificial Spirit System, Faith Range, Three Yin Island, Faith Family, Qin Clan, Practitioners of the Faith Family, 1. Associated Islands of the Faith Family, 0. Island Strength Index Ranking, 3. 262, 541. Note: the number of practitioners, their cultivation levels, the island's fertility, and the abundance of spiritual energy all influence the ranking. Due to the emergence of the first practitioner in your family, the following rewards may be selected. 1. A rare first-grade technique, an exceptionally rare method of cultivation. 2. The Lost Stone Tablet, a communication tablet imbued with special functions, birthed from an island consumed by gray mist. Note: this tablet possesses consciousness, distinguishing it from other tablets. It can predict the strength index ranking of the next island to be approached by the mist, as well as the number of practitioners present. Upon reading this information, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was this the boon granted by the island's sacrificial spirit system? In essence, as the Chun family of Three Yin Island grew stronger and the number of practitioners increased, they would be entitled to greater rewards from the system. Zhou Yi refocused on the two reward options. After a moment's reflection, he opted for the tablet that could forecast information about the island. While the first-grade technique might indeed be rare, it would prove impractical for the currently energy-depleted Three Yin Island. The ability to predict the strength of the next island was far more relevant to the present needs of the Qin clan, and it appeared the tablet might possess additional functions as well. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yi unhesitatingly chose the stone tablet. After making his selection, a smooth stone tablet, towering 2 meters high, descended from the heavens. With a resounding thud, it struck the ground beside Zhou Yi. Standing firmly next to the stone of sacrifice, a peculiar sensation welled within him, as he felt a unique connection forming with the tablet. The villagers left behind were startled by the sudden arrival of the stone, fearing it heralded the approach of another island, and they were thrown into a state of panic. After a period of silence, the Qin clan members, through their inquiries, finally laid eyes upon the immense stone tablet standing beside the spirit altar. The tablet gleamed with a mirror-like surface, intermittently emanating a shimmering aura, presenting an air of peculiar mystery. A few intrepid members of the Chun family observed it closely before summoning an elder who remained in the village. An elderly patriarch, with hair as white as snow and leaning on a cane, approached, fixated on the reflective stone tablet that flickered with a radiant glow. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly exclaimed, This is the messaging tablet of the Lost Sea." One of the clan members hastily inquired, "Elder Chiu Luo, what is the messaging tablet of the Lost Sea?" In a surge of excitement, Chen Chiu Luo coughed repeatedly, cough, cough, cough. Once his fit subsided, he struck his cane against the ground and explained, "In the solitary islands of the Lost Sea, when the residents possess formidable strength, this tablet manifests, allowing for the reception of numerous messages from various islands and enabling trade for goods." He added, "This tablet is shrouded in mystery. Yet it would never appear without the presence of several powerful cultivators on the island." Another member questioned, "Elder, could you be mistaken? There are no cultivators on our island. How could this tablet possibly be the messaging tablet of the Lost Sea?" Shinshio Luo sighed. "As for why this tablet has appeared, I am also uncertain. However, our Chun family once possessed a messaging tablet of the Lost Sea, as recorded in the Chun clan chronicles. The description of that tablet bears a striking resemblance to the one before us." Meanwhile, on the island where they had landed, Qin Xianlin was toying with several long, sharp nails. After the two-headed monster fell, he commanded the spectral elder to incinerate its remains. The corpses of those who had perished at the hands of the creature were likewise consumed by flames. The nails he held were remnants from the incineration of the two-headed beast. Observing that the flames conjured by the specter were indestructible, he decided to keep them. These nails were exceedingly sharp and would serve well as spearheads or arrows. Besides Qin Xianlin, there were 6 other clansmen who had landed on the island. Among them, Elder Qin Gan had suffered a fractured arm, and Elder Qin Xiufeng was gravely injured. One clan member tragically met his demise when he was flung by the two-headed monster and struck his head, while the remaining 3 sustained minor injuries. They paid a hefty price merely to subdue the beast momentarily. After incinerating the corpses, the summoned spectral elder dissipated as time expired. Qin Xianlin summoned the other Qin family members stationed at the shore with the sound of his flute. He awaited their arrival. Once they gathered, he instructed them to collect the remains of their fallen kin and attend to the wounded, before directing them in the transportation of provisions and various goods. This landing had exacted a considerable toll on the residents of the Three-Yin Island, yet the bounty was substantial. The island boasted plentiful resources, including sun-dried fish and grains, alongside a variety of crop seeds, fabrics, and timber. They even discovered several live chickens within a nearby wooden hut. These items are exceedingly rare for the island of San'in. Consequently, the Qin family members, agile in their movements, do not dare to pause even for a moment, each eager to transport as much as possible before twilight descends. After a while, the injured Qin Gan heir completed his treatment and approached Qin Xianlin. His wounded arm was secured with several branches and suspended by strips of cloth around his neck. His expression was serene, and one could not discern his injury merely by observing his countenance. Leisurely, he sat beside Qin Xianlin and remarked, "It is said that some highly skilled practitioners can employ great powers to leave behind certain islands upon landing, forming subordinate resource islands, thereby allowing them to visit at any time. Is this true, Brother Xianlin?" Qin Xianlin turned to glance at Qin Gan heir and replied, "Such legends do exist, but they are far beyond our reach. It is difficult to even fathom." Qin Gan heir sighed, "This island is so habitable. If it were not for the restriction on leaving our subsidiary island for marriage, how wonderful it would be to relocate here." Qin Xianlin shook his head, saying, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. We, the people of this lineage, are bound to live on the island of our birth. Except during the mist's arrival at the shore, we cannot leave our respective islands. This is the rule of the wasteland sea. How is your arm? Have you sustained any other injuries?" Qin Gan heir replied, shaking his head, "It is merely a fracture, and it has been set. However, being suspended around my neck is somewhat uncomfortable. Elder Qin Xiufeng is more gravely injured, and given his age, his body's self-repair capabilities are not as robust as ours. It is rather difficult for him." Half reclining on the beach, Qin Gan heir continued, "Brother Xianlin, why do you think we are condemned to exist on this desolate island? Destined never to leave? Do the vast lands spoken of by the elders truly exist?" Qin Xianlin did not respond immediately, instead silently observing the family members busily transporting supplies. After a considerable time, he did not answer Qin Gan heir's inquiry, but stated, "Our Qin family will, in due time, lead a good life. At the very least, we will not have to fight for mere sustenance." Qin Gan heir gazed at Qin Xianlin's silhouette and softly remarked, "Brother Xianlin is truly worthy of his position as clan leader." At that moment, someone hurried from Qin family village on San'in Island, calling out to Qin Xianlin, Clan leader, Elder Qin Xioluo is calling for you. He says that a wasteland sea communication monument has appeared in the village." Qin Xianlin furrowed his brow. "The wasteland sea communication monument?" The messenger replied, "I do not know. It is Elder Qin Xioluo who mentioned it, located beside the village's spirit altar." Qin Gan heir, taken aback, asked, "What is a wasteland sea communication monument?" Qin Xianlin did not answer, but instructed the family members transporting supplies, "Continue your work. We must return to San'in Island before sunset. I will head back to the village first. Remain vigilant while moving the items. Be cautious of any unknown entities on the island." With that, he hurried towards the village. Qin Gan heir promptly stood and followed, saying, "Wait for me. I am coming too." Chapter 8. Conversation. Standing before the messaging monument of the Lost Sea, Qin Xianlin was accompanied by Qin Choluo and Qin Gandhi, who were both examining the stone tablet. Qin Gandhi stepped forward and inquired, "Is this the monument you spoke of?" As he spoke, he extended his uninjured hand to touch the surface of the stone, yet it remained unresponsive. Discontent, he remarked, "Though it appears quite extraordinary, why does it show no reaction? What purpose does this monument serve?" Qin Choluo shook his head and replied, "Elder Gandhi, the messaging monument of the Lost Sea requires spiritual cultivation to be utilized. We mortals are incapable of activating it. Such artifacts exist only on islands inhabited by practitioners. Perplexed, Chun Gandhi asked, "How do you know this, Elder Chilua?" With a sigh, Chun Chilua responded, "It is recorded in the Chun clan annals. Elder Gandhi, you should take the time to peruse the tomes our clan has preserved." Waving his hand dismissively, Chun Gandhi replied, "No need to read. No need. I barely have time to fish at sea, and reading would be a waste of time. With Xianlin here to teach. That's sufficient." Chin Cholua merely shook his head and sighed, choosing not to argue further. During the conversation between Chin Cholua and Chin Gandhi, Chun Xuanlin's gaze had shifted from the messaging monument to the spirit stone, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. As night fell along the coastline, members of the Chun family returned to the island, busy unloading supplies. Two clan elders were occupied with counting their harvest, bustling about. Chun Xianlin stood aside, observing the flurry of activity without participating. At that moment, a child, around 7 or 8 years old, came running toward him, carrying an odd fish weighing 5 or 6 pounds, yet possessing only a single eye. A lively black dog bounded along behind him. The child, exuberantly holding the peculiar fish aloft, exclaimed, "Father, look, I caught this with Little Black. Ha ha ha, we can have grilled fish tonight." The black dog seemed to respond to the boy's excitement with a couple of barks. Seeing the approaching child, Chin Xuanlin's expression softened into a smile as he called out, "Xingye, what brings you here?" Chin Xingye ran up to him, proudly showcasing the fish. "Mother said you were here, so I came to find you with Little Black. Look." "Father, aren't we impressive?" Chen Shenlin nodded and smiled. Indeed, Xingye has grown quite capable. It was only then that Qin Xingye noticed the noticeable signs of aging on his father's face and exclaimed, "Father, why has your hair turned so white?" Chun Xianlin shook his head, offering no explanation, simply stating, "You have grown up. Naturally, I have aged." Upon seeing his father's weary visage, Chun Xingye's excitement over his catch dissipated, and he looked down, saying, "I used to pray to the spirit stone for bountiful catches. Next time, I shall pray for the spirit to bless you with longevity." Chen Xianlin gently ruffled Qin Xingye's hair and asked, "Do you know what the spirit is?" Qin Xingye was perplexed by his father's sudden inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I do not know, Father. I only know that the stone in the center of our village is our sacred spirit. The elders have spoken of it, saying that the sacred spirit blesses our Sandine Island with favorable weather." Qin Xinlin then asked, "Do you know the origin of the sacred spirit?" Qin Xingye honestly admitted, "I do not know." With his hands clasped behind his back, Chun Xianlin exuded an air of scholarly authority as he explained, "Long ago, our ancestors sought to unite their beliefs and provide a focal point for the faith of our kin. Thus, they began the practice of worship. Some revered the heavens and the earth, the sea. Others honored certain objects, trees, or even ethereal entities. These offerings, infused with collective faith, gave rise to consciousness and extraordinary abilities, which is the genesis of the sacred spirit. The convergence of belief, working in harmony, ensures the prosperity of a family, an island, or even a nation. Therefore, when the sacred spirit fades, the family declines, and our Chun clan is no exception." Chun Xingye pondered, "So, the stone's sacred spirit in our village embodies the faith of our Chun family. Yet, aside from you, Father, few honor it. Is it because our stone spirit has not manifested its powers for a long while?" Qin Xianlin patiently clarified, "The spirit's silence is due to our family's recent arrival on Sandine Island, which has rendered our sacred spirit dormant. Furthermore, with the passage of time, many islands have ceased to rely on sacred spirits, finding prosperity through various other means." Qin Xingye's eyes gleamed with insight. "If the sacred spirit arises from our collective belief, then if we were to worship the stone spirit more frequently, might it awaken once more?" As Qin Xianlin gazed at the village, now shrouded in darkness, the flickering flames of scattered fires illuminated the night, yet these meager lights were insignificant against the vastness of the forsaken sea and the eerie gray mist. He shook his head, saying, "Families or islands with sacred spirits are invariably those with thousands of inhabitants. Our Sandine Island has but a handful of people, and this scant faith is insufficient to rekindle the spirit's consciousness." Chun Xingye, bewildered, responded, "But I often see you, Father, paying homage to the stone spirit. If it cannot manifest its divinity again, why do you continue to worship it daily?" Chun Xuanlin's tone grew ethereal. "After all, it belongs to our Qin family, and it represents our spiritual heritage." Clenching his small fists, Qin Xingye asked, "Does our Qin family's sacred spirit still have a chance to awaken?" Seeing his son's fervent expression, A smile once again graced Chen Xianlin's face, and with an air of mystery, he revealed, I have not shared this with anyone else, but I shall tell you now. Our sacred spirit has indeed awakened. Chen Xingye's face lit up with astonishment. Is that true? The sacred spirit has awakened? Can it bless us with fish and vegetables every day? Chen Xianlin smiled cheerfully and remarked, Of course. This endeavor to seize resources is under the protection of Lord Jilling. Perhaps, in the future, our Chen family of Sanning Island will once again astonish the myriad islands. You must pay your respects to Lord Jilling frequently. He then adopted a serious tone and continued, Xingye, remember this. No matter the circumstances surrounding Lord Jilling, the stone spirit remains our family's guardian spirit. It is the sole faith of all the Chun family members on this island. Regardless of its past as a guardian spirit or any other existence, we must protect it at all costs. Chen Xingye, somewhat perplexed by Chen Xuanlin's words, merely nodded obediently. That night, in the central clearing of Chun family village, an unusual bonfire was lit. Given the bountiful resources acquired from the recent expedition to the island, Chen Xianlin agreed to kindle the fire for a celebration, hoping to uplift the long-dormant spirits of Sanning Island. Someone was boiling a large pot of fish soup over the flames, with several leafy greens floating atop the broth, a rare delicacy for the island's inhabitants. All the residents gathered around the bonfire, some gazing eagerly at the pot of soup while others engaged in lively conversation, creating an atmosphere of rare festivity. A few elder members of the Chun family sat on the opposite side, silently observing Chen Xianlin. After a moment, Chun Gantu spoke first, Brother Xianlin. Have you become a practitioner? Chapter 9. The ancestral ritual of the Chun clan in the distance, flickering flames cast a wavering glow upon Chen Xuanlin's face, illuminating it intermittently. After a moment of silence, Chen Xianlin spoke. I suppose so. Upon hearing this, Chen Goner and several other clan elders exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly igniting with fervor. Chen Cholua, equally animated, exclaimed, At long last, I have awaited this day. No wonder the message stone from the Nether Sea descended upon our village today. The Nether Sea blesses our Chen clan. Chen Goner, brimming with excitement, inquired, Brother Xianlin, how did you ascend to the ranks of practitioners? Was it you who summoned that spectral elder? At that moment, a previously silent elder, Chen Huaigu, the last of the 5 clan elders, finally spoke. With a grave demeanor, he remarked, I recall that the clan leader possessed no cultivation prior, and the island lacks spiritual energy. The methods of cultivation have faded from our shores. Is the clan leader's status as a practitioner legitimate? And why has the clan leader aged so? Could it be related to the malevolent entities within the mist? Clan leader, you must not venerate those malignant presences within the fog in exchange for power. Do not forget the former glory of the Chen family, lest you succumb to the fog's allure. Our landing on this island serves as a cautionary tale, though that individual gained formidable strength. He was ultimately led astray by evil forces, bringing ruin upon the entire island. Chen Xianlin remained silent, while Chen Gana retorted with discontent, You stubborn old man. My brother Xianlin, as the clan leader, is certainly aware of these truths. Were it not for him, that two-headed beast would have invaded our island, leaving us no chance of survival on Sanning Island. Instead of gratitude, you confront him with hostility. Look at your arrogance. In previous landings, where were you when we pillaged resources? Unfazed by Chen Goner's disrespect, Chen Huaigu remained obstinate. In the Nether Sea, too many have succumbed to temptation, becoming devotees of those entities within the mist, leading to the island's destruction. As an elder, I have a duty to caution the clan leader. My abstention from resource plundering is due to my commitment to organizing our clan's safety, a responsibility equally vital. The exchanges between the old and young, Chen Goner and Chen Huaigu, had often been contentious. Hearing Huaigu's doubts about Chen Xianlin, Chen Goner retorted sharply, You incessantly prattle about glory. What glory do you speak of? Our island now harbors but a handful of souls struggling to survive. We cannot withstand disease and hunger. Yet you cling to tales from years long past. When others berate us as sinners, where is your so-called glory then? Chen Huaigu's previously serious expression was now twisted with ire, his beard trembling as he pointed a finger at Chen Goner, his voice quaking. You dare utter the word sinner? You shame the Chen lineage. Chen Goner spat derisively. Pa, what you consume is brought by my people from the sea. What you utilize comes from the resources I led our kin to acquire. Who truly contributes more to the Chen clan? Chen Cholua hurriedly intervened. Oh dear. We are all of one clan. Let us not quarrel. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xianlin finally spoke. The art I wield originates from the Lord of the Spirits. My cultivation does not stem from the worship of the malevolent entities shrouded in the mist. The ancestral spirit of the Chun clan has awakened. The quarrels among the group momentarily ceased. What? The Lord of the Spirits has awakened. It is not in vain that I have frequently paid homage to the Lord. I have witnessed my brother Xianlin in worship. When did you pay your respects? Does this mean I, too, have the chance to become a practitioner? With the spirit in slumber, the clan languished. Now that it has awakened, the Qin family shall flourish. There was no doubt regarding Qin Xuanlin's words, and the expressions of the listeners were filled with excitement, for they understood the significance of the ancestral spirit to San Yin Island and the Qin clan. Even the obstinate Chun Huaigu bore a flushed countenance. If the cultivation and techniques are derived from our ancestral spirit, then the patriarch has not been misled by the malevolent entities lurking in the mist. Qin Cholua exclaimed in excitement, "Wonderful, wonderful! The patriarch has attained cultivation, and the underworld has bestowed upon us the underworld communication tablet. We have replenished our resources significantly. Truly, the underworld favors the Qin family, and the ancestral spirit blesses us." In a solemn tone, Chun Xianlin declared, "We shall hold a grand ceremony tomorrow to celebrate the awakening of our ancestral spirit and to make amends for the years of neglect." Ever since the ancestral spirit fell silent, the offerings and worship had ceased. Upon hearing Qin Xuanlin's proposal, the others readily agreed, their faces alight with fervor. When several clan elders conveyed this news to the villagers gathered by the bonfire, the atmosphere surged to a crescendo. The air was filled with animated discussions, loud chatter, and jubilant cries that enveloped the entire village. Amidst the clamor, Qin Xianlin quietly returned home, his figure solitary and his expression solemn, as was customary when he made significant decisions. On that day, Zhou Yi, engrossed in his study of techniques, suddenly felt a powerful surge of belief enveloping him. The once ethereal white mist of faith connecting him with the Qin family thickened considerably. This influx of faith brought immense comfort to Zhou Yi's spiritual form, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. After a brief moment, Zhou Yi sensed a substantial enhancement in his mental strength, and the drowsiness that had previously lingered vanished without a trace. He extended his consciousness beyond the stone sphere and observed that the Qin family from San Yin Island had gathered. They were kneeling before the stone platform, led by Qin Xianlin in a gesture of reverence towards him. At the forefront stood the clan leader, Qin Xianlin, flanked by three elders, Qin Ganer, Qin Cholua, and Qin Huaigu. Only the elder, Qin Xiufeng, was absent due to severe injuries. Behind the three elders were the remaining members of the Qin clan, including Qin Xingye and his mother, Wu He. As Zhou Yi summoned the soul to present it before Qin Xianlin, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Qin Xianlin might be reluctant to practice the mediumistic arts, or worse, discerned that he was not the former ancestral spirit. In the days prior, the white mist connecting him to Qin Xianlin had fluctuated in brightness, which had caused Zhou Yi considerable unease. However, it now appeared remarkably solid. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the entire Qin clan believed that their stone ancestral spirit had indeed awakened, which greatly reassured Zhou Yi. Before the altar lay several fish and a bound rooster. The chicken was indeed one of the resources plundered from the island of Jilan yesterday. Though meager in quantity, it was a luxury sufficient for the inhabitants of Sanin Island. Chun Xianlin proclaimed loudly, "In the year of the fallen sea, the descendants of the Chun clan of Sanin Island respectfully offer gold as tribute and fish as sacrifice to honor the spirits of the Qin ancestors. We look to the past, where our forebears shone brightly and the island flourished, producing generations of practitioners who soared to the heavens. Alas, now, the fallen sea is shrouded in gray mist, and our isolated island is besieged. Our people are like trapped beasts, suffering from hunger, illness without remedy, and a lack of fish and game. Is it not shameful to offer our prayers under such circumstances? Today, as the spirits awaken, I, Lin, lead the islanders in heartfelt reverence, thanking the respected spirits for protecting the Qin people, ensuring our lives are free from disease. We express our gratitude for the harmonious winds and rains on Sanin Island, for the bountiful catches in our nets. And we thank the revered spirits for granting our clan another chance to tread the path of immortality and return to our ancestral lineage. Henceforth, we vow not to disappoint the esteemed spirits, to restore the glory of the Qin clan, and to ensure that our faith and incense shall envelop the universe." The sound of the tide resonates through the gray mist, while the fragrant offerings reach the hearts of the spirits. "We honor you." The Qin clan members respectfully welcome the spirits back to their rightful place. Behind him, dozens of clansmen echoed. The Qin clan members respectfully welcome the spirits back to their rightful place. The crowd followed Qin Xianlin in bowing 3 times. After the ritual, Qin Xingye tugged at the robe of Qin Ganer in front and whispered, "Uncle Ganer, what does my father mean by this?" Shinigami scratched his head and chuckled. Perhaps it means we forgot to pay our respects before, and today we are making amends. It's a plea for protection in the future. Chun Xingyan nodded in understanding, thinking how knowledgeable Uncle Ghana was. At this moment, the atmosphere was solemn. Their whispered conversation caught the attention of the stern-faced elder Chen Huaigu, prompting Chun Xingyan to lower his head and withdraw, silenced. The residents of Sanine Island harbored a certain apprehension towards this obstinate and serious clan elder, and Chun Xingyan was no exception. Only Chen Goner glanced back defiantly. As the ceremony concluded, Zhou felt a sense of comfort wash over him, his spiritual power invigorated, while the white mist of faith connecting him to the Qin clan members below grew ever more robust. A sudden clarity arose within Zhou, and a memory from the spirit's previous visitation resurfaced in his mind. A beam of white light emanated from the stone sphere, illuminating each member of the Qin clan. Chapter 10. Exploring the gray mist. As the long silent spirit of the sacrifice suddenly emitted a radiant white light, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. This warm and comforting glow resembled a cozy bonfire on a frigid winter's day, instilling a sense of reassurance. It is the sacred light of blessings and longevity, Chun Qiuluo exclaimed, lifting her hands above her head in excitement. What is the sacred light of blessings and longevity? Upon being illuminated by this white light, Chen Gan and Air felt a significant alleviation of the pain in their arms. Many members of the Qin clan turned their gaze towards Chen Qiuluo, their eyes filled with questions. Chen Qiuluo elaborated, I have read in the archives of the Qin clan that on certain islands with spirits of sacrifice, these spirits emit a white holy light after receiving ample devotion. Those who bask in this light can enhance their blessings and longevity. Thus it is referred to as the sacred light of blessings and longevity. As understanding dawned upon the crowd, their reverence towards the stone spirit deepened. Of course, Zhou was unaware of the concept of the sacred light of blessings and longevity. In the fading memories of the previous generation, this white light was known as the power of faith's return. This was an innate ability of the spirit of sacrifice, capable of enhancing certain physical attributes of the faithful and occasionally bestowing luck. The stronger the power of faith, the greater the return. Each member of the Qin clan illuminated by the white light felt their limbs become lighter, their spirits lifted. The residents of Sanine Island, although aware that this stone represented their ancestral spirit, had only heard of its legend since childhood. However, this was their first encounter with the spirit's manifestation. Coupled with Chen Qiuluo's explanation, the crowd knelt in reverence, fervently chanting for the spirit's awakening and the prosperity of the Qin family. Due to the long dormancy of the stone spirit and the daily struggles of the Qin clan, the spirit's presence had gradually diminished in the minds of the residents. In recent years, aside from Chun Xianlin, most residents had begun to regard the spirit as an ordinary stone, their awe and faith having long since faded into obscurity. With this manifestation, they realized that the legends passed down through generations about the spirit might indeed hold truth. The awakening of the spirit undoubtedly served as a tonic for the residents of Sanine Island, casting a glimmer of hope amidst their arduous lives. Despite confirming the spirit's revival, the community did not succumb to complacency. After paying their respects, Chen Xianlin rallied everyone to action. Among the resources acquired during their recent raid were numerous saplings and seeds of various crops, all of which needed to be planted promptly, prioritizing long-term development over immediate sustenance. Chen Xianlin organized the villagers, men, women, and children alike, to ascend the bare hill behind the village and begin digging to plant saplings and seeds. These saplings and seeds were invaluable. In the past, when trading with other islands, they had been reluctant to part with such resources, and only during occasional raids could they seize a few. Sanine Island enjoyed a perpetual summer, allowing for planting at any time rather than waiting for spring. Chen Xianlin led the planting of saplings at the hilltop, while several clan elders tended to the fertile land below, planting crops. Chun Xingye, accompanied by a black dog, followed closely behind to lend a hand. As Chun Xingye planted the saplings into the soil, he turned to Chen Xianlin and inquired, Father, will these little saplings truly grow into towering trees? Since the dawn of his memories, this small mountain had been barren, lacking even the most modest of shrubs and grasses. Chen Xianlin, bending to water the plants, replied, Indeed, they will flourish. This place was once vibrant with greenery, but our ancestors felled the trees during times of hunger, when even the bark and weeds were precious sustenance. Chen Xingye squinted up at the sun and asked, Father, are the other islands in the Wanhai as hot as Sanine Island? Chen Xianlin shook his head, stating, The islands within the Wanhai each experience different seasons, and their vegetation and landscapes vary. Some islands are perpetually spring-like, while others are blanketed in snow. Our Sanine Island is among the most barren, Qinxingye, filled with longing, said. I yearn to ascend to the island of Jian and witness how it differs from our Sanine Island. Chun Xianlin replied, when you grow older, opportunities will naturally present themselves. As Chun Xingye placed a sapling into the prepared hole, he declared, when I mature, I shall lead our kin to more resource-rich islands, ensuring that everyone is free from the worries of food and clothing. Chen Xianlin chuckled, that is a formidable challenge. Aside from marriage, one is bound to live on the island of their birth, such as the rule among the islands of the Wanhai. Confused, Chen Xingye countered. But I have heard from the elder Qiu Huaiyu that our Chen family did not originally belong to Sanine Island. A wistful expression crossed Chen Xuanlin's face as he remarked. The past is best left unspoken. Noticing the large beads of sweat forming on Chun Xingye's forehead, Chun Xianlin scooped a ladle of water and offered it to him. Chen Xingye gratefully accepted and drank deeply. The water used for irrigation was drawn from a spring on the island, located some distance away. At this moment, 4 or 5 villagers were tasked with fetching water for the fields, one of the few water sources available to the village. The residents of Sanine Island toiled under the blazing sun, their brows glistening with sweat, yet they felt no burden of labor. Despite the young saplings still being small, they seemed to envision a future where Sanine Island would be adorned with lush greenery. At the altar in the center of Chun family village, following the morning's rituals, Zhou Yi felt an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy, invigorated to the point that he could survey Sanine Island without succumbing to fatigue. His presence among the Chun clan had significantly strengthened, and although the power of belief was sparse, it flowed in continuously, alleviating his concerns of being trapped within the stone sphere indefinitely. In the remnants of the spirit's memory, there existed many abilities that had remained unexplored due to a lack of belief in spiritual energy. Now, with his revitalized spiritual strength, Zhou Yi discovered he could extend his spiritual consciousness beyond the confines of the stone sphere, using it as an anchor, akin to a mortal's soul venturing forth, soaring above Sanine Island. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi fully released his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Sanine Island within his perceptual grasp. This sensation was peculiar. He could distinctly sense every blade of grass and every tree upon the island. Even the clouds drifting across the sky and the fish swimming in the sea seemed within his reach. On Monday, with a flicker of consciousness, a wisp of white cloud passing over Sanine Island came under his mental embrace. To his astonishment, he discovered he could sense the moisture contained within the cloud. With another surge of thought, the vapor within the cloud, under his mental pressure, began to fall as a gentle rain. He carefully controlled the delicate droplets, directing them to the freshly sown fields of the Chun clan that had yet to receive water. The arrival of rain brought a refreshing coolness to the laboring folk. The onlookers on the mountain gazed in awe at this miraculous scene, their mouths agape. The fields they had just sown were receiving rain, while the surrounding areas remained untouched, a spectacle of sheer wonder. Moments later, someone exclaimed in astonishment that the spirit had manifested. The Chun clansmen, including Chun Xianlin, bowed reverently towards Chun family village, expressing their gratitude for the rain bestowed by the spirit. This out-of-body experience, akin to a divine visitation, captivated Zhou Yi. After the rain had fallen, he paid no heed to the kneeling crowd, directing his consciousness to a fishing boat off the coast of Sanine Island. This was the fishing team, typically led by Chen Gon, but he was resting at home due to an injury. Enveloped in gray mist, the area available for fishing was limited, and their catches had been meager. Today was no exception. After a morning of toil at sea, they had little to show for it. With a shift of his consciousness, Zhou Yi drove a large school of fish to the vicinity of the boat. In an instant, the waters beneath the vessel teemed with dark, writhing fish, rendering the already murky sea even darker. The fishermen aboard the boat were equally astonished by this extraordinary sight. The unexpected event left them bewildered, unsure of how to react. An elderly man among them shouted, "Fools! This is a manifestation of the spirit, not some malevolent entity from the mist. Quickly, grab your nets and fish." At his urging, the crew sprang into action, casting their nets and using their scoops. Each haul brought forth lively fish, and soon their nets were brimming with the bounty of the sea. As the fish dispersed, the fishermen promptly offered their thanks to the spirit for the generous catch, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. This marked Zhou Yi's first experience of summoning rain and driving fish, a novelty that intrigued him greatly. After exploring Sanine Island, his courage grew, prompting him to venture further. However, The surrounding gray mist limited his exploration. His gaze fell upon the enigmatic fog enveloping the island. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the nature of this peculiar mist. Knowing well that the islanders held it in deep apprehension, daring not to approach. Seizing the moment of clarity, Zhou, brimming with mental vigor, resolved to explore the enigmatic gray mist enveloping Sandine Island. Delicately guiding his consciousness closer, he sought to unveil its mysteries. Just as he was on the verge of contact with the mist, an eerie voice resonated from within. Fish. Fish God. At the utterance of these words, an overwhelming dread engulfed Zhou Yi's very soul, threatening to render his essence into a state of immobility. Chapter 11. The odor of fish and sea burial. The instant that sound reached his ears, Zhou Yi felt as though he were being scrutinized by a colossal creature of the deep, sending shivers through his very soul. Just a single utterance plunged him into the depths of despair, and he instinctively recognized that this was an entity far beyond his capacity to confront. In a state of terror, Zhou Yi's consciousness rapidly retreated towards the direction of the stone sphere used for the village's spirit offerings. To his dismay, the source of that haunting voice seemed unwilling to relinquish its pursuit, following his consciousness with a relentless tenacity. Even though Zhou Yi lacked a physical form, existing merely as an essence, he could perceive an overwhelmingly potent scent of fish emanating from the gray mist behind him. He felt his very soul freeze, his thoughts growing sluggish as the speed of his retreat dwindled. The foul odor, piercing straight to the core of his being, intensified with each passing moment. It appeared that the entity exuding this noxious fishy scent had drawn perilously close, as if it were poised to devour his consciousness in one swift motion. Zhou Yi's attempts to withdraw his essence were swift, yet the entity's pursuit was equally uncanny. Like a parasite clinging to its host, it was impossible for him to escape. Even after having faced death once, the shadow of mortality still loomed over him, while he remained uncertain whether the village's stone sphere could shield him from the looming threat. It was the sole source of solace amidst his growing dread. Zhou Yi's consciousness hovered above Chen family village, the spirit stone he inhabited now within reach. Yet, he found himself ensnared by the suffocating fishy aroma, feeling as if an invisible maw had materialized behind him, ready to engulf him whole. Just as he believed his end was nigh, a brilliant golden light flashed before him. The golden halo surrounding the spirit stone had ignited, casting a dazzling radiance that resembled a wide-open golden eye. Under the illumination of this golden glow, a barely audible yet furious roar echoed through the air, causing the fishy scent to recede with haste. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yi swiftly retracted his consciousness back within the stone sphere. Even within the confines of the stone, Zhou Yi remained shaken. Had he delayed even a moment longer, or if the spirit stone had failed to emit the golden light, he had no doubt he would have been consumed by that entity. Now, he harbored suspicions regarding the original consciousness of the spirit stone. Was it ultimately devoured by the entity lurking within the gray mist? What perplexed Zhou Yi further was the absence of any memories regarding those entities in the gray mist within the residual recollections of the previous spirit. Contemplating this left him shivering, as he perceived the small island of Sandine as a prison, with himself and the island's inhabitants akin to livestock confined within a cage. To intensify his fear, in a fleeting glimpse, he realized that the entities resembling the fishy scent in the mist were far more numerous than he had initially surmised. They crowded densely within the fog, and he could almost feel their greedy gazes fixated upon him. Perhaps due to some unseen constraint, they refrained from striking. The only one to take action was the entity that had called out for the fish god. At this moment, Zhou Yi profoundly realized that the world was far less secure than he had imagined, even teeming with peril. The sole source of his fleeting solace lay in the stone spirit he currently inhabited. The golden light emitted by this spherical spirit had drained all of Zhou Yi's mental energy, lulling him back into a state of drowsiness. Shortly thereafter, ensconced within the realm of the stone sphere, Zhou Yi succumbed to slumber amidst a tempest of trepidation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Sandine Island remained serene. The Qin clan members laboring on the mountains were blissfully unaware that the spirit they had just awakened was on the brink of falling silent once more. Those still toiling on the mountain, including Qin Xianlin, did not perceive the presence lurking in the gray mist, nor did they catch a whiff of any fishy odor. Naturally, they were oblivious to the dire straits faced by their spirit. They only felt a slight heaviness in the air, attributing it to the sweltering heat of summer. As dusk approached, the group returned to their village. Upon his return, Qin Xianlin encountered Qin Ganair, who approached with a grim expression. In a low voice, he uttered, "Brother Xianlin, Elder Qiu Feng is gravely ill." Though Qin Xianlin had anticipated this news, a weight settled in his heart. As he set down his hoe and followed Qin Gan to Elder Chiu Fang's abode, he found Qin Chiu Luo already by the elder's bedside. Following the death of his wife, Elder Chiu Fang had remained unmarried, living alone, with Qin Gan tending to him in recent days. The island, barren as it was, offered no comforts. Even the elder lacked a stone bench in his dwelling. Both Qin Gan and Qin Xianlin stood silently by the bed, gazing at the increasingly faint Elder Chiu Fang. Qin Chiu Luo held Elder Chiu Fang's hand and whispered softly near his ear, "Brother Fang, the clan leader has arrived." Elder Chiu Fang turned his head with great difficulty to look at Qin Xianlin, his voice a mere whisper, "I have heard. Our clan's spirit has awakened. My heart is greatly comforted. I hope the clan leader will further the Qin family." Qin Xianlin gently patted Elder Chiu Fang's hand, speaking earnestly. "Xianlin will remember this. I shall not betray the hopes of the generations of the Qin family." Elder Chiu Fang then slowly turned his gaze toward Qin Gan, taking a moment before a faint smile graced his lips. "Gan, am I brave this time, despite their years of bickering?" Qin Gan felt a lump in his throat, suppressing his emotions as he replied loudly, "Elder Chiu Fang is indeed brave. I deeply admire you." With those words, Elder Chiu Fang's breath came to a halt. A sigh echoed in the room, one from Qin Chiu Luo and another from Qin Xianlin. Qin Xianlin spoke softly. "Prepare for a sea burial, allowing Elder Chiu Fang's spirit to return to the Wailing Sea." The death of Elder Chiu Fang did not send ripples across Sanin Island. Here, death was a common occurrence, even for a clan elder. Conflicts with the islanders, resource plundering, disease, hunger, and the malevolent whispers of entities lurking in the gray mist all contributed to mortality. Over the years, the population of Sanin Island had dwindled, and the people had grown accustomed to death. The following evening, on the sandy shore, a rudimentary wooden raft lay adrift, constructed from a few hastily assembled planks. Upon this raft rested two lifeless bodies, one belonging to Qin Chiu Fang, and the other to a fellow tribesman who had perished during the previous encounter with the two-headed monster. The residents of Sanin Island gathered by the sea to bid farewell to these souls. For esteemed elders, Qin Xianlin, Qin Chiu Luo, Qin Gan, and Qin Huaigu extended their hands in unison, gently pushing the raft into the water. This was a time-honored custom of Sanin Island. Upon death, the inhabitants would place the deceased upon a raft, allowing their bodies to drift into the abyssal sea. In times of scarcity, when timber was unavailable for constructing rafts, the bodies would be cast directly into the ocean, sinking to the seabed of their own accord. Fortunately, this time, abundant wood was found on the island, leading to the creation of this soul-laden vessel. The onlookers stood in solemn silence as the raft gradually receded into the distance, slowly disappearing beneath the waves. Qin Xianlin proclaimed loudly, "May the souls return to the abyss. May they not be bound as denizens of the forlorn sea in their next life." In the dimly colored waters, the raft descended slowly alongside the setting sun, stirring not a single ripple. The residents of Sanin Island gazed silently, their expressions tinged with a sorrow that broke through their usual apathy, their eyes reflecting a deep sense of regret. Chapter 12. The floating corpses of the Dead Sea. In the ensuing days, the terrified Shou-Yi remained hidden within the stone sphere, resolutely refusing to allow his consciousness to stray from its confines. Now, Shou-Yi was exceedingly cautious. The last flash of golden light had depleted all his faith, and should another entity emerge from the mist, he would be utterly defenseless. He had firmly resolved that unless his faith was replenished to a significant degree, he would not permit his consciousness to leave the stone sphere again. In contrast to Shou-Yi, the other inhabitants of the island had grown increasingly busy in recent days. As the resources plundered during the last raid had yet to be distributed, the timber could be used to repair numerous homes, while the saplings planted on the mountain, along with various crops, required regular watering. Additionally, the catch from the fishing fleet needed to be processed into dried fish without delay. The entire island community was tirelessly occupied. At this moment, the only individuals enjoying leisure on Sanin Island were Qin Gan, Qin Xingyi, and Qin Xingye's black dog. As Qin Xingyi rowed the boat, he remarked with a furrowed brow, "Uncle Gan, just the two of us are going out to fish? Did the fishing team not catch quite a bit last time?" Qin Gan reclined lazily on the fishing boat, responding, "What do you mean, just two of us? We have Little Black here too. If we don't venture out to fish, we'll have to go up the mountain to dig and water the plants, or repair houses and dry fish. It's far more relaxing to be here on the boat. But I wish to see the back mountain," Qin Xingyu countered. "I want to know if the saplings I planted yesterday have grown." Qin Gan shifted into a more comfortable position, shaking his head. "It doesn't grow that quickly. The growth of trees is a lengthy process. But if we return empty-handed without any catch, I fear my father will scold me, Chen Xingyu continued. Shingan waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, we have plenty of food lately. If we return without a catch, we can simply claim that fortune was not on our side today. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the little black dog began barking furiously. The abrupt outburst startled Shingan, who exclaimed in irritation, You wretched dog, why are you barking? You scared me half to death. I was the one who brought you to Sandine Island. Did I bring you back just to frighten me? The dog continued its incessant barking, occasionally pawing at Chen Xingyi. Frowning, Shingan sat up. And Chen Xingyi halted his rowing. Both sensed something amiss. Indeed, as they turned to follow the direction of the dog's barking, they discerned a vague shadow beneath the surface of the water not far away. The sea was inherently dark, and combined with the shadow's submersion, they had failed to notice it until now. Silently, Shingan picked up a half-length blade from beside him, while Chen Xingyu tightened his grip on the oar. Both remained on high alert. Navigating the Dead Sea, they often encountered various peculiarities as the captain of the fishing team. Shingan had certainly faced his share of oddities. They fixated intently on the shadow beneath the surface, which ebbed and flowed with the waves, appearing lifeless. Occasionally, as the waves receded, a corner of fabric could be glimpsed rising above the water. Chen Xingyi expressed his unease, remarking, Uncle Gon, it appears to be a corpse. Shingan furrowed his brow deeper, puzzled by the anomaly of a body not sinking into the Wanghai. It is well known that any corpse entering the Wanghai would automatically submerge. Gripping his knife tightly, Shingan whispered, Let us paddle over and take a closer look. Chen Xingyi was taken aback. Was it not time to flee? Perhaps noticing Chen Xingyi's hesitation, Shingan explained, If it were anything else, we should indeed hasten our escape. However, this is a corpse. It defies the usual rules. And we must ascertain the truth. I believe that if your father were here, he would make the same decision. An event that contravenes the Wanghai's rules is undoubtedly of great significance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyi reluctantly steered the boat toward the dark silhouette. As the small vessel approached, the shadow continued to rise and fall with the waves, showing no signs of life. This relieved Chen Xingyi, but just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Shingan lower his large blade and, with a powerful hand, seize the corpse's clothing, hoisting it onto the boat. This audacious act left Chen Xingyi astounded. While he knew of Uncle Gon's bravery, he did not anticipate such boldness in handling an unidentified corpse adrift in the Wanghai. The body resembled that of an elderly man, adorned with a long white beard and a pale complexion, yet devoid of any signs of decay. Though appearing aged, his stature was not stooped. Standing nearly as tall as the robust Shingan, he wore an ornate black robe trimmed with golden thread, showing no signs of wrinkling despite prolonged exposure to seawater, indicating it was no ordinary garment. A red gourd hung from his waist, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The fatal wound was a large hole in his neck, seemingly punctured by a circular object. Chen Xingyi looked up at Shingan and inquired, What shall we do now? Shingan, gazing at the corpse before him, replied gravely, We must return to the island and summon your father and the clan elders. On the shore, several clan elders of the Qin family gathered around the body, their expression somber. The fact that a corpse did not sink into the Wanghai was unprecedented. Qin Huaigu stated solemnly, This corpse's refusal to sink into the Wanghai suggests it must have committed some transgression in life, leading to this ominous occurrence, possibly heralding significant events. Qin Xiufeng concurred, adding, Any alteration in the Wanghai's rules is never a good omen. We must prepare ourselves. Qin Shenlin studied the body intently, performing a hand gesture to commence the summoning of souls. After a moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This body bore no trace of residual spirit. Typically, after death, most spirits descend to the earth or sea, leaving behind a remnant essence. Yet, despite executing the soul summoning, he sensed not a whisper of spiritual presence from this corpse. In Qin Xuanlin's eyes, this was indeed a most bizarre occurrence. Qin Shenlin continued his exploration of the lifeless form before him. Aside from the red gourd affixed to its waist, no other items could be found. The gourd, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, felt weightless in his grasp. Crafted from neither stone nor wood, a tiny pinhole adorned its opening, suggesting it could scarcely contain anything. However, a spark of realization illuminated Qin Xuanlin's eyes, reminiscent of the storage gourd detailed in the Qin family chronicles. As he channeled his soul power into the gourd, a flash of red light erupted, revealing a multitude of items upon the sandy shore. The sudden brilliance startled the other clan elders. Qin Huaigu, in astonishment, exclaimed, A storage gourd. This is the corpse of a practitioner. Clearly, he too recalled the descriptions found within the Qin family chronicles concerning the storage gourd. Upon the revelation that it might belong to a practitioner, the gathered crowd expressed heightened curiosity towards the contents housed within the gourd. Qin Gunner, equally intrigued, crouched beside Chun Xianlin, eagerly examining the assortment of items. Chapter 13. Fiery Fury. A white long robe, several stones of varying hues, a weathered thread-bound book, and a wooden plaque adorned with peculiar patterns. These were the items contained within the gourd. Chun Xianlin picked up the thread-bound book and noticed the prominent title The Art of Fire Burning the City inscribed upon it. As he casually flipped through its pages, he discerned that it contained a cultivation method, perhaps the very technique practiced by the practitioner in life. Setting the book aside, Chun Xianlin turned his attention to the other items. Firstly, the white robe bore a striking resemblance to the black robe draped over the male corpse, both in style and material. It was edged with silver threads, embodying an ancient elegance that rendered it quite splendid, and it exuded a gentle warmth, unlike ordinary garments. This stood in stark contrast to the tattered clothing worn by Chun Xianlin and his companions. The wooden plaque featured an odd design etched in black lines, which seemed vaguely familiar to Chun Xianlin, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Despite their extensive experiences, the group was still unable to ascertain whether the corpse's buoyancy in the sea was related to the items it bore. After examining the objects, Chun Xianlin meticulously scrutinized the corpse itself and finally uncovered some clues. He observed that the wound on the corpse's neck did not exhibit the typical vibrant red associated with fresh injuries. Instead, it emanated a faint grayish hue. Initially, Chun Xianlin speculated that the corpse had been submerged in the Dead Sea for an extended period, leading to this discoloration. However, his prior encounters with seawater-soaked flesh suggested a discrepancy in coloration. Further inspection of the corpse's eyes and mouth revealed a similar pallor. After a moment of intense observation, Chun Xianlin solemnly declared, "This corpse is problematic. It may have been contaminated." Chen Huaigu responded gravely, regardless of contamination. "A floating corpse in the sea is an omen of ill fortune. It must be incinerated post-haste." Chen Cholua concurred, adding, "Indeed, such ominous objects must not linger." As they spoke, Chen Cholua summoned individuals to gather firewood, constructing a pyre by the seaside. Before long, a roaring blaze engulfed the corpse, which took considerable time to be reduced to ashes, necessitating the addition of more wood. However, the exquisite black robe was preserved, as Chun Xianlin recognized its exceptional material. As they watched the floating corpse turn to ashes in the flames, a sense of relief slowly washed over the group. Yet, a lingering unease continued to envelop their hearts. At this moment, Chen Goner was toying with the assorted stones in his hand. After a brief interval, he remarked, "Brother Xianlin, do you know what these are? Whenever I touch this particular stone, I feel a strange compulsion, as if I want to swallow it whole." With that, Chen Goner extracted a pale red stone from the collection. Chun Xianlin had previously examined the stones and harbored a suspicion, albeit unconfirmed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This corpse is rather peculiar. To err on the side of caution, we should take these items and pay homage to the spirits, allowing them to assist us in discerning the truth, so we may remain at ease." The various tribes possess the intrinsic ability to perceive impurities and safeguard their kin, which did not come as a surprise to the elders. Chen Goner nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, with the spirits now awakened, we can seek their assistance in examining these items." Subsequently, the group arrived at the altar located at the heart of the village. Chen Xianlin meticulously arranged the items obtained from the corpse before the stone spirit, then knelt reverently before it, with his hands pressed to the ground. He lowered his forehead to touch the earth and intoned, "I, Xianlin of the Qin clan, humbly bow before the esteemed spirit. I implore you to discern these items, to prevent any malevolent influences from tainting our clan." Upon concluding his supplication, he bowed 3 times. Due to the continuous influx of faith on the island, Zhou Yi had gradually regained some of his spiritual strength. Yet, he still concealed his consciousness within the stone sphere, wary of allowing it to stray far from its confines. Nevertheless, he remained acutely aware of the circumstances unfolding on the island, keeping a vigilant watch over the situation since Qin Goner had discovered the corpse, and, naturally, he was privy to Qin Xuanlin's intentions. Within Zhou Yi's unique perspective as a spirit, he observed that several stones of varying hues emitted a spectrum of light. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered on Sandine Island. The pale red stone radiated a warm, fiery glow, while the light green stone exuded a vibrant aura of life. The earthy yellow stone emanated a gentle yellow light, imparting a sense of weightiness. In that moment, Zhou Yi discerned the true nature of these stones. They were spiritual stones. These particular stones represented the elemental affinities of fire, wood, and earth. This marked Zhou Yi's inaugural encounter with spiritual stones, stirring a wave of excitement within him. The spiritual stones, once confined to the pages of fantastical tales in his previous life, now lay before him. Had Zhou Yi possessed a physical form, he would have yearned to reach out and touch these stones, to experience their essence firsthand. As he observed closely, he noted that the pale red glow emitted by the fire-type spiritual stone danced gently towards Chen Gan, as if the latter's very presence was drawing forth the light. Strikingly, this luminous phenomenon seemed indifferent to the others present. Although Zhou Yi was unaware of how individuals in this world assess their aptitude for cultivation, he speculated that this attraction to the light of the spiritual stones could indeed signify a latent potential for cultivation. The individual known as Chen Gan, capable of attracting the fire-type spiritual stone's radiance, might very well possess the aptitude for fire-related cultivation techniques. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Yi resolved to bestow upon Chen Gan a cultivation method. If he could cultivate effectively, it would be a boon. If not, it would merely reflect his lack of aptitude, a matter of no concern to the spirit. Within the internal space of the stone sphere, only 2 second-tier cultivation methods were contained, one of which happened to be a fire-based technique. With a surge of inspiration, a cluster of red light materialized before Chen Gan. The kneeling Chen Gan, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the radiant red glow, was momentarily taken aback. Beside them, Chen Xianlin had previously witnessed this scene and recognized it as the ritual of bestowing divine law. He promptly reminded Chen Gan, urging, "Hurry and accept it, and express your gratitude to the divine spirit." Guided by Chen Xianlin, Chen Gan clasped the radiant orb in his hands, and instinctively, a technique materialized in his mind. It was the Chun family's second-tier technique, a fire-based art known as Heartfire Fury. It was only then, amidst his lingering confusion, that Chen Gan comprehended the significance of the moment, his face alight with uncontainable joy. "I possess the talent for cultivation? The divine spirit has bestowed upon me a technique." Chen Gan immediately bowed in sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, Chen Xilao and Chen Huaigu, witnessing the divine bestowal upon Chen Gan, were taken aback and knelt beside him. However, Zhou Yi regarded their reverence with indifference, shifting his gaze to several other items. The 2 ropes, one white and one black, were crafted from a unique material with exquisite workmanship, exuding an air of ancient grandeur, indicative of garments belonging to a powerful faction. Yet, Zhou Yi discerned nothing particularly extraordinary about them. As for the blazing fire city destruction technique, it belonged to the same category as the Heartfire Fury he had granted Chen Gan, yet it was of inferior quality, reaching at most the 3rd-tier level. Finally, Zhou Yi's attention settled on a wooden plaque inscribed with intricate and peculiar designs. From this plaque, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. Chapter 14. The second practitioner among the items, aside from the crimson spirit stone bestowed upon Chen Gan for his cultivation. The other possessions were temporarily entrusted to the Chun family's warehouse, guarded by dedicated personnel. Although the Chun family of San Yin Island had fallen from grace, it still bore the weight of historical legacy. Unlike the chaotic mortal islands, the inhabitants of this island were literate, aware of propriety, integrity, and honor, adhering to clan regulations. The essential structures within the clan, such as the assembly hall, school, warehouse, and altar, were all present. Having acquired the method of cultivation, Chen Gan bid farewell to Chen Xianlin and the others, returning eagerly to his stone abode to delve into the intricacies of the cultivation technique. Seated cross-legged upon his stone bed, he envisioned the essence of Heartfire Fury. Fire technique, Heartfire Fury. Synopsis: this ancient method, its origins shrouded in mystery, initially requires the use of high-quality fire spirit stones, spiritual veins, and pure fire spirit essence to draw energy into the body, thus achieving the practice of qi. Once the qi is formed, one must infuse it with earthly and oceanic fire energies into the dantian to forge the foundation of immortality. Once the foundation stabilizes, by gathering one's own Heartfire or the karmic fire of sentient beings, there exists a slim chance to condense the Heartfire golden elixir, thereby attaining the golden elixir Dao. Typically disinterested in reading, Chen Gan often spent his days fishing and contending with those who came ashore. Yet now, he earnestly immersed himself in the study of the cultivation method. The profound nature of the Tao absorbed him so completely that he lost track of time. and 3 days slipped by unnoticed. During this period, he rarely ventured outside, subsisting on dried fish when hunger struck and gulping water to quench his thirst. Aware of Chen Ganner's fervent desire for cultivation, Chen Xianlin merely arranged for someone to check on him occasionally and provide sustenance, refraining from intruding. It was not until the 4th day that Chen Ganner finished a cursory reading of the entirety of Heartfire Fury. While the initial concepts of qi cultivation were comprehensible, the content became increasingly esoteric from the forging of the immortal foundation onward, leaving him bewildered. He had only grasped a general understanding. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling deeply, Chen Ganner paced a few steps within the room, easing the stiffness in his limbs. The first step in mastering Heartfire Fury was to draw spiritual energy into the body. The distinction between practitioners and mortals lay precisely in this process of drawing in spirit. The crux of this endeavor rested upon one's innate aptitude for cultivation. Without such talent, one would be incapable of drawing spirit into the body. Even if one forcibly attempted to draw in spiritual energy, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. For practitioners, this represented the first perilous threshold on the path of cultivation. At this juncture, Chen Ganner was devoid of guidance from experienced cultivators and lacked relevant knowledge. Thus, he remained oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Yet, true to his nature, even if fully aware of the risks, he would not waver. Gazing at the spirit stone in his hand, excitement gleamed in his eyes as he whispered, "Let us begin." With that, he gripped the spirit stone firmly, closed his eyes once more, and sat cross-legged, rhythmically reciting the qi drawing incantation. After a brief interval, the once cool spirit stone in his grasp began to radiate warmth, the temperature steadily rising. Before long, it became exceedingly hot, akin to holding a searing iron, leaving Chen Ganner with the sensation of clasping a glowing brand. However, Chen Ganner resolutely refused to let go, gripping the spirit stone even tighter in his hand. As his palm made contact with the stone, he distinctly felt a surge of scorching energy flowing slowly from the stone into his body. Following the guidance of the Heartfire Fury technique, he directed the seething spiritual energy to circulate within him, and soon his limbs and bones became exceedingly hot. Outside Chen Ganner's door, Chen Xianlin was inquiring about him from a member of the Chen family. The family member replied, "Report to the clan leader. Elder Ganner has not eaten for a day and a night." Those who brought food to Chen Ganner discovered that the offerings had remained untouched at his doorstep for an entire day, prompting them to seek out Chen Xianlin. Through the narrow gap of the window, Chen Xianlin could only vaguely see Chen Ganner sitting cross-legged on the bed, yet he could not ascertain his condition. For many years, the Sanyin Island had been devoid of practitioners, and the lineage of cultivation had been severed, leaving them to explore the path of cultivation in solitude. Even Chen Xuanlin's own practice, the soul call, deviated significantly from traditional cultivation, offering no guidance to Chen Ganner. At this moment, he dared not disturb him recklessly and could only wait quietly. Within Chen Ganner, his blood seemed to boil, and his body temperature soared alarmingly. Large beads of sweat emerged from his skin, only to evaporate instantly, forming a white mist that curled around his head. Zhou Yi, who had been observing Chen Ganner, felt a sense of tension. Should an elder perish due to the ritual of spirit offering, his status among the Chen family would undoubtedly diminish significantly. To Zhou Yi's eyes, Chen Ganner appeared as if encased in flames, with red light surging continuously around him. Meanwhile, Chen Ganner furrowed his brow, displaying a pained expression. Yet his grip on the spirit stone remained unyielding. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yi and the others on Sanyin Island, practitioners from other esteemed families would have fellow cultivators to safeguard them while drawing spirits into their bodies. Typically, they would only draw a trace of spiritual energy at first, gradually increasing the intake as their bodies adapted, a process that could take anywhere from 10 days to a month. Yet here was Chen Ganner, voraciously absorbing energy with reckless abandon. As the anxious observers kept vigil, another day passed. When the sun rose again on the following day, Chen Ganner finally opened his eyes. A flash of red spiritual light glimmered within them, and the white mist hovering above his head vanished. Stretching his limbs, he heard a series of satisfying cracks from his joints and felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him. He flexed his hand, discovering that the injury he had sustained was now completely healed, devoid of any pain. Chen Ganner opened the door that had been closed for 2 days, allowing sunlight to flood into the dim room. The sound of the door startled a family member who had been dozing at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Ganner awake, the individual's face lit up with joy. "Elder Ganner, please wait. The clan leader is next door. I shall fetch him immediately, as he has been deeply concerned about your condition." Before long, Chen Xianlin hurried over, having waited until sunset the previous day without any signs of Qin Ganer waking. He had chosen to stay in a nearby room rather than return to his own home. Upon encountering Qin Ganer, Qin Xianlin inquired, "How do you feel?" "Ganer? Is there any discomfort?" Qin Ganer responded with a radiant smile, his voice resounding, "I feel invigorated, though I am quite famished. Aside from that, I have no complaints." Promptly, Qin Xianlin instructed the clan members to bring forth sustenance. It is only natural to feel hunger after several days without food. As Qin Ganer eagerly devoured the dried fish, he mumbled, "I thought it was said that cultivators could go for extended periods without food. Why then do I feel such hunger?" Qin Xianlin chuckled. Having just embarked on the path of immortality, how could one immediately practice fasting? Take your time to eat. Observing Qin Ganer relish his meal, Qin Xianlin felt a sense of relief. The moment Qin Ganer opened his eyes, the golden pages in his mind stirred once more. Island Spirit Ritual System, Spirit Belief Range, Sandine Island, Spirit Belief Family, Qin Clan, Practitioners of the Belief Family. 2. Subordinate Islands of the Belief Family. 0. Strength Index Ranking of the Belief Island. 3. 165, 834. Note: should the index ranking reach the top 3,000,000, new rewards will be granted. Chapter 15. The Hints of the Sea of Death's Message Stone. Qin Ganer raised the spirit stone in his hand, now considerably dulled in color, and remarked, "Xianlin, this spirit stone is depleting far too quickly. I estimate that after a few more sessions of cultivation, it will be entirely consumed. We must devise a way to procure more spirit stones." Qin Xianlin understood the significance of spirit stones. The ability of the Qin family to produce more practitioners and the advancement of Qin Ganer's cultivation were both contingent upon these precious stones. Should the day arrive when his life essence was exhausted, even a practitioner from a nearby island could pose a catastrophic threat to the Qin family. Both men recognized the critical importance of spirit stones. However, despite the numerous landings at the Sandine Island, they had never discovered spirit stones on any of the islands they had visited. Qin Xianlin gazed at Qin Ganer with profound intensity from this point onward. The islands shrouded in the mist of Sandine Island are home to practitioners. Although the dangers are greater, there remains an opportunity to acquire spirit stones. In the past, when our Sandine Island was shrouded in silence and devoid of practitioners, we managed to survive. Now that the spirits have awakened and we have both become practitioners, we can no longer afford to be as cautious as before. This is the Qin family's final opportunity. Qin Ganer lifted his head, locking eyes with Qin Xianlin, both recognizing the resolute determination reflected in each other's gaze. In the days that followed, the residents of Sandine Island continued their industrious routines. Despite the island's scorching temperatures, the crops thrived under the influence of Zhou Yi's weather manipulation. The seeds sown on the mountain had sprouted into delicate seedlings, and one could frequently see members of the Qin clan traversing the hills, watering the plants and weeding. Each morning, before Zhou Yi's altar, numerous members of the Qin clan could be seen kneeling in reverence. On this particular morning, Qin Ganer also found himself before the altar, kneeling in devotion. The spirit stone, once vibrant red as blood, now bore only a faint hue of crimson. Although the fire element spirit stone was nearing depletion, Qin Ganer's physical constitution had improved immensely. His strength was immeasurably greater than before. It was said that while the tall Qin Ganer could once take on 2 or 3 ordinary individuals, he could now easily overpower a dozen with his enhanced capabilities. The power derived from cultivation deepened Qin Ganer's fascination with the path of cultivation. After paying homage to the ancestral spirit, Qin Ganer's gaze shifted to the towering stone monument beside him. He recalled the words of the clan elder, Qin Xiaoluo, stating that the Sea of Death's message stone could only be utilized by practitioners. Yet, Qin Xiaoluo himself remained uncertain of its specific purpose, leaving the exploration of its true function to the practitioners themselves. Having completed his worship, Qin Ganer now felt a strong curiosity towards the stone monument, initially intending to study it alongside Qin Xianlin. However, as he looked around the altar, he noticed that Qin Xianlin was absent. In recent days, he had been secluded in his quarters, encountering Qin Xianlin infrequently. He had heard from other clan members that Qin Xianlin had been rather elusive, often wandering alone along the coastline after paying his respects at the altar, leaving others to wonder about the intent behind his solitary excursions. Qin Ganer was inherently somewhat impetuous, and coupled with his boldness and curious disposition, he placed a hand upon the surface of the stone tablet, channeling the spiritual energy within him to his palm. As the energy reached his hand, the Wahai communication tablet suddenly emanated a strong suction force, swiftly drawing the spiritual energy from his palm. This force was relentless, even beginning to attract the spiritual energy from other parts of Qin Ganner's body towards his hand resting on the tablet. Startled, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it. After all the effort to gather a bit of spiritual energy, does this wretched tablet intend to drain me dry?" With a forceful tug, he managed to free his hand from the tablet, finally liberating himself from the suction. However, in that brief moment, a considerable amount of his spiritual energy had already been siphoned away, leaving his lips somewhat pale. Enraged, Qin Ganner began to curse once more. The Wanghai communication tablet, now imbued with the absorbed energy, began to ripple like the surface of water. Moments later, a flash of red light illuminated the slate, revealing several lines of crimson text against the black background. Location of the tablet: Sanyin Island. Number of practitioners: 2. Island strength index ranking: 3, 165, 834. The island to be contacted 10 days hence: Ting Quan Island. Number of practitioners on Ting Quan Island: 2. Island strength index ranking: 2, 969, 538. Qin Ganner was left momentarily bewildered. Was this truly the purpose of the Wanghai communication tablet? And what was the significance of this strength index ranking? He quickly summoned a nearby clan member who had been watching the spectacle to fetch Qin Xianlin. Before long, the clan member returned, leading Qin Xianlin, who was strolling along the shore. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xianlin displayed no sign of surprise. Observing his calm demeanor, Qin Ganner inquired, "Brother Xianlin, you seem remarkably composed. Have you encountered the information from this tablet before?" Qin Xianlin nodded, replying, "A few days ago, while you were cultivating, I examined this tablet." Qin Ganner pressed further. "Then what do these inscriptions signify? Do you possess any insights?" Turning his gaze towards the Wanghai communication tablet, Qin Xianlin articulated, "I believe it is quite literal. The next island we will contact is Ting Quan Island, which has the same number of practitioners as our Sanyin Island. As for the strength index ranking, I have not heard of it before, but it can be inferred that the island we are about to dock at possesses greater strength than our own. To what extent, however, remains uncertain." Qin Ganner muttered, "So, there are 2 practitioners on that island as well. We have 2 here. If it comes to it, we can just fight." "Who fears whom?" Qin Xianlin shot him a sidelong glance, cautioning, "But how do you ascertain the strength of the opposing island? You have yet to engage in combat with practitioners, unaware that their methods are peculiar and far from the typical skirmishes among mortals. Remember, do not act recklessly until you understand the opponent's true capabilities." Scratching his head, Qin Ganner replied, "Then, Brother Xianlin, what do you suggest we do?" Qin Xianlin, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "Before we reach the shore, I shall instruct you on your course of action. In the days to come, you must not only dedicate yourself to your cultivation but also familiarize yourself with the powers it bestows. You previously mentioned that the techniques granted by the Spirit Lord inherently include certain spells, should you manage to master even a fraction of them. I believe your combat prowess will experience a significant enhancement." Qin Ganner nodded in agreement. He held a profound respect and trust for Qin Xianlin, not solely due to his position as the clan leader, but also because Qin Xianlin had once been his teacher. Qin Ganner's ability to read and write was entirely attributed to Qin Xuanlin's guidance. From a young age, Qin Xianlin undertook the role of educator on the island, personally teaching every child to read and write, never neglecting their education even in times of poverty and hunger. Recently, after becoming a cultivator, he entrusted the teaching responsibilities to the stern Qin Huaigu. After concluding his conversation with Qin Ganner, Qin Xianlin turned once more toward the shoreline. As Qin Ganner observed Qin Xuanlin's retreating figure, he suddenly noticed that his elder brother seemed to have acquired even more white hairs since their last meeting. Chapter 16. The Shore and the Whisper of Springs. Just before the mist lifts on the sandy beach of Sanyin Island, Qin Xianlin and Qin Gandhi sat side by side. They gazed into the distance where the gray mist enveloped the horizon, contemplating the darkening sky as they discussed their plans for the morrow. Although several elders of their clan had deliberated over the matter of the impending landing in recent days, and Qin Xianlin had devised a strategy, he felt compelled to confer with Qin Gandhi once more. After a brief exchange, Qin Gandhi hesitantly inquired, "Brother Xianlin, do you truly believe that your plan to delay the opposing cultivators while allowing the undead to attack their island is feasible? If they uncover our intentions, we could be in peril. If necessary, we could confront the landing island directly. After all, there are 2 cultivators there, and you and I are cultivators as well. Moreover, my magical abilities have seen some advancement. In recent days, Chun Gandhi had learned of Chun Xuanlin's capability to summon the undead for battle. Yet he recognized that in terms of raw strength, Xianlin was somewhat strained. Xianlin shook his head and reassured him, "Do not worry. I am well aware of the stakes. Gandhi, you are now a pillar of our Qin clan. Your actions and words must be weighed with care. Do not act as recklessly as you have in the past. Should there come a day when I am no longer here, it will be your responsibility to lead the Qin clan forward. Therefore, think deeply about every matter." Qin Gandhi turned to Qin Xianlin and remarked, "Cultivation can lead to longevity. Brother Xianlin, you are destined to be the one who revives the Qin clan. We need you. How could you speak of such ominous possibilities?" With a sigh, Qin Xianlin replied, "Born into this strange realm, we are not among those great powers that occupy celestial islands. Mere survival consumes us, and the prospect of longevity feels exceedingly distant." He then shifted the conversation. "Gandhi, as a fellow cultivator, you are aware of the differences between us and ordinary mortals. Exercise utmost caution during this landing. It may well be the gravest crisis we have faced since our arrival here. After all, we are but fledgling practitioners, unfamiliar with the techniques of the island's cultivators." Chun Gandhi grasped a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers with a soft crunch. Contemplating the possibility that the opposing cultivators might perceive our island's weakness and decide to strike, Qin Xianlin responded, "Unless the malevolent spirits in the mist instigate them, no cultivator, let alone an ordinary person, would recklessly resort to slaughter without understanding the situation. Such islands would struggle to survive in the sea of the dead. There are typically two scenarios. Either each side remains at peace, refraining from disturbing one another during this landing, or someone ventures to the island to ascertain its condition. If tomorrow a cultivator arrives, we must lead them to the open area in the center of the village. I have already prayed to the spirit of sacrifice. It will assist us, and there, our lives will be secure." Furrowing his brow, Chun Gandhi questioned, "But how can we discern whether the person coming to Sanin is a cultivator?" Chun Xianlin chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Have you forgotten? I just mentioned that the spirit of sacrifice will aid us. It will help us determine if the individual who lands is indeed a cultivator." Realization dawned on Chun Gandhi, who then added, "Yet there remains the possibility that upon encountering me, they may perceive my fledgling cultivation as a weakness, thinking me an easy target and decide to act against me." Though Chingana is impulsive and disinclined to ponder, he is by no means a fool. Some possibilities may indeed occur to him. As soon as Chingana finished speaking, Chun Xianlin retrieved a luxurious black robe from his cloth bag and placed it before Chingana, softly stating, "Although we have only just embarked upon the path of cultivation, the Qin clan has known glory in the past and understands how to engage with the practitioners from the island. I have naturally contemplated the possibility you mentioned. Wear this robe tomorrow. Do not fear those who come to the island. If they regard you as an ordinary person, they will not dare to act rashly. If the opposing side chooses to retreat cautiously, it is for the best, allowing both islands to coexist peacefully. However, should they harbor hostile intentions, they will inevitably come after you." Chingana gazed at the black robe before him, astonishment etched upon his face. "As expected of Brother Xianlin, your foresight is indeed comprehensive. Yet, these are merely conjectures of ours. Will events truly unfold as we envision?" Qin Xianlin responded with another smile, assuring him, "There is no need for concern. I have everything under control. Even if we are mistaken in our assumptions, I possess means to cope. You must understand that our Chan clan not only seeks to survive in the wasteland sea, but also aims to revive its former glory, hence, we cannot afford to develop in tranquility." The robe Qin Xianlin handed to Chingana was the very same exquisite garment worn by the floating corpse in the sea. On that day, Qin Xianlin had perceived its extraordinary opulence, unlike anything possessed by ordinary islands, and thus chose to keep it. Chingana accepted the robe, responding with a smile, "I have always believed in your capabilities, Brother Xianlin." After imparting further instructions to Chingana, Qin Xianlin concluded, "That is all I have to say. I must also confer with the other clan elders, but tomorrow we shall primarily rely on each other." Having said this, Qin Xianlin rose to seek out Qin Huaigu and the other elders, reaffirming the plans for the following day. As the discussion drew to a close, Qin Huaigu still bore a look of hesitation. "I should not question the clan leader's strategy, yet is this course of action not overly perilous? Though I am old, I still wish to share some of the burden with you." Qin Xianlin replied softly, "The island to be approached this time is undoubtedly a place of cultivation, far more treacherous than previous landings. A moment of carelessness could spell disaster for our clan. If there exists a chance for salvation, it is better to take this gamble. Elder Huaigu, there is no need for self-recrimination. Since the Chun clan has practitioners, we can no longer respond to the island's approach as we did in the past. Chun Shogu sighed deeply, clasping his hands in a bow. I understand this principle. I shall defer to the clan leader's commands. However, I implore you to exercise caution in your dealings, for the lives of the entire clan rest upon your shoulders. As the moonlight descended, the governing forces of the wasteland sea and the gray mist were set into motion. The oppressive gray fog surrounding the Three-Een Island gradually receded, leaving an expanse above the wasteland sea more vast than ever before. A resounding boom echoed once more from the Three-Een Island, a sound that signified the beginning of the coastline's confluence with two unfamiliar islands. The inhabitants of Three-Een Island could distinctly feel that this time. The thunderous noise was louder than during previous landings, suggesting that the coastline connecting the two islands was longer than ever before. Since the last near encounter with that fishy presence, Zhou-Yi has become increasingly cautious. He disregards the scene of mist dissipating upon arrival at the island, diligently sealing his consciousness within the stone sphere. He even carefully restricts his unique spirit vision, ensuring it does not extend beyond the bounds of Chun family village, refraining from indiscriminate gazing. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the night gradually recedes. On the following morning, an island, several times larger than San'in Island, looms prominently to the east. In the memories of the remaining residents of San'in Island, there have been numerous occasions when the mist has settled, yet none have seen an island of such vast expanse. Even from within Chun family village, one can discern towering mountains upon the newly arrived island. These mountains host numerous exquisite courtyards, and between them, fertile fields and trees can be glimpsed, painting a picture of abundance and prosperity. In stark contrast, San'in Island is merely crowned by a small hill, which is adorned with only a few modest saplings and some newly sprouted crops barely a foot tall. The environmental disparity between the two islands is striking. The Chun clansmen, observing this new arrival, feel a sense of unease, recalling the arrangements made by the clan elders just days prior. Their experiences have taught them that the larger the island that arrives, the richer its resources, and thus, the greater the potential threat it poses to San'in Island. Historically, the shores of arriving islands have been teeming with armed islanders. Yet today, after the arrival, the coastline is utterly devoid of human presence. Not only is there no sign of life on the opposite shore, but even on San'in Island, due to Chen Xuanlin's directives a few days ago, not a single Chen clansman is in sight. On the nearby Tinkwan Island, in a spacious courtyard, an elderly man clad in a purple brocade robe converses with a young man bearing a long scar across his face. The young man gazes towards San'in Island, his eyes glinting with malice as he speaks. Clan father, I observe that the newly arrived island appears barren and lacking formidable threats. I wish to take some men and capture a few lowly slaves. The elderly man snorts derisively, admonishing, in the desolate sea, where can one find a truly weak island? If an island were genuinely incapable of defense, would we ever approach it? Is not the lesson of the past sufficient? Do you not recall how your father met his demise? Had I not tapped into our resources, Tinkwan Island would have been nearly destroyed by that obstinate merchant island. Remember, acting recklessly without understanding the situation is tantamount to courting death, a truth well known across the desolate sea. Though your cultivation talent is commendable, your experience in handling such matters is lacking. As I have accepted you as my successor, I shall impart these lessons to you. Upon hearing this, the scarred young man lowers his head, concealing his features from the robed elder, and merely clasps his fists in respect, saying, Your teachings are wise, clan father. I only feel that the last encounter resulted in significant losses among our clan servants, and I am merely eager to protect our island and expand our ranks with some slaves and breeding servants. The brocade-clad elder casts a cold glance at the young man, stating, The method of replenishing servants should be used sparingly, as it easily attracts other sinister entities. Furthermore, one must not judge by appearances. Even the most impoverished islands can give rise to great practitioners. It is said that on the island of Chinji, home to tens of thousands of islanders, the island master began his cultivation with merely a few hundred inhabitants, yet in just over a century, it flourished immensely. The elderly man in the brocade robe then coldly remarked, However, should the island we approach lack strength, it may provide an opportunity to acquire additional servants. The young man, stroking his beard softly, replied, With our clan patriarch's cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement, even if there are practitioners on the opposite side, they would not stand a chance against him. The brocade-robed elder paid no heed to the young man's flattery, maintaining his composure as he stated, The time is nigh. You shall disguise yourself as a servant and accompany me onto the island. Conceal your cultivation and first locate the practitioners there. After discerning the truth of their strength, we shall then take action." The fierce young man bowed his head in agreement. Thus, the brocade-robed elder, with his hands behind his back, led the young man and 3 other servants, a party of 5, towards the island of San with an air of tranquility. Arriving at the shoreline where the 2 islands met, he noticed the absence of any sentinels on the opposite side, which did not strike him as odd. Without turning back, he inquired, "Meower, do you know why there is no one guarding the opposite shore?" The young man, dressed in coarse garments and adopting a servant's demeanor, slightly bent at the waist, replied, "As the clan patriarch has taught, to practitioners, even a multitude of mortals possesses limited combat strength. The gap between the celestial and the mundane is as vast as the heavens. If mortals were to guard the shore, any conflict would merely result in needless casualties. Only islands inhabited by mortals would station guards, while islands with practitioners would send spies instead. Should we encounter an island with mortal guards, it is likely that the practitioners there are not particularly formidable. Their reliance on mortals suggests a fear of battle. Thus, such islands can be pillaged directly." The brocade-robed elder nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, your insight is commendable. Although you are merely at the 2nd level of chi refinement, there is still the potential for you to surpass me. Your future is boundless." The young man bowed even lower, hastily replying, "I dare not presume, for I am acutely aware of my limited talents and would never compare myself to the clan patriarch." As their conversation unfolded, they had already crossed the shoreline and entered the domain of Sanning Island. At that moment, Chen Lin, kneeling before the spirit altar, rose and addressed a waiting clansman. "Go inform Elder Gonair that the spirits have conveyed that the practitioners have fully landed on the island." The leading figure is the brocade-robed elder alongside a scarred man. Once the clansman took his leave, Chen Xianlin proceeded towards a nearby dwelling, invoking the incantation for summoning his life spirit as he walked. Chapter 17. The anomalous 3-Een Island. As the group from Listening Spring Island ambled along, they surveyed the surroundings of 3-Een Island, entirely devoid of the tension one might expect in an unfamiliar territory. To their eyes, although the mountainous landscape bore crops, it appeared as if they had been recently sown, while the coastline harbored only a few dilapidated wooden boats. In the nearby village, the dwellings were predominantly constructed from stone, reflecting a certain rustic simplicity. This suggested a scarcity of food and resources on the island, indicating a limited population. Despite the orderly appearance of the farmlands and homes, this environment did not exude the essence of cultivators. A young man, bearing scars upon his visage, spoke in a low tone, "Elder, this island is barren and resembles a mundane realm devoid of practitioners. Even if there are cultivators, they are likely not formidable. Should we not send our island servants to eliminate them directly?" The elder clad in a brocade robe frowned, retorting, "Why the haste? Let us observe further. Some seemingly humble islands may harbor powerful practitioners. We have only just arrived, and we have yet to encounter any cultivators. To jump to conclusions now reflects your lack of experience." The young man hastily replied, "Indeed, it is my oversight." As their conversation unfolded, they spotted a child frolicking with a black dog ahead, oblivious to the presence of the strangers. The elder's expression softened, and he beckoned to the child, "Young friend, come here for a moment." The child, who was none other than Xinxingye, approached without a hint of trepidation, inquiring, "What do you need, sir?" The elder, with a warm smile, asked, "Do you know who I am? Why do you not seem surprised to see me?" Xinxingye responded matter-of-factly, "There are often outsiders on the island. Having seen them frequently, it is only natural that I am not astonished." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, outsiders frequently visit the island? Do you often see them?" Xinxingye sighed, "Not particularly, as I am burdened with studies. Recently, our school has changed teachers, and they are stricter. A moment's carelessness while studying could result in punishment." At this, Xinxingye emitted a long sigh, his youthful countenance revealing a hint of despondency. Without waiting for the elder's response, he exclaimed, "Come on, Xiaohong, we must return home to recite scriptures and memorize our texts." He then resumed his forward pace, disregarding the group behind him. As Chun Xingye prepared to depart, the scar-faced youth's eyes glinted with malice, eager to seize the child for further questioning. Yet he was halted by the elder's gaze. The elder merely whispered, "Meower, what are your thoughts?" The scar-faced youth pondered for a moment before replying, "I cannot discern whether the boy speaks the truth. However, it is quite unusual for such a barren island to possess a school. Moreover, I noticed islanders fishing nearby, seemingly unguarded against us. This island is indeed peculiar. For even I began my studies only after being recognized for my potential as a cultivator. It is not only rare for literate individuals to exist on Listening Spring Island, but across other islands as well, for those struggling to fill their bellies. Education is an extravagance. Only islands with a rich heritage establish schools. The elder in the embroidered robe maintained a serene demeanor as he gazed at the tranquil village in the distance. Speaking in a flat tone, it is no surprise to arrive at any island. However, whether this island is merely playing tricks can be discerned with ease. If they think they can deceive us so easily, they underestimate us gravely. With that, the group strode purposefully towards Chun family village. Chun Xingye ran far away, and only after he could no longer see the others did he turn to the small black creature beside him, grinning. "How was my performance, Xiaohei?" The small creature responded enthusiastically with a couple of barks. The elder in the embroidered robe, accompanied by several attendants, entered Chun family village directly. Their piercing gazes swept across the village. Within the heart of the village, they could perceive its uniqueness. Despite its impoverished surroundings, the houses stood erect, and the pathways were tidy. The elder in the embroidered robe was somewhat taken aback to find that many residents of Chun family village passed by without acknowledging their presence. Whether weaving nets or engaging in casual conversation, it was as if the newcomers did not exist at all. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the village. The elder's expression remained as inscrutable as a deep well, and he coldly remarked, "I have arrived. When will the practitioners of this island come forth to meet me?" As his words fell, a faint pressure emanating from the elder, characteristic of a cultivator, began to spread. The scar-faced youth stepped forward, stating, "Clan Father, this island indulges in deceit. We have encountered countless islands before. What sort of island have we not seen? Should we not capture a resident to inquire?" The elder did not respond verbally, but merely nodded slightly. His visit to the island was solely to observe the practitioners residing there and gauge their abilities. Should their prowess fall short of his own, he would bring his forces to annihilate them. Conversely, if their skills matched his, he would withdraw. In essence, it was a matter of fight if victorious, retreat if not. Such actions were common in the Wailing Sea and aligned with the customary conduct of Listening Spring Island. However, the prolonged absence of any practitioners from this island began to irritate the elder. He even unleashed his aura to lure the island's cultivators forth. Yet, even as they reached this point, no practitioners emerged, gradually wearing down his patience. One of his attendants approached an elder who was busy weaving nets beneath an eave. Seizing the old man by the collar and dragging him before the elder in the embroidered robe with a fierce demeanor. The servant barked, "Where is the person in charge of this island? Bring him forth, or I shall execute you." He brandished a gleaming blade, resting it against the elder's neck. The old man appeared taken aback by this scene, stammering and struggling to articulate a coherent response. The servant, having visited numerous islands and engaged in conflicts with practitioners, looked down upon such a destitute place as Three Island. With the elder in the embroidered robe's nod of approval, the servant's confidence surged. The blade glimmered ominously as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from a distance, "Impudent! Who dares to act recklessly in our territory?" As one gazed upon Listening Spring Island, a figure draped in a black robe approached from the distance. This man, tall and imposing, possessed striking features. His star-like brows and sword-like eyes were accentuated by a luxurious black robe. The garment was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate golden embroidery depicting ferocious beasts on the front, while the edges were elegantly cinched with silver threads, bestowing upon him an air of opulence. In comparison, the attire of the elderly man in the brocade robe seemed rather splendid, yet paled in comparison to the grandeur of this newcomer, akin to mere rags. The man was none other than Shinganer. Initially, when he first donned this black robe, he felt a twinge of unease, suspecting it to be a remnant of the corpses from the Wanhai, a harbinger of ill fortune. However, upon wearing it, he discovered that the garment suited him remarkably well. As the saying goes, one is judged by their attire, and in this instance, Chunganer's demeanor was instantly elevated. Increasingly, he found himself enamored with this splendid garment. The elderly man in the brocade robe exchanged glances with several attendants, and even the servant who had seized hold of the elder unconsciously loosened his grip. Chunganer raised his chin and strode forward with the confidence of a dragon and the grace of a tiger. Upon their meeting, he demanded, "Who are you to trespass upon the sacred grounds of my celestial clan, and to threaten my kin? What audacity!" A smile adorned the elder's face as he clasped his hands in greeting. "I presume you are the master of this island. May I inquire your name?" "I am Lu Shishing, the master of this island where we have made landfall. The meeting of our islands is a fortuitous occasion. and I have come to pay my respects and engage in a conversation over tea." Chen Goner cast a dismissive glance, choosing to disregard the elder's words, and retorted arrogantly, "Island master or not, I have no interest in tea. I prefer the thrill of combat. You ought to leave at once. This is not a place for you." Though Chen Goner's words lacked courtesy, they were not out of place among the denizens of the Wanhai, for to intrude upon the island uninvited implied an intent of aggression. The elderly man, skilled in a unique form of cultivation that allowed him to perceive the general capabilities of nearby practitioners, had already discerned Chen Goner's level of cultivation upon his arrival. In the elder's eyes, Chen Goner was feeble, barely reaching the first layer of qi refinement. Akin to a novice embarking on the path of cultivation, a practitioner of such limited prowess was hardly a challenge. And had it not been for the extraordinary elegance of his attire, which seemed out of place on this island, he would have acted without hesitation. Despite Chen Goner's disrespectful words, the elder remained unperturbed, maintaining his smile as he replied, "Our island is a trading island. I come not for conflict, but for commerce. Our island is abundant in fruits and vegetables, and I wish to propose a trade." Chapter 18. The wolf approaches the cage. Chen Goner cast a sideways glance, displaying a keen interest as he remarked, "Fruits and vegetables? Quite commendable indeed. They would serve as a fine offering for my elder brother. However, my island lacks unique specialties. I wonder what your esteemed island requires." Upon hearing Chen Goner mention his elder brother, the elderly man in the brocade robe revealed a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he sighed, "Alas, my cultivation method is rather peculiar. I must observe the myriad forms of humanity and absorb their vitality to enhance my prowess. Therefore, I merely require the island master to guide me through your village at leisure. In return, I shall certainly present you with some fruits and vegetables." The elderly man spoke with earnestness, exuding an air of sincerity. Chen Goner let out a cold snort, retorting, "Your cultivation method is indeed extraordinary. It requires not spirit stones, but merely human vitality. Such an unusual technique has truly opened my eyes. However, you truly take me for a fool, do you? For a mere handful of fruits and vegetables, you expect to roam freely into the heart of my island, disregarding the safety of my kin." Naturally, Chen Goner held no belief in the old man's words. After being rebuffed, the brocade-clad elder hastily waved his hand, speaking with genuine earnestness, "On my island. I am the sole practitioner at the second level of qi cultivation. I am no match for your esteemed island. If you perceive my companions as a threat, I shall bring but one servant. The others shall retreat at my command." Chen Goner, growing increasingly impatient with the old man's nonsensical chatter, raised his voice, "Old fool. Are you losing your sense of propriety? Do you truly think me simple-minded? Were it not for my elder brother's admonition against acting recklessly, I would have dealt with you already." Despite being disrespected multiple times by Chen Goner, the elder's expression remained devoid of anger. Instead, he smiled and produced a pale red stone from his bosom, stating, "What if I were to present this item to you?" Instantly, the irritation on Chen Goner's face dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "A spirit stone, and one of fire attribute at that. You possess a spirit stone." The moment Chen Goner laid eyes on the spirit stone, a subtle shift occurred in his demeanor. The brocade-clad elder maintained his smile, nodding affirmatively. "What I have spoken is indeed true. The spirit stone holds no value for me. The unique vitality of your island is what I seek to embrace." The elder, known as Lu Shishing, exuded confidence and composure, as if he were certain that Chen Goner would acquiesce. As anticipated, a smile emerged on Chen Goner's face, his tone softening. "Ah, my elder brother speaks wisely. Receiving guests is akin to embracing fate. The spirit stone is of little consequence. If you wish to explore, I shall gladly accompany you." Lu Shishing then chuckled lightly, "I am grateful, island master. Once I have completed my exploration of your esteemed island, this spirit stone shall belong entirely to you." Chen Goner laughed heartily. "Well said, well said. Please, my elder brother." Subsequently, Lu Shishing did as he promised, dismissing the other servants and retaining only the scar-faced youth as his attendant. However, as Lu Shishing sent away the servants, he discreetly made an inconspicuous gesture with the hand concealed behind his back. The scar-faced youth trailing behind Lu Shishing, naturally, caught sight of that obscure signal, his gaze sharpening with subtle intensity. This gesture signifies that the island holds value for plunder, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The scar-faced youth was also aware that the recently repatriated servants dispatched by Lu Shishing were preparing to gather manpower on Listening Spring Island. Once ready, Upon receiving the command, a multitude of servants would descend upon this island. Subsequently, the two conspirators walked side by side along the village path of Chun family village. Qin Ganair did not question how a practitioner, claiming to be merely at the second level of qi refinement, could casually produce such precious items as spirit stones. Lu Shixing appeared completely unguarded, not inquiring whether there were other practitioners on this island. And he followed Qin Ganair into the depths of Qin family village with a smile. The two seemed as if they had long been acquainted, their conversation flowing harmoniously. However, as they turned their heads away, in the fleeting moment devoid of eye contact, a sinister glint flickered in their eyes. Lu Shixing and Qin Ganair chatted as they walked. Lu Shixing casually inquired, "Your island is orderly, the islanders are at peace, and the island master possesses remarkable distinction. Could it be that your island is a subsidiary of a larger one? Each arrival at the Wasteland Sea is fraught with uncertainty. Certain populous islands, to prevent the extinction of their bloodlines, might control impoverished smaller islands through marriage and other means, thereby preserving their lineage. These islands, which retain the bloodlines of prominent families, are referred to as subsidiary islands. Due to the blessings of powerful legacies, these subsidiary islands are typically far more formidable than ordinary ones. In the old man's understanding, Sandine Island fit the characteristics of a subsidiary island well, with impoverished islanders but many valuable items in the possession of practitioners. Of course, Qin Ganair was oblivious to this. Taken aback by the unexpected query, he merely shrugged it off, stating, "What subsidiary or parent islands? I know not." Upon hearing this, the smile of Lu Shixing, slightly lifted at the corners, grew increasingly sincere. As the three meandered, they arrived at the heart of Chun family village, where the stone spirit altar and the Wasteland Sea communication monument were located. This place was of utmost significance to the Chun clan, seldom visited by outsiders. A few scattered members of the Chun clan lingered nearby, having been briefed by several clan elders days prior. They did not express surprise upon seeing Qin Ganair accompanied by an outsider, merely observing the trio in silence. Upon reaching this location, Lu Shixing's gaze was immediately drawn to the conspicuous stone altar and the towering monument at the center of the clearing. He swiftly dismissed the stone altar from his consideration, for he could not fathom that a force as meager as this impoverished island would possess a spirit altar. He merely regarded it as a shrine used by villagers for daily offerings, a common sight across the islands of the Wasteland Sea. However, when his eyes fell upon the nearby communication monument, Lu Shixing paused, sensing a flicker of familiarity, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. He did not linger excessively on the monument. As he passed through the village, he had formed a preliminary assessment of the place. The villagers exhibited peculiar attitudes. Yet there were few able-bodied individuals, rendering them weak in combat. Were it not for his encounter with that composed child upon his arrival on the island, he would have remained unaware that this island held a cultural legacy. Once again, I encountered the surprisingly audacious young man cloaked in black, whose cultivation level barely reached the first layer of qi refinement. He had already taken action. This island possessed certain peculiarities, yet the elderly man in a brocade robe, having observed the surroundings, found his resolve to plunder only strengthened. The sole practitioner in sight was this very black-clad individual. After assessing the three-in island, a brazen smile gradually spread across the old man's face, and he slowly clasped his hands behind his back, addressing Qin Ganair. "Earlier, the island master mentioned a brother. Might I request an introduction?" Qin Ganair raised his chin and glanced at the brocade-robed elder. "Old man, aren't you the one seeking some sort of popularity? Why do you now meander in your speech?" The elder's expression darkened, and beside him, the fierce young man began to emanate a faint black glow from his hands. Just as Lu Shixing, the brocade-robed elder, felt the moment was ripe to act, a gentle voice rang out. "Ganair, we must not neglect the distinguished guests arriving at our shores." A middle-aged man clad in white approached leisurely from a distance. It was none other than Qin Xianlin, now adorned in a white robe from the storage gourd of floating corpses. This white robe, bordered with silver threads and embellished with golden patterns of mythical beasts, alongside a red gourd hanging at his waist, exuded an air of exceptional distinction. Qin Xuanlin's hair was neatly tied up, and his demeanor, shaped by years as a clan leader and educator, carried an inherent authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. Upon seeing Qin Xuanlin's arrival, Qin Ganair couldn't help but smile. However, as Qin Xianlin drew nearer, Qin Ganair was taken aback to discover that the man appeared significantly aged since their morning encounter. Fine lines of wrinkles had etched themselves around his eyes, reminiscent of waves surging in the desolate sea, dancing with the wind. The smile once gracing Chun Air's face faded, replaced by a somber expression. Chapter 19. The hidden dagger. Lu Shishing squinted, his intent to strike momentarily halted. To his astonishment, he realized he could not discern the true cultivation level of the individual before him. While observing the man in the black robe, he could easily sense his meager aura, barely at the first level of chi refinement, which posed no threat. However, when he turned his gaze to the man in white, it was akin to peering into an abyss. He could not perceive any trace of his cultivation. In the past, Lu Shishing had boldly approached the island, bolstered by the confidence that his unique techniques allowed him to gauge the strength of other practitioners, thus enabling him to navigate situations with ease. Yet, he found himself in uncharted territory now. He noted the profound respect the black-robed man showed toward the man in white, who must surely be the elder brother he referred to. The arrogant smile on Lu Shishing's face vanished, replaced by an amiable demeanor. Could this brother also be the lord of the island? He was surprised that such a humble isle could produce two remarkable figures. Chun Xianlin responded with a smile, saying, "There is no lord of the island here. We are merely blood relatives." As he spoke, Chun Xianlin clapped his hand against the gourd at his waist, and an exquisite tea set materialized on the ground before them. The nearby clansmen promptly brought over chairs and poured hot tea for the guests. Chun Air cast a glance at the tea set, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He thought to himself that this antiquated set, gathering dust in the storeroom for countless years, had been unearthed solely to impress these visitors. While Chun Air and Chun Xianlin maintained their composure, Lu Shishing was engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The gourd at the waist of the man in white was, in fact, a storage gourd. Lu Shishing could not help but steal another glance at Chun Xianlin's waist. The existence of a storage gourd on such a humble isle filled him with excitement. Following the initial shock, insatiable greed began to surge within him. At that moment, he was certain that this island was a subsidiary of a powerful faction, and that the attire and storage gourd of these two men had been transported from their original mother island. Although he had yet to ascertain the true cultivation level of the white-robed man, the mere value of the storage gourd was enough to compel him to take a risk, especially since he still had a trump card up his sleeve. This card was derived from an unusual source, acquired during a perilous encounter on a polluted island, which had repeatedly saved him from dire straits and instilled him with the courage to boldly set foot on this isle. Moreover, he was convinced that the treasures hidden on this island were surely not limited to just this storage gourd. The island was undoubtedly worth the risk of a daring gamble. As greed surged within him, Lu Shishing's vigilance remained unwavering. An island capable of producing a storage gourd likely harbored other hidden resources. He felt it imperative to further investigate the true nature of these two individuals before making any move. While Lu Shishing's thoughts raced, Chun Xianlin extended his hand and remarked, "A humble tea, lacking in extravagance, is offered as a token of respect. Please indulge." As Lu Shishing contemplated, he smiled and replied while taking a seat, "I did not expect that the esteemed lords of the island have such a taste for tea. This is quite rare among most islands." Determined to act, Lu Shishing devised a subtle signal for the scarred youth under the pretense of enjoying the tea. He picked up the cup of tea and took a tentative sip, only to find it unbearably bitter, nearly causing him to spit it out. However, fearing that such a display might alert Chun and Lu Shishing, he forced himself to swallow the acrid liquid, his face inevitably contorting into a frown. Noticing Lu Shishing's somewhat peculiar expression, Chun Xianlin recalled that this tea was likely inferior leaves that had languished in the warehouse for countless years, rendering it undrinkable. As Chun Xianlin lifted the teacup to drink, he set it down again, casually remarking, "I observe that your island is lush and bountiful, rich in fruits. Might I trouble you to share some with me? The people of my island have not tasted such delights in many years." Lu Shishing, eager to buy some time to probe into the truth of matters, was pleased to engage in light conversation with Chun Xianlin. He replied, "Of course, I shall instruct my servant to bring some shortly. Alas, our island, lacking foundation and heritage, cannot compare to the continuous cultural legacy of your esteemed isle." Lu Shishing's words subtly hinted at the notion that Sandine Island was a subordinate realm of a formidable power. Chun Xianlin, naturally, did not respond explicitly, merely shaking his head and saying, "Our island is barren and impoverished, certainly not as comfortable as yours." Lu Shishing laughed heartily and continued, "Not at all. Your island's depth is beyond what mine can boast. I am not intentionally prying into your island's affairs. Rather, I am genuinely curious if the others on your island are all servants of the two island masters." Chun Xianlin spoke in a gentle tone, appearing harmless, and replied, "As I mentioned before, All here are kin. There are no distinctions of servitude. In fact, just yesterday, I was toiling on the mountain. Although each party harbored their own suspicions, their conversation was laced with veiled inquiries, a mixture of sincerity and deceit. Qin Xuanlin's assertion was met with skepticism by Lu Shixing, who shook his head and scoffed. If there were no master on this island with the power to dictate life and death, it would inevitably fall to ruin with repeated incursions. Perhaps it would not even require an invasion for the island to decay from internal strife over power. Just like my island, while the inhabitants may share blood ties, aside from myself, they are all but servants. No one dares to oppose me. They all fear me. Their lives and deaths resting in my hands. Only then can our island unite against external threats. It is far more advantageous for one to cultivate alone than for one to drag the entire populace along. As Lu Shixing articulated these thoughts, the scarred young man, who had remained silent thus far, could not suppress a tremor across his skin, pulling at the scar on his face. He then slightly turned his head, ensuring Lu Shixing could not perceive his unease. Lu Shixing's perspective naturally clashed with the deeply ingrained familial values of Sanyin Island, which both Qin Xianlin and Qin Gan did not endorse. Qin Xianlin replied calmly, "Such an approach will only accumulate grievances, destined to erupt one day." Lu Shixing stroked his beard with a sense of pride, asserting, grievances can be redirected outward during each incursion. If the servants are made to believe that only by plundering the neighboring island will they enjoy a better life, they will fight for me without hesitation, harboring no hatred, but rather increasing their reverence. Qin Ganer suddenly spoke. "Old Lu, did you not claim that you hail from the merchant island? Could it be that even the commercial enclave would resort to plundering the landing island?" Lu Shixing's expression faltered momentarily, and he chuckled awkwardly, in the sea of desolation. "Certain unfortunate events are inevitable. There exists no pure merchant island above the waves." Qin Ganer declared with a resonant voice, "Do you harbor intentions of raiding our island?" Lu Shixing replied with a gentle tone, "I feel an immediate camaraderie with both of you. Such thoughts are far from my mind. Our meeting here is a bond, and I too wish to cultivate friendships with like-minded souls." Just then, the distant sound of drums echoed, their deep resonance cutting through the air, unmistakably clear to all present. This was the signal from the servants of Listening Spring Island, indicating their readiness for an assault. As the drumbeats reverberated, the scar-faced youth, who had received Lu Shixing's covert cue, abruptly sprang into action, a surge of dark energy coiling around his hand as he struck towards Qin Ganer. Simultaneously, Lu Shixing unleashed a stream of black light aimed directly at Qin Xuanlin's face. At that very moment, the duo from Listening Spring Island initiated a surprise attack on the two Qins. However, Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganer were well prepared. Qin Ganer, undeterred, exhaled a torrent of fiery spiritual energy, which instantaneously transformed into a blazing inferno. The sudden eruption of flames took the scar-faced youth by surprise, prompting him to withdraw his dark energy and shield his face, retreating to the side. Qin Xianlin, targeted by Lu Shixing's assault, was enveloped in swirling black smoke that carried him safely aside, effortlessly evading the oncoming dark projectile. The black light that missed him fell to the ground, morphing into several drops of black liquid that hissed ominously. Neither Lu Shixing nor the scar-faced youth were astonished by their failure, as they were aware that their opponents had been on guard. Lu Shixing let out a cold chuckle, as expected of a subsidiary island of the Great Island. "You possess some skill. Nonetheless, today I shall claim your garments, your storage gourd, and the inhabitants of this island as my own." With that, Lu Shixing flicked his fingers, sending a beam of black light soaring skyward, strikingly noticeable even in the daylight. Chapter 20. The initial battle of Chungan ere Lu Shixing was signaling the servants of Sanyin Island, having previously instructed them to attack upon seeing the signal. At this moment, Lu Shixing's imposing aura erupted with the force of his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, sweeping over the village's central square. Upon witnessing Lu Shixing's sudden aggression, Qin Xianlin furrowed his brow slightly and stepped forward with a light tread. A dark aura of soul energy enveloped him, wrapping around his white-robed figure, endowing him with a formidable presence that stood in stark contrast to Lu Shixing. However, only Qin Xianlin was aware that despite his intimidating appearance, his actual combat power was inferior to that of Qin Ganer, who had cultivated the Heartfire Fury. The true strength of the soul summoning technique lay in its ability to call upon the spirits of the deceased for assistance. While the soul energy summon provided a decent defense, its offensive capabilities were significantly lacking. Moreover, this method consumed one's lifespan rather than spiritual energy. The longer the soul summoning was maintained, the more life force was expended. Unbeknownst to Lu Shixing, he observed Qin Xuanlin's formidable aura with a hint of trepidation on his face. Lu Shixing was uncertain of Chun Xuanlin's level of cultivation or the techniques he practiced. To be cautious, he instructed the scar-faced youth without turning his head, quickly eliminate that loquacious black-robed man, then join me in confronting this white-robed individual. Lu Shixing believed that the scar-faced youth would swiftly dispatch Qin Ganair, who had yet to reach even the first level of qi refinement, and then come to his aid. After all, the scar-faced youth possessed commendable talent, having already reached the second level of qi refinement. Coupled with rich combat experience, dealing with the black-robed man should be effortless. Furthermore, Qin Ganair appeared somewhat pale, suggesting a significant depletion of spiritual energy, rendering him seemingly insignificant. In light of the current situation, it appeared that the two on Tinquan Island held the upper hand. However, Qin Shenlin had his own plans to stall for time. Lu Shixing had lured them into the village under the pretext of testing whether Sanyin Island could be plundered. Qin Ganair, too, had played into this scheme, leading them to this location as part of Qin Xuanlin's strategy. With a booming voice, Qin Shenlin declared, "O spirits of the Qin clan on our island, Sanyin is in peril. We beseech your assistance." As his voice echoed, a beam of white light emanated from the stone spirit. This light split into two in midair, descending beside both Qin Shenlin and Qin Ganair. Two golden halos, each approximately 6 feet in diameter, rose around them. This technique, known as the Faith Ring, was one of the innate skills of the stone spirit. Although the ring possessed no offensive power, its defensive capabilities were formidable, serving as a powerful barrier. Moreover, it only consumed the faith power of the surrounding area, sparing the spiritual energy of the believers. This halo was the response from Zhou, who had been observing for quite some time. A few days prior, when Qin Shenlin prayed before the spirit stone, seeking aid, Zhou had manipulated the communication steel of the spirit of the dead to convey a message through written words. Currently, Zhou existed merely as a specter of consciousness, unable to speak or directly communicate with the Chun clan members, and at that moment, was uncertain how to respond to Qin Shenlin. Fortunately, he discovered that he could communicate with others by controlling the message stone of the lost sea to reveal text. After that communication, Qin Shenlin became increasingly convinced that the appearance of this message stone was undoubtedly related to his family's spiritual essence. With the awakening of this spiritual essence, its mystery deepened, prompting Qin Shenlin to adopt an ever more respectful attitude towards it. However, the power of faith possessed by the Monday was too meager. This method could only be employed in proximity to the stone spirit. Thus, the scene unfolded where Qin Ganair summoned practitioners to this locale. At this moment, Qin Shenlin was enveloped in soul light, surrounded by a golden aura, presenting a formidable appearance. He extended his hand in a sword-like gesture towards Lu Shixing, asserting with great vigor, "Do you think I summoned you here for no reason? It seems that both of you shall not escape today." Upon hearing this, Lu Shixing, though momentarily perplexed, remained unflustered. He had just signaled to the servants of Listening Spring Island, and it would not be long before those servants, well prepared, would arrive. Moreover, his true confidence in boarding the island lay in a hidden trump card he had long concealed. With that in hand, he believed these two on the island could never retain him. Contemplating this, Lu Shixing cast a cold smile at the two Qins, secretly pondering how they would react when he threatened them with the island's inhabitants, whom they seemed to care for. While mortals could not completely interfere with the practitioner's battle, should the servants of Listening Spring Island begin to slaughter the island's denizens, it was certain that these two would panic and reveal vulnerabilities, thus providing him the opportunity to deal with them. Lu Shixing understood that for now, he simply needed to stall these two. Meanwhile, Qin Ganair, having just engaged in combat with a practitioner for the first time without falling behind, felt his fighting spirit surge with the protection of the stone spirit. Over the past few days, he had diligently studied several techniques recorded in the Heartfire Rage. Yet these techniques were either esoteric and difficult to comprehend or consumed an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Even the fire techniques, which were not strictly classified as such, required considerable energy expenditure. Now, Qin Ganair dared not use fiery attacks again and instead closed in for close combat with the scar-faced youth. His hands flushed crimson as he swung a fist towards the scar-faced youth, the force of his blow howling through the air, aimed directly at the youth's face with tremendous power. The scar-faced youth, however, summoned a dark glow in his hands with a slight motion of his left hand. He deflected the punch's force, while his right hand shot forward towards Qin Ganair's abdomen. Although Qin Ganair had never fought a practitioner before, years of battling with the mortals of the island had endowed him with ample combat experience. Faced with the scar-faced youth's cunning attack, he advanced rather than retreated, his empty left hand forming a claw as he reached for the youth's face. A pair of dull thuds resonated as the two figures instantly separated. The scar-faced youth's punch struck Chingon Air's protective golden light, leaving him seemingly unscathed, while a thin trail of blood marked the scar-faced youth's face where Chingon Air had clawed him, with the transformation into a practitioner. The disparity in strength compared to mortals was immense. A single strike could severely injure an opponent. Thus, while their movements appeared akin to those of mortals exchanging blows, each strike was perilously intense. Chingon Air's approach was fierce and aggressive, while the scar-faced youth's was subtle and venomous. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, each responding to the other with fervor. Lu Shixing observed the scarred youth, a practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement, as he battled against Chingon Air, a practitioner at the first level. The contest was so evenly matched that it was difficult to discern a victor, prompting Lu Shixing to furrow his brow in contemplation. He mused to himself, surprised by the peculiarity of this island. Even a cultivator of such modest cultivation exhibited formidable combat prowess. He pondered the strength of the white-robed man, who bore a storage gourd at his waist. Should he rashly deploy his hidden cards, the repercussions could be dire, leading him to hesitate momentarily. Cunning and cautious by nature, Lu Shixing would never act without sufficient assurance. After a brief reflection, he resolved to keep a close watch on the inscrutable white-robed man, intending to surround him once the scarred youth emerged victorious, and to bolster their chances once his subordinates arrived. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to take risks by engaging the white-robed man at this juncture, due to Lu Shixing's deliberations and Chen Xuanlin's intimidating presence. An unusual scene unfolded in the open space at the center of Chun family village. Two high-level practitioners refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe the clash between the two lower-level combatants. Chingon Air, who typically reveled in the thrill of battle, found himself equally exhilarated for the first time in combat against another practitioner. The more he fought, the more his enthusiasm swelled. With a fierce roar, Chingon Air bellowed, "Come on!" Without employing any arcane techniques, he simply swung his fist and charged at the scarred youth. In silence, the scarred youth unleashed a torrent of black liquid that swiftly enveloped his right arm, transforming it into a shadowy appendage. He raised the sinky arm and met Chingon Air's incoming fist with a resounding strike. The force of the collision echoed loudly. Bang! Chingon Air staggered back several paces, while the scarred youth barely retreated 4 or 5 steps, a few drops of blood trickling from Chingon Air's fingers. Despite this setback, Chingon Air's fighting spirit remained undiminished. He shook the blood from his hand and laughed heartily, preparing to charge once more. Meanwhile, the scarred youth, with his back turned to Lu Shixing, made a subtle gesture towards Chingon Air, his lips silently forming a single word. Chapter 21 The Betrayal of the Scarred Youth. Chingon Air naturally observed the expression of the scarred youth, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet his face betrayed no reaction. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Come now, I suffered a setback with my last move. Watch as I unleash 3 punches to dispatch you, little wretch." With that, he charged once more at the scarred youth. Their battle was fierce, each strike aimed at lethal precision. The scarred youth possessed a higher cultivation level than Chingon Air and had more experience in combat against practitioners. However, Chingon Air was shielded by the golden light of his spirit, which mitigated the opponent's attacks. Furthermore, his cultivation method, the Harfire Fury, significantly enhanced his physical prowess, allowing them to exchange blows evenly. Lu Shixing, unaware of the scarred youth's prior demeanor, was impressed by the tenacity of the young man in black robes, who was able to hold his ground against his adequately gifted prodigy. He had a keen understanding of his successor's ruthless techniques and diligent training, thus elevating his regard for Chingon Air. Soon, Lu Shixing squinted at the scarred youth, pondering whether his prodigy's cultivation speed was a tad too rapid. As the combat between Chingon Air and the scarred youth intensified, their exchanges became increasingly brutal, leaving both with visible injuries. The scarred youth wiped the blood from his lips and spoke with malice, "Were it not for that peculiar golden ring you possess, I would have slain you within 3 moves." Chingon Air spat defiantly, "Stop boasting. If it weren't for my insufficient spiritual energy, I could dispatch you without needing 3 punches." He then unleashed another punch, only to have it countered by a swift kick from the scarred youth, dissipating its force. The scarred youth mocked, "If you have the skills, remove that golden ring and let us engage in a proper duel. You seem content to hide behind that shield." Seemingly incensed by the taunt, Chingon Air retorted angrily, "You little wretch, come. I shall not use this golden ring. Unimpeded. Let us see if I can indeed defeat you." He then sprinted towards the beach beyond the village, with the scarred youth hot on his heels. As the two combatants ventured further away, Lu Shixing and Qin Xianlin exchanged glances of surprise but refrained from intervening. Lu Shixing sighed, It seems both your clan brother and my protege are rather reckless. Qin Xianlin shook his head in silence, aware that although Qin Ganair was straightforward, he was not foolish. His current actions were guided by a rationale of his own. After leaving the heart of Qin family village, Qin Ganair and the scarred youth arrived at the beach. Clenching his fists, Qin Ganair began, "You summoned me here to determine our fates, did you not?" The scarred youth's countenance remained dark. "Oh, how is it that I summoned you? Was it not you who proclaimed you would fight me without that protective golden ring?" Qin Ganair scoffed. "Then what were you whispering comfort just now? You turned your back on your clansman to keep him from seeing. Had I misunderstood? I would now be without my protective ring, and we would be locked in combat. Fear is not something I harbor for you." The scarred youth wiped the blood from his face and replied nonchalantly, "If you assist me in eliminating my clan patriarch, the old man who accompanied me, your kin shall remain safe." The scarred youth's words were astonishing, leaving Qin Ganair momentarily speechless. "What? You intend to kill that old man? Is he not your kin? You even refer to him as your clan father." A cold smirk appeared on the scarred youth's face as he gestured to the scar on his own visage. "Had I lacked the aptitude for cultivation, this scar would have cleaved through my skull. My father was also a practitioner from Listening Spring Island. And as his cultivation level increased, he began to threaten Lu Shixing's position, leading to his orchestrated demise. I am the sole survivor of my family. Because I possess the potential for cultivation, he took me in as his adopted son, employing me to seize resources and plunder followers. Now, as my skills deepen, I fear he may grow wary of me, and my days may be numbered." The scarred youth succinctly recounted his background, leaving Qin Ganair somewhat taken aback. "Nevertheless," he retorted, "why should I trust you? What advantage do I gain from killing him?" The scarred youth replied earnestly, "Aside from water, attribute spirit stones. All other spirit stones on Listening Spring Island belong to you. Did you not bring us to the island for these spirit stones? Furthermore, by eliminating Lu Shixing, you would no longer face any threat, and Listening Spring Island could provide you with ample resources." Qin Ganair shook his head. "That old man seems exceedingly cautious and is not easily provoked. Why should I take such a significant risk, especially when I may not even succeed in killing him? Moreover, he may not genuinely pose a threat to my clan. If our sole purpose for meeting is to discuss this, it may be wiser for us to continue our battle. Besides, killing you and then joining forces with my clan brothers to eliminate Lu Shixing would surely be a more prudent approach. And why should I trust you?" The scarred youth's expression remained calm. "I understand your hesitation. You believe the benefits are too meager and the risks too great. Should I inform you that only with my cooperation can he be slain? Otherwise, you would be incapable of fully vanquishing him? Furthermore, I must reveal that there exists a spring on Listening Spring Island capable of generating spiritual energy." "Spiritual spring?" Qin Ganair was momentarily taken aback. Though unfamiliar with the concept of a spiritual spring, he understood the significance of the ability to produce spiritual energy. While tempted, he still asserted, "You must provide proof. I require evidence of your credibility." The scarred youth shook his head. "Only by returning to Listening Spring Island can I substantiate my claims and assure you that I do not deceive you." "But do you dare accompany me to Listening Spring Island?" Qin Ganair gazed towards the direction of Listening Spring Island, suddenly recalling Qin Xianlin's original plan, and coldly replied, "Why would I hesitate? I can accompany you there at this very moment." The scarred youth was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Qin Ganair to hesitate or refuse, but was surprised by his prompt agreement. After all, venturing onto a foreign island without special means was quite perilous. The scarred youth exhaled deeply and said, "Very well." Meanwhile, Qin Ganair and the scarred youth had been absent for quite some time. Yet Qin Xianlin showed no signs of anxiety as he chatted casually with Lu Shixing. "I am quite curious. What gives you the audacity to wander onto the island so freely?" Lu Shixing did not respond to Qin Xianlin, but let out a cold laugh. "Are you not concerned for your clan brother? My adopted son possesses cultivation far superior to your clan brothers." Qin Xuanlin's demeanor remained tranquil. "My cousin requires no concern from me. Perhaps you should worry about yourself instead," he remarked. Lu Shixing replied, "Are you suggesting that your cousin is certain to defeat my son?" Shaking his head, Qin Xianlin inquired, "Are you waiting for your servant to arrive on the island?" "The two islands are close to shore. Your servant is merely 2 miles away and should have landed by now. Can you guess why they have yet to arrive?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shixing's expression changed drastically. Not only had his servant failed to appear, but even his son, who had ventured out, had not returned for a considerable time. Doubt began to creep into Lu Shixing's mind. Was it possible that his son, Lu Miao, had been lured into an ambush? With this thought, Lu Shixing abruptly rose, dark energy surging in his hand. Just as he stood, Chen Xianlin across from him suddenly shouted, "You cannot leave. You were deliberately lured here to fall into a trap." With that, Chen Xianlin unleashed a tremendous burst of soul energy, his black aura becoming even more formidable. The stone at the village's center, resembling an eye, simultaneously emitted a chilling golden light. Trapped, Lu Shixing, already suspicious, felt an intensifying dread. He believed himself ensnared. The cloaked man had intended to draw away his son, and now, with the truth revealed, he was poised to strike. No longer hesitating, Lu Shixing murmured to himself, biting his tongue and releasing a stream of black liquid, sacrificing this essence to an unknown entity in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary beings. A faint, playful laughter echoed in the void. The black liquid transformed into a dense mist, enveloping Lu Shixing entirely, and in that moment, his power surged. He declared with a deep voice, "Do not think I fear you. Today we shall contest to the death." Chen Xianlin furrowed his brow but did not retreat. Surrounded by his soul energy, he stepped forward, showing no fear of Lu Shixing. However, in an unexpected turn, Lu Shixing, who had just appeared ready to fight to the death, transformed into a streak of black light, hastily retreating through Chen family village back to Listening Spring Island. His speed entirely uncharacteristic of a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 22: The Spirits of Listening Spring Island. Upon witnessing Lu Shixing retreat in terror, the once formidable Chen Xianlin suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. The black aura, a manifestation of his soul energy, dissipated explosively, while his white hair visibly turned whiter and deep wrinkles emerged around his eyes. His countenance twisted in agony, reflecting profound suffering. The technique of summoning souls, which utilized the soul as a medium, consumed one's life force. The pain endured during its execution was unbearable for an ordinary individual. Since encountering Lu Shixing, Chen Xianlin had continuously invoked this technique. Although he had not summoned any spirits again, his life force was still being depleted, and he persistently endured excruciating torment. If Lu Shixing lingered even a moment longer, it was certain that Chen Xianlin would collapse before him. As Lu Shixing executed that peculiar spell, he found no servants of Listening Spring Island on his return, causing his heart to sink. Just as he set foot on the island, intending to call for servants to prepare for defense, a strong scent of blood assailed him, causing his expression to change once more. He realized that the island had been attacked in his absence. Given the swift time frame and the absence of any signals, it was evident that the assailants were practitioners. However, based on previous experiences upon landing, the white-robed man and the black-robed man should not possess much greater strength than that of Listening Spring Island. How could another practitioner have emerged? Lu Shixing then considered the potential danger if the inscrutable white-robed man pursued him and joined forces with the assailant on the island. Unaware of Chen Xianlin's situation, he felt a sudden chill in his heart. With this thought, Lu Shixing made his way straight through the village towards the hamlet on Listening Spring Island. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of servants who were originally intended to attack Sannin Island, confirming that Listening Spring Island had indeed suffered an assault. No wonder he had waited so long without seeing any of the servants. After a short while, he finally came across a few surviving servants. With a pallid face, Lu Shixing inquired, "Since the signal was given, why have you delayed your return to the island? What has transpired at Listening Spring Island? Have any thieves attacked?" The surviving servants immediately reported, "Master of the island, just as we were rushing back to organize our forces to attack the Listening Spring Island, a strange practitioner ascended the island and swiftly slaughtered those servants preparing to head to Sannin Island, leaving us in disarray. We were no match for them and could only escape amidst the chaos." Lu Shixing then asked, "Have you seen Lu Miao return to Listening Spring Island?" One servant replied, "No, we have not." Lu Shixing pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is the practitioner who launched the surprise attack on the island?" A servant pointed in a direction. "Still over there." Lu Shixing narrowed his eyes. "Lead me there." The surviving servants, invigorated by his command, brandished their weapons and proceeded ahead. From a distance, Lu Shixing beheld a figure draped in tattered cloth, their skin a grimy gray-black hue, embodying the essence of a spirit. At the moment Lu Shixing beheld the apparition of the departed, he was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of dread manifesting upon his countenance. He had previously assumed that his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement would suffice to repel any intruding practitioners. Yet now, he found himself engulfed in suspicion and fear. This was no mere practitioner, it was undeniably a specter. In the realm of the Dead Sea, the concept of hell is non-existent. Instead, There exists a legend that the souls of the deceased either descend into the earth or sink to the ocean's depths. However, such tales were nothing more than folklore, for Lu Shixing had never encountered a spirit in the depths of the sea or the earth. Now, confronted with the reality of a ghost, how could he not be terrified? The specter, draped in tattered rags and shrouded in darkness, unleashed havoc upon the terrified servants who scattered in every direction. The spirit moved with the swiftness of the wind, each strike imbued with immense force, rendering the hapless servants utterly powerless against its onslaught. They were already paralyzed with fear. This was not a clash of equals, but rather a one-sided massacre. Upon witnessing the specter's rampage, Lu Shixing did not rush to intervene. Instead, he hesitated at a distance, his cautious nature preventing him from engaging the spirit until he could ascertain its capabilities. Thus, he commanded a nearby individual, "Go. Gather everyone on the island to aid me in vanquishing this specter." Lu Shixing was uncertain whether this malevolent spirit was connected to the two brothers from the island they had just reached. In his understanding, the spirit was not a living being and would not trigger the necessity of returning to the original island, which fueled his urgency to eradicate it. The individual hesitated briefly, inquiring, "Island master, does this include the pregnant slaves and other newly arrived maidservants?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a flash of black light swept by, severing his ear, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Lu Shixing spoke with somber gravity. "Did you not hear my words? I said everyone. Speak another word, and the next to fall will be your head." The man, clutching his ear, dared not utter another syllable and, in terror, turned to summon assistance. From a distance on the mountain, two pairs of eyes were secretly observing the movements of Lu Shixing and the specter, those of Chen Ganer and the scar-faced youth Lu Miao. Lu Miao, surveying the specter wreaking havoc in the village, remarked nonchalantly, "I didn't realize you possessed such a skill, summoning a spirit. Had you demonstrated this power upon our arrival, I doubt my clan's patriarch would have set foot on your island." Chen Ganer scoffed. "Were you not intent on plundering our island, this spirit would not have manifested." Lu Miao retorted, "For the sake of survival. Is it not customary for the islands of the Dead Sea to engage in mutual slaughter? This is simply the way of the Dead Sea." Chen Ganer cast a glance at Lu Miao, asking, "How can you remain so composed while the specter slaughters your kin?" Lu Miao's tone turned icy. "Kin? These individuals are merely servants to my clan's patriarch. Their minds are unchangeable, their deaths matter little. Those who could rightly be called kin on this island are now few and far between. Should my patriarch be slain, I can show you how these servants came to be." Chen Ganer withdrew his gaze, turning once more toward the specter's direction, stating, "I now believe you genuinely wish to see your patriarch dead. Let us depart, for time is of the essence. We can no longer linger to watch the performance. We must act swiftly if we are to vanquish your clan's patriarch." Chen Ganer conveyed this sentiment, fully aware that Chen Xianlin had informed him of the limited duration of the undead's existence, necessitating prompt action. Naturally, such words could not be directly uttered to Lu Miao, for their sole commonality lay in a mutual desire for bloodshed. As the two observed the unfolding scene, they approached closely enough to witness Lu Shixing rallying numerous islanders, directing them to charge at the blood-soaked specter. At the forefront surged the most loyal islanders, unwavering in their allegiance to Lu Shixing. Following them were opportunists, reminiscent of those encountered upon Lu Shixing's return to the island. Bringing up the rear were women, children, the elderly, and those of timid disposition. To Chen Ganer's astonishment, many pregnant women were caught in the throng. Despite their labored movements, they too were urged by Lu Shixing to advance against the undead. In that moment, Lu Shixing crushed the skull of a quaking islander with a single blow, bellowing, "Whoever dares to hesitate shall meet this fate." The undead wielded immense strength, capable of shattering a mortal's skull with ease, while the islander's blades inflicted no harm upon it. The encounter was a one-sided massacre. Yet Lu Shixing seemed indifferent to this grim reality. Even for Chen Ganer, accustomed to the brutality of combat and having clashed with the island of the landing multiple times, the sight of Lu Shixing's ruthlessness evoked a sense of shock. Though the specter had been summoned by Chen Xianlin, Chen Ganer felt little remorse. The fog of landing had always been accompanied by relentless bloodshed, with countless islanders perishing in the process. As the front line of attackers neared annihilation, Lu Miao finally nodded towards Chen Ganer. He pressed a hand against his wound and slowly approached Lu Shixing. Upon noticing Lu Miao's return from afar, Lu Shixing's gaze flickered with concern. "Miaoer, where have you been? How fares your injury? What of the man in the black robe?" Lu Miao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clasped his fists in respect. "I report to you, clan patriarch. that after slaying the man in the black robe, I noticed our servants had not come ashore for some time, fearing that Tianquan Island might have been attacked. I hastened back to investigate. Lu Shixing's face contorted with rage. Indeed, you are my worthy descendant. Your timing is impeccable. We have been ensnared by the treachery of the island of the landing. We are beset by an undead ambush. Let us unite our strength to eradicate this specter, lest the man in white descends upon us. Chapter 23. The encirclement of Lu Shixing. Lu Miao immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement, striding towards Lu Shixing while casting a glance at the specter still wreaking havoc. The slaughter of my kin is an unforgivable sin. Once this specter is vanquished, we shall return to the Isle of the Returning Tide to confront our foes. Lu Shixing turned his gaze once more towards the specter and advised, Miaoer, do attempt to discern the extent of that specter's abilities. These minions are mere mortals and do not provide an accurate gauge of the specter's true power. With a nod, Lu Miao approached the specter directly. As he passed by Lu Shixing, a sudden surge of luminous energy enveloped his palm, his arm transforming into a shadowy hue, and he struck towards the unsuspecting Lu Shixing. This unexpected assault left the other inhabitants of the Isle of the Returning Tide in shock, with some even exclaiming in disbelief. How audacious for anyone to dare strike against the island lord, particularly one of his own lineage. Lu Shixing, seemingly oblivious to the impending strike, was on the verge of being struck when he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow and exhaling a stream of dark energy. This dark essence hurtled towards Lu Miao's head, prompting him to twist his torso in a desperate maneuver. It pierced through his shoulder, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. Turning to face Lu Miao, who was now clutching his arm on the ground, Lu Shixing scoffed, My dear son, despite my kindness towards you, you still harbor thoughts of murder. Alas, you are far too hasty. Why not practice a measure of patience and wait until your cultivation reaches the third level of qi refinement before making your move? Lu Miao gradually rose from the ground, his tone icy as he retorted, How did you discern my intentions? If I refrain from acting today, I fear I may soon fall victim to your schemes, for I have already become a threat to your dominion over the island. Lu Shixing sighed with apparent sorrow. The drumbeats that sounded without my signal were orchestrated by you, were they not? You provoked that man in the black robe, intending to pit me against the one in white to ensure our mutual destruction. As your clan elder, I know you well, and I cannot afford to let you live. Should you ascend to the position of Island Lord, the Isle of the Returning Tide would inevitably meet its demise at your hands. He then gestured towards the islanders nearby, issuing a command, eliminate him. Despite Lu Shixing's orders, few from the Isle of the Returning Tide advanced to confront Lu Miao. Many were still engaged in battle with the specter, unable to assist, while those who were most loyal to Lu Shixing had already perished in significant numbers. Lu Miao had anticipated this moment, seizing the opportunity to strike. The remaining individuals were largely opportunists, along with a few women and the elderly. Raising his arm, Lu Miao called out to the islanders, Do you not wish to cease being mere pawns, relinquishing your lives to the whims of this capricious tyrant? No longer serving as fodder for his schemes? If you desire this, you need not lift a finger. Simply observe as I eliminate Lu Shixing, and I shall ensure a prosperous life for you all. Indeed, as Lu Miao's words faded, the islanders, who were previously stirred, settled down, halting their steps towards him. Lu Shixing snorted coldly, remarking, A servant is merely a servant. Should you truly believe his words, regret will soon follow. He then declared, Enough of your ineptitude. I shall take matters into my own hands, for you are no longer worthy of my consideration. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a dark water orb that coalesced between them, and with another snap, it shot swiftly towards Lu Miao. This technique could only be wielded by one at the fourth level of qi refinement. In that instant, Lu Miao summoned all his spiritual energy, employing his most adept method of using softness to conquer hardness. As his energy surged forth, one of his arms transformed into a deep ebony hue. In a flash of spiritual light, the onlookers were astonished to witness Lu Miao catch the rapidly approaching, ink-black water orb with his bare hands, redirecting it aside. Yet, despite this deft maneuver, the orb contained immense power. Even as it was deflected, Lu Miao's palm, which made contact with the orb, was left bloodied. Now, both of his arms bore injuries. What was more dire, as Lu Miao exerted all his effort to evade this assault, Lu Shixing had somehow already arrived before him. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, Unworthy son, meet your demise, and struck out with a palm aimed at Lu Miao. In that moment, Lu Miao had no time to dodge and was powerless to withstand the force of Lu Shixing's attack. However, in the next instant, a shadow flashed and stood before Lu Miao. This figure, draped in tattered cloth and exuding a chilling aura of darkness, instilled fear in all who beheld it. This shadow was none other than the specter that had just been slaughtering the servants of Tinquan Island, controlled by the concealed Shinganer. This specter arrived to provide aid as the situation grew dire. When Qin Xianlin summoned this specter, he issued 2 commands. First, to ascend Tinquan Island and repel those who sought to set foot on Sanin Island. Second, should Shinganer ascend Tinquan Island, command over the specter would transfer to him. At this moment, seeing the specter standing in his way, Lu Shixing assumed it was summoned by Lu Miao and, enraged, exclaimed, "You dare invoke a specter to massacre the very islanders of your own domain? How wicked!" Lu Miao merely smiled, offering no explanation, and took advantage of the specter's obstruction to distance himself further from Lu Shixing. Lu Shixing channeled his spiritual energy, gathering it in his hands, and with a swift step, sought to bypass the specter and attack Lu Miao once more. Yet, the specter persistently blocked Lu Shixing's path, preventing him from approaching Lu Miao. Lu Shixing's fury intensified, his former caution and composure dissipated, and he unleashed his full aura, no longer holding back his spiritual energy. Various water-based techniques erupted from him, relentlessly assaulting the specter before him. However, the specter's ethereal form proved terrifyingly resilient, absorbing Lu Shixing's attacks while occasionally retaliating with a blast of dark energy. With its disregard for pain and fearless approach to combat, the specter engaged Lu Shixing in a fierce exchange. Observing the combat, Lu Miao seized the opportunity to step forward and deliver a punch, causing Lu Shixing to become somewhat restrained. Just as Lu Shixing turned, a flicker of golden flame drifted from the shadows, catching him off guard as the golden spark approached. As the flame drew near to Lu Shixing, it emanated an intense and scorching heat. Lu Shixing let out a pained cry, realizing that a significant portion of his arm had been seared, accompanied by a faint aroma of roasted flesh wafting through the air. Despite the surprise attack, Lu Shixing remained composed, swiftly channeling the water-based spiritual energy within him to envelop the scorched shoulder. Once he tended to his wound, he bellowed in fury, demanding to know who dared to ambush him. Concealed in the shadows, Shinganer lamented the loss of an opportunity. The flicker of flame he had unleashed was a technique recorded in the Heartfire Anger, known as Heartfire Yang Flame. The soul spell he had mastered after several days of study. That strike had nearly depleted his spiritual energy. The golden flames had initially aimed for Lu Shixing's head, but at the last moment, Lu detected the attack, resulting in only his arm being harmed. With a pale countenance, Shinganer emerged slowly from the darkness. Upon seeing the practitioners from the landing island approach, Lu Shixing pieced together the circumstances, pointing at Lu Miao and repeating, "Good, good, good," 3 times. "You have colluded with the scoundrels from the outer islands. It is only a matter of time before Tinquan Island falls to your hands." Lu Miao sneered. "Didn't you intend to kill me? Why utter such words? Furthermore, after I become the master of Tinquan Island, it shall flourish under my reign. Perhaps even one day becoming the fabled immortal island. The future remained uncertain, but today you shall certainly perish." Shinganer, Lu Miao, and the specter formed a triangular formation, encircling Lu Shixing. Lu Shixing found himself at a disadvantage, the threat looming large. A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes as he laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha. After fishing for 100 days, today I am dragged into the water by the fish. But do you think you have me at your mercy? Ha ha." With that, Lu Shixing opened his mouth and bit down fiercely, severing half of his tongue. Spitting out the piece, he mumbled something indistinctly. The half of his tongue transformed into a wisp of mist, which coalesced into a strange symbol before vanishing into thin air. In the next moment, a chilling laugh echoed above them, sending a shiver down Shinganer's spine. Chapter 24. Another wooden plaque. Lu Shixing's previously solemn features contorted instantaneously, as his body gradually levitated into the air. His expression was not solely one of anguish, rather, it was a grotesque amalgamation of pain intertwined with a smile, as if he were simultaneously enduring exquisite torment and unrestrained joy, creating an exceedingly bizarre visage that bore little resemblance to any human expression. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura emanated from Lu Shixing, distinct from that of a typical practitioner, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness that caused all present to feel a sudden jolt of trepidation. Shinganer cursed under his breath, astonished. Can he actually fly? This was the first time Shinganer had encountered someone capable of flight. In response, Lu Miao's countenance and tone became stern. Lu Shixing was employing his trump card. Shinganer's expression shifted to one of gravity. Pondering whether this trump card was derived from the mist, Lu Miao remarked, "Perhaps it originally stemmed from the mist." All I know is that this trump card originates from a tainted island, and this is the first time I have witnessed him wield it. Shingoner silently cursed again, lamenting his unfortunate encounter with yet another island linked to the eerie phenomena of the mist. The last time it was that two-headed monster, and now what could it be? Why has the Three Island recently been plagued by these bizarre islands associated with the mist? Just as Shingoner was deep in thought, Lu Shixing's contorted visage suddenly appeared less than a foot away from him, fixating upon him with an unblinking stare. The abrupt proximity of that face startled Shingoner, prompting him to instinctively throw a punch. Remarkably, Lu Shixing did not flinch or evade. He allowed the fist to collide with his face. With a resounding thud, Shingoner left a crimson imprint on Lu Shixing's skin. On Lu Shixing's simultaneously joyful and agonized face, a hint of intoxication emerged, as if he relished the blow, even caressing the spot that had been struck. After delivering the punch, Shingoner hastily retreated, feeling a wave of goosebumps rise at Lu Shixing's bizarre behavior. Although he despised the pretentious Lu Shixing, the current manifestation of Lu Shixing was even more unsettling. Lu Miao bellowed, "Let us attack together, or we want to be able to subdue him." Without regard for his injuries, he once again summoned spiritual energy to envelop his palm and struck towards the peculiar Lu Shixing. At Lu Miao's command, Shingoner forced himself to suppress the rising revulsion within and swiftly launched another assault on Lu Shixing, simultaneously directing the summoned specter to attack as well. A series of muffled thuds echoed. The first to be sent flying was Lu Miao, followed closely by Shingoner. Only the specter staggered back a few steps without being knocked away. This time, the summoned specter was not like the previous one, possessing numerous spells. Yet its ethereal form was considerably stronger, though its methods of attack primarily relied on close combat. Even with the spectre's assistance, Shingoner and the others remained no match for Lu Shixing. Shingoner's attacks now relied heavily on his augmented physique for close-range combat, and his only remaining spell, the Heartfire Young Flame, was rendered nearly impossible to cast once more due to the scant spiritual energy left within him. At this moment, Lu Shixing moved like a specter, his actions rapid and almost ethereal. Shingoner and Lu Miao found it exceedingly difficult to discern his movements, let alone mount a counterattack. After several exchanges, both Shingoner and Lu Miao were left battered and bruised. Following another blow that sent him flying, Shingoner lay helplessly on the ground, his body overwhelmed with pain and his spiritual energy nearly depleted. In the next instant, Lu Shixing's contorted face loomed before him, mere inches away, his eyes glowing red, a grotesque amalgamation of anguish and mockery vividly apparent. Shingoner could even feel the breath escaping Lu Shixing's twisted visage. With a furious exclamation, Shingoner summoned the last vestiges of his strength to land a punch on Lu Shixing, forcing himself to rise. "Little scoundrel, you claim to have a way to defeat him. Where is it? If you do not act soon, we shall be at the mercy of this fiend." In that moment, Shingoner sensed that Lu Shixing had transformed, reveling in their torment rather than swiftly ending their lives. Otherwise, given Lu Shixing's current prowess, it would be a trivial matter for him to eliminate them. Lu Miao spat blood, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he addressed Shingoner. "Hold him for a moment. I have my own means to confront him." Shingoner, upon hearing this, cursed under his breath. During their previous encounter, he had been instructed by Chen Xianlin to contain a two-headed monster, and now he was once more being asked to restrain this peculiar Lu Shixing. Though disgruntled, he immediately commanded the specter to seize Lu Shixing. Yet, Lu Shixing moved with an uncanny swiftness, making it no simple task to confine him. They would have to wait for him to draw near. Just as this thought crossed Shingoner's mind, Lu Shixing's bizarre face reappeared, nearly pressing against his own. Blast it! After being toyed with by Lu Shixing repeatedly, Shingoner was incensed. This time, instead of evading or striking Lu Shixing again, he disregarded his fear and seized Lu Shixing in an embrace. Their faces were pressed together. Lu Shixing seemed taken aback by Shingoner's unexpected action and momentarily failed to evade. Seizing this opportunity, the powerful specter also wrapped around Lu Shixing. Thus, the three figures, Shingoner, the contorted Lu Shixing, and the shadowy specter, were tightly interwoven. Ignoring the grotesque visages before him, Shingoner shouted, "Little scoundrel, if you have a method, employ it quickly. I can scarcely hold on." As Shingoner briefly restrained Lu Shixing, Lu Miao was busy using the blood flowing from his own wounds to draw a complex pattern on his chest. He then advanced toward the ensnared Lu Shixing. To Shingoner's astonishment, Lu Miao suddenly tore apart Lu Shixing's blood-soaked garments and reached for his chest. Witnessing this action, the pain on Lu Shixing's face intensified. and his mocking expression grew increasingly gleeful. The amalgamation of suffering and amusement rendered Lu Shixing's visage even more grotesque. Upon the chest of Lu Shixing lay a harrowing wound, within which a dark object was faintly discernible. Chen Ganer, who was tightly holding Lu Shixing, was increasingly astonished. Could a normal person survive such an injury? Lu Miao extended 2 fingers and remarkably extracted the dark object from the wound. It was then that Chen Ganer beheld the object, a wooden token inscribed with intricate designs. At the sight of this token, Chen Ganer's eyes narrowed. It bore a striking resemblance to another he had encountered in the warehouse of Sanyin Island. Lu Miao, undeterred by Chen Ganer's expression, clasped the wooden token and pressed it against the strange pattern drawn in blood upon his own chest. Upon contact with flesh, the token sank into him like a red-hot iron ball plummeting onto ice. Lu Miao emitted a pained howl, yet simultaneously, a hint of a smile crept across his face. Lu Shixing, cradled by Chen Ganer, lost all strength to struggle the moment the wooden token was removed. His contorted expression gradually softened, ultimately returning to the ordinary visage of the elderly man that Chen Ganer had first encountered. Chapter 25. The delayed arrival of Qian Xianlin. As Chen Ganer noticed Lu Shixing's lack of resistance, he too released his grip on the ladder. Yet he refrained from commanding the specters to loosen their hold, allowing them to continue ensnaring Lu Shixing. Rising from his position, Chen Ganer furrowed his brow and inquired of Lu Miao, "What is that?" His question naturally pertained to the wooden tablet. It was evident to him that Lu Shixing's distorted visage and newfound strength were attributable to this very artifact. The smile on Lu Miao's face dissipated into a calm demeanor as he replied, "Merely an opportunity within the gray mist." Chen Ganer frowned and remarked, "How can one call something from the gray mist an opportunity? Most entities emerging from the mist demand a price. They are either bait from strange existences or mere playthings in a game of whims." Contemplating this, Chen Ganer fell into silence. His own garments and cultivation were a result of that floating corpse from the Sea of the Dead, which too had originated from the gray mist. Upon acquiring the wooden tablet, Lu Miao underwent a subtle transformation in demeanor, his tone turning audacious. "At the very least, it allows me to survive for the time being. Does it not?" Meanwhile, Lu Shixing, now regaining clarity, still bore a hint of madness in his eyes. Having severed half his tongue, blood and saliva mingled at the corner of his mouth, rendering him somewhat grotesque. Lu Shixing glared fiercely at Lu Miao, mumbling incoherently, due to the obscurity of his words. Chen Ganer could only faintly discern phrases like "you are the one who killed" and "you are the true evil," which seemed to be accusations directed at Lu Miao. However, none present paid heed to his ramblings. Unperturbed by Lu Shixing's garbled vitriol, Lu Miao approached him slowly, gently patting the side of Lu Shixing's face. "Cousin, further words are futile. I have triumphed. I have claimed both Listening Spring Island and these servants, so depart in peace." Lu Shixing began to thrash violently. Yet with his spiritual energy depleted, he could not escape the specter's grasp through sheer physical strength. Lu Miao placed his hand upon Lu Shixing's neck, and sensing his imminent demise, Lu Shixing summoned all his strength to utter a final proclamation. This time, Chen Ganer distinctly heard Lu Shixing's words, "It is not you who has won. You have merely been chosen." No sooner had Lu Shixing finished speaking than Lu Miao, with an impassive expression, snapped his neck. Afterward, despite the indifference in Lu Miao's gaze, a strange smile crept upon his lips. In that moment, Lu Miao exuded an air of danger that unsettled Chen Ganer. Despite his own exhaustion and injuries, he felt no fear in a physical confrontation. Yet, Lu Miao now emitted an uncanny aura reminiscent of Lu Shixing before him. Chen Ganer became acutely alert. Could it be that Lu Miao had become possessed by an entity from the gray mist due to the wooden tablet? Lu Miao's gaze gradually shifted to Chen Ganer, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became increasingly pronounced as he remarked, having just acquired the Patriarch's trump card, "I wonder if I can wield it with the same grandeur as he did. I truly wish to test it." Chen Ganer, sensing the peculiar tone in Lu Miao's voice, grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that this rogue was possessed by some malevolent force, intent on discarding him after use? If Lu Miao were to employ that wooden token at this moment, Chen Ganer would indeed find himself as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. Just as Chen Ganer was on high alert and preparing for a desperate confrontation with Lu Miao, a gentle voice resonated nearby. It turned out that the battle had concluded, and he had arrived a moment too late. "Gana, I am relieved to see you unharmed." Standing not far off was Chen Xianlin, clad in an opulent white robe and wearing a conical hat that obscured his features. Yet, merely by his presence, a demeanor of serene elegance emanated from him. Upon hearing Qin Xuanlin's voice, Qin Ganner instantly relaxed, clasping his fist in greeting. Elder brother, I am unscathed, merely sustaining minor injuries. This rogue has been vanquished by my alliance with this young friend, and the crisis has passed. Qin Xianlin nodded slowly, extending a finger to the void. The black-faced apparition that had been cradling Lu Shixing's corpse vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. At this sight, Lu Miao's eyes narrowed, and his smile gradually faded. It became evident to him that the specter had been summoned by this man in white. If the black-robed figure had proven to be difficult to contend with, then how formidable must be the strength of his elder brother, the man in white? While Lu Miao harbored suspicions about Qin Xianlin, only Qin Ganner understood that his brother was merely feigning an air of authority. The spirit had evidently dissipated when its summoning time had expired, rather than being retracted by Qin Xianlin. The gesture of pointing into the void had merely been a ruse to intimidate Lu Miao. Understanding his brother's intent, Qin Ganner adopted a respectful demeanor, addressing Qin Xianlin with reverence. Elder brother, I have made an arrangement with this young friend, so there is no need for you to be concerned. The peril of our landing has been resolved. With a slight nod, Qin Xianlin replied, You may handle this matter of landing yourself. Without waiting for Qin Ganner to respond, he turned and strolled back towards Sanning Island, his composure unruffled, as if the events at Tinquan Island failed to pique his interest, everything unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Lu Miao gazed contemplatively at Qin Xuanlin's retreating figure, realizing that this individual's strength was likely unfathomable. No wonder his patriarch had retreated to Tinquan Island. Providing the three of them with an opportunity to encircle him, it was likely this man who had driven him back to Sanning Island. With this thought, the trace of ruthlessness hidden in Lu Miao's eyes quietly dissipated. After the encounter with Qin Xianlin, Qin Ganner once again exuded an air of nonchalance and composure. As if bolstered by newfound confidence, he turned to Lu Miao and said, I must congratulate you. You are now the lord of this island. Does the promise you made to me still stand? Lu Miao raised an eyebrow and replied, Naturally, it stands. Lu Miao then pointed at several individuals, commanding, You there. Tidy up this place. Burn Lu Shixing's body and dispose of the others in the Sea of the Dead. The individuals he indicated readily acquiesced without a trace of hesitation. Lu Shixing's most loyal followers had already fallen victim to the undead, leaving behind those who were opportunistic and the frail, including the old and the young. Furthermore, among them were some who had long since been bribed by Lu Miao. Otherwise, the earlier sound of drums would not have echoed in anticipation. In this world, the act of cremating a body is often regarded as a profound insult to the deceased. The inhabitants of the islands of the Sea of the Dead believe that once born upon its waters, one becomes part of it, and thus, in death, should sink into its depths. A body that is burned cannot return to the Sea of the Dead, even among mortal enemies. It is rare for one to commit the act of incinerating the body of another. However, the remaining souls on Quan Island dared not defy the island's sole practitioner and could only comply with Lu Miao's orders to clear away the corpses. At this moment, Qin Gan had regained some strength and casually remarked to Lu Miao, It is a rare pleasure to find such a picturesque island upon docking. Who knows when we shall meet again? Will the island lord not take me on a tour? Lu Miao, no longer resembling the timid figure he had been before Lu Shixing, now exuded the demeanor of a true leader with every gesture. He replied, Perhaps in the future, I shall have few opportunities as delightful as today. It would be my pleasure to show you around. Chapter 26. The origins of the servants of Listening Spring Island. Qin Ganner and Lu Miao leisurely wandered upon Listening Spring Island. The island, adorned with lush greenery and picturesque scenery, exuded the fragrance of ripe fruits wafting through the mountain paths. The beauty of this place was undoubtedly unmatched by Sanning Island. Were it not for the visible injuries and dirt adorning their faces, one might mistake them for friends meandering through the hills. Without hesitation, Qin Ganner plucked some fruits from the roadside fields and began to indulge in them. Lu Miao did not intervene, merely remarking, The heritage of your esteemed island must be considerable, yet why select such a desolate isle? There lingered a hint of probing in Lu Miao's words. However, after swallowing a mouthful of fruit, Qin Ganner shook his head and replied, How would I know? Matters of ancestors are of no concern to me. Realizing that he could not uncover the secrets of Listening Spring Island at this moment, Lu Miao relinquished his inquiries with a sigh. Your island seems to be filled with kin, with family members drawing close to one another. It must be a harmonious place, free from much conflict, which is indeed enviable. Qin Ganner scoffed. Envy? That is only true if one has never experienced hunger. Kinship? If there are no provisions left in the clan and fish are scarce. Even my mild-mannered cousins would resort to harsh words. He continued, "Your island, however, is abundant in sustenance, with fruits in plenty. For us, that would be a paradise." Lu Miao countered, "The environment of this island has been cultivated by generations of practitioners on Listening Spring Island, nourished by spiritual energy. While it may be superior to ordinary islands, living in the Dead Sea, we must always calculate the moments when the mist clears to reach the shores. There is little comfort to be found unless one transforms into that legendary fairy island, which would allow for a truly divine existence." Shinganer added, "Each island in the Dead Sea is unique, yet all exist solely for survival. Are the people of your island not kin, as you implied?" According to Shinganer's understanding, due to the peculiar rules of the Dead Sea, people from different islands could typically only live on their native isle, marrying only within their own kin, and could only set foot on another island when the mist parted. With such rules in place, even if the inhabitants of an island were not related, after several generations, they would inevitably become akin to family, Lu Miao stated. "These rules of the Dead Sea are indeed unyielding, yet not absolute. There exist means to circumvent them. Did I not mention that after slaying Lu Shishing, I would reveal to you the origins of our island's servants? I shall show you now." Intrigued, Shinganer readily agreed, though he was puzzled by Lu Miao's candidness. Nevertheless, recalling Qin Xuanli's presence outside, which might deter Lu Miao from any treachery, he remained unconvinced of any malice. Lu Miao led Shinganer to the heart of Listening Spring Island, to a cave within the Great Mountain. Originally, 2 islanders had stood guard at the cave's entrance, but they had been dispatched by Lu Shishing to besiege the specter, leaving the area deserted. As they stood before the cave, Shinganer was immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood, causing him to furrow his brow. Lu Miao elucidated, this place was once the prison of Listening Spring Island, where those who defied the island lord were confined. Upon entering the cavern, Shinganer was immediately struck by the sight of prison cells and the bloodstains adorning the walls. Most captivating to him was a peculiar black pattern on the ground, exuding a potent scent of blood. This pattern, crafted from blood, appeared black due to its coagulation. It emanated a bizarre odor, a grotesque amalgamation of decay and the acrid scent of blood. However, Shinganer paid little heed to the offensive smell. Instead, he was astonished by the familiarity of the design. When Lu Miao had taken the wooden plaque from Lu Shishing, Shinganer had caught a glimpse of the emblem on it, which bore a striking resemblance to the one now before him. The intricate and convoluted design left a profound impression on Shinganer. An unsettling feeling washed over him as he recalled having encountered similar patterns on 2 prior occasions. The first was when they disembarked last time, and the 2-headed creature had arranged a pattern with corpses. The second instance was when he obtained a wooden plaque from a corpse adrift in the Wailing Sea, which perhaps belonged to the same category as the one Lu Miao possessed. What could these strange patterns and eerie plaques signify? Lu Miao, sensing Shinganer's confusion, candidly inquired, "Do you know what my wooden plaque and the pattern on the ground represent?" Shinganer shook his head, aware that these entities stemmed from the gray mist. Yet the specifics remained elusive. Lu Miao's previously stoic visage suddenly broke into a smile as he remarked, "Have you not noticed? Recently, the oddities within the gray mist have become increasingly restless. They have grown ever more inclined to manipulate human hearts, craving blood, flesh, and souls, particularly those of cultivators. The islands we have recently landed upon bear their marks, which is why my clan elder personally set foot on your island, eager to strengthen the power of Listening Spring Island. Otherwise, given his disposition, he would typically send me alone to gather information." The emergence of cultivators on Sanning Island had only occurred a month prior, and Shinganer was unaware of this information as no islands with cultivators had been visited before. However, during their last landing on the uninhabited island and the encounter with the 2-headed monster, Shinganer felt an inkling of strangeness. After a moment of silence, he asked, "So what is the connection to that wooden plaque?" Lu Miao continued with a grin, "Each oddity in the gray mist possesses its unique emblem. By depicting their preferred objects through these patterns and employing specific sacrificial methods, one can communicate with them." Shinganer's demeanor shifted abruptly at this revelation, his voice laden with incredulity. "How could you dare to communicate with those entities in the gray mist? Do you not fear being ensnared? Such beings are beyond the reach of mere novice cultivators like us." The fear of the gray mist had deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of the islanders of the Wailing Sea, for within it lurked an unfathomable number of oddities. Any one of these entities could extinguish countless lives like that of Shinganer. The reason why there were still living souls among the islands of the Wailing Sea was that these islands served as a barrier against the encroaching gray mist, providing sanctuary for the islanders. Even with the shelter of the island, strange phenomena frequently infiltrate its confines in various peculiar ways. and islands tainted by such anomalies often meet unfortunate fates. The last island that made contact with the Island of the Three Shadows serves as a prime example. It is now rumored that this particular symbol can communicate with these anomalies, which sends a shiver down Shingon's spine. Lu Miao, however, maintained a smile, saying, "Not all of these strange entities derive pleasure from slaughtering humanity. Some can indeed be bargained with. Take, for instance, the being represented by this symbol on the ground. It relishes blood. Merely offering it a sacrifice of blood can grant one a measure of power. Furthermore, it has the ability to infuse the blood of your island's inhabitants into the bodies of those captured from other islands, allowing them to remain on your island without triggering the rules of this realm that would lead to their untimely demise." Since Lu Miao had incorporated that wooden talisman within herself, her demeanor seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. Shingon noticed that the once stoic Lu Miao had grown increasingly jovial, with a subtle smile perpetually gracing her lips. Upon hearing her words, Shingon exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that the servants on your island are actually outsiders infused with the blood of your island's inhabitants?" Chapter 27 Agreement. Lu Miao replied, "Indeed. Throughout history, the masters of Tinquan Island have deemed it regrettable to simply eliminate those who defy them. Instead, they prefer to replace them with obedient servants. Now you understand why I say that most of the inhabitants on the island are not relatives. Under the development of successive practitioners on Tinquan Island, the original islanders have, in fact, been outnumbered by those who have come from outside." Shingoner found it somewhat difficult to accept this notion, not because he deemed such actions cruel, but rather because he felt that communicating with the entities shrouded in the mist was exceedingly perilous, fraught with the danger of annihilation. He shook his head and said, "This course of action is far too dangerous. How can one easily communicate with the mysteries within the fog?" Even the usually carefree Shingoner was well aware of the terrifying strangeness of those entities, which he was loath to encounter. Lu Miao, with a calm gaze, stated, "There will inevitably be significant upheavals in the sea of death and the mist in the future. Enhancing our strength is paramount. If we can bolster our power, what harm is there in taking a risk? Some of those entities, which often interact with humans, can become allies if we endeavor to understand their characteristics and preferences. You must know that Tinquan Island was once feeble. It was only after establishing a connection with the existence behind the wooden talisman that it flourished to this point." Lu Miao's words were resolute. Given the changes in Lu Miao's character, Shingoner naturally felt a tinge of doubt. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from voicing his suspicions and instead asked, "Where did you obtain this information?" Lu Miao, with an expression of nonchalance, replied, "Tinquan Island has its own opportunities. And I can only tell you that what I say is not false. I suspect that there have been some unknown changes within the mist, which has caused those entities to become so active. In the past, even when such patterns were drawn, those entities would not respond. Let alone this totemic wooden talisman that can facilitate further communication with them." At this moment, Shingoner had regained his composure and pondered once more, saying, "I wish to know why you are sharing this with me. This information is already invaluable. We have only just met on the shore, and we may never have the opportunity to meet again in this lifetime. What benefit do you gain from disclosing this to me?" Lu Miao shrugged off the concern, saying, "We are indeed weak, and it is unlikely we will meet again. However, as our strength increases, if there comes a day when both our islands stand atop the Sea of Death, or if there is a significant upheaval in the sea, there will naturally be a greater chance of crossing paths once more. I initially did not intend to share this with you, but after meeting you and your kin, I felt that although your island is barren, its future holds promise. It would be wise to establish goodwill. Who knows, there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Shingoner gradually absorbed this information and replied, "I accept this kindness. If our islands indeed have the chance to meet again, who knows whether we will still be here. However, I will record this matter within my clan, and if we have the capability at that time, we shall surely repay the island master's favor." Lu Miao's lips curved into a smile, appearing genuinely pleased, yet there was an unsettling absence of mirth in his eyes, creating a sense of dissonance in his expression as perceived by Shingoner. Lu Miao remarked, "The future of the Lost Sea remains uncertain. You, the Qin clan of Sanning Island, must strive to survive." Upon hearing this, Shingon paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, opting not to respond directly. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "In addition to assisting you at the behest of the clan patriarch, where are the spirit stones and the spirit spring you promised me?" The smile on Lu Miao's face gradually faded as he replied, "I will procure them for you, but the spirit spring is not easily obtained. It requires your island's storage gourd. Chungan glanced at Lu Miao skeptically, saying, "Are you attempting to deceive me, coveting my treasures?" Lu Miao's expression turned icy once more. And he retorted, "If you do not believe me, then do not take it. My words were meant to earn your trust, yet you still harbor doubts. You should know that the spirit spring naturally resides on my island. It is the foundation of Listening Spring Island, and its essence cannot be moved. My willingness to grant you access to the spring is contingent upon your island possessing a storage gourd, which would allow us to extract a portion of its flow." Chungan, undeterred, laughed heartily. "It was merely a jest, my friend. Do not take offense. I shall send someone to fetch the storage gourd." When Chungan, holding the storage gourd, followed Lu Miao to the summit of the towering mountain on Listening Spring Island, he could not help but marvel at the stark contrast between the two islands' environments. Sanine Island was devoid of spiritual energy, while the adjacent Listening Spring Island boasted a spring brimming with spiritual essence. Spiritual energy is exceedingly rare among the islands of the Lost Sea, leaving Chungan feeling somewhat aggrieved. Before him lay a spring, from which crystal-clear water flowed, accompanied by an imperceptible azure mist that dissipated into the air. Although Chungan could not see it, he could sense the spiritual energy within the mist, confirming Lu Miao's words as truth. Puzzled, Chungan asked, "How can the spring be relocated?" Lu Miao explained, "This spring cannot be moved. It is the foundation of my island and the cultivation ground for our practitioners. I cannot allow you to damage or remove it. However, I will provide you with a spirit stone from the spring. Simply place it in one of your island's water sources, and the resulting water will carry a trace of water-type spiritual energy, thereby creating a tributary of the spirit spring." With that, he instructed Chungan to use the storage gourd to extract a white spirit stone located beside the spring. There were only 4 or 5 such stones capable of producing spiritual energy, and after Chungan took one, the mist emanating from the spring visibly diminished. Though Chungan coveted the spirit spring and initially contemplated seizing all the spirit stones within, he ultimately refrained, considering that he might not prevail against Lu Miao, who possessed the totemic wooden plaque. As Lu Miao bid farewell to Chungan, he presented him with approximately 5 or 6 spirit stones, among which were surprisingly 4 fire-type stones. He also instructed the islanders to bring forth an array of unique fruits and seeds from Listening Spring Island. Lu Miao stated, "These are all the spirit stones from my island, aside from the water-type stones. The fruits and seeds are of little consequence. Do not forget our agreement. In due course, I hope to impress you all." Lu Miao's forthright generosity came as a surprise to Chunganer, who nodded in acknowledgement, declaring, "I shall not forget. May we meet again. However, as we approach parting, I am yet unaware of the island master's name." A smile graced Lu Miao's lips as he replied, "Lu Miao." Chunganer clasped his fists in respect and introduced himself, "I am Chunganer." Lu Miao's smile broadened, and he imparted a final admonition, "As we bid farewell, I urge you to hasten the enhancement of your cultivation. A crisis is imminent." With those words, Lu Miao fell silent. Chunganer found Lu Miao's statement somewhat perplexing but nodded in response, "Thank you for the warning. It is indeed what we have been striving to achieve." With that, he accepted the spirit stones and instructed the waiting members of the Chun clan to transport fruits and other resources. After bowing once more, he turned to return to Tinquan Island. Lu Miao, still smiling, watched Chunganer's retreating figure until it vanished across the shore, before slowly redirecting his gaze back to Tinquan Island. Ever since the peculiar wooden plaque adorned with patterns had been implanted within him, an unusual smile had lingered on his face. Though Chunganer had noticed this, he chose to remain silent about it. Before long, the sun sank into the gray mist, and night descended. Under the cloak of darkness, the mist once again enveloped the location of Tinquan Island. This time, the fog rolled ashore, marking its conclusion. Chunganer returned to Sanine Island, making his way to a small dwelling not far from the Chun family village's spirit altar, the site of the Chun clan's council. Chen Xinlin had already been waiting there. When Chunganer opened the door and beheld Chen Xinlin without his conical hat, he momentarily lost his composure. Chapter 28, Conversations and Decisions. A month ago, Chen Xinlin presented himself as a genteel gentleman, exuding an air of calm composure befitting a man in the prime of life. Yet, before Chunganer now stood a markedly aged Chen Xinlin, his hair graying and his eyes adorned with the wrinkles that often accompany the passage into middle age. In the span of just 1 month, Chunganer had witnessed Chen Xuanlin's transformation from a figure of youthful vigor to one resembling the seasoned wisdom of a man in his 50s. At a loss for words, Chunganer stood at the doorway, momentarily frozen in place. Observing this, Qin Xianlin chuckled softly and remarked, "Have you forgotten your elder brother in merely half a day? Please, take a seat." Eventually, after a prolonged silence, Chun Goner settled into the chair opposite Qin Xianlin. The initial exhilaration he had felt from acquiring the spirit stones had dissipated entirely. In contrast, Chun Xianlin appeared remarkably magnanimous, stating, "It is merely the exterior that changes. Why concern ourselves too deeply? As long as the Chun clan has a day of revival, my lifespan is of little consequence. You, however," he continued, "I regret that my limitations in cultivation prevent me from aiding you directly. It falls upon you alone to face the trials on Listening Spring Island." Qin Goner responded softly, "With the spirits summoned by my elder brother, how could one claim that you have not lent your assistance?" Casting a glance at Qin Xuanlin's weathered visage, he added, "Elder brother, perhaps it would be wise to cease your cultivation." Qin Xianlin shook his head, saying, "Our island remains weak and the abyss of death is treacherous. Relying solely on you would be insufficient. I hope for your strength to grow, allowing me to find peace in my role as a teacher." Deep down, Qin Goner understood the necessity of Qin Xuanlin's arduous cultivation, as both of them were vital to the support of Sandine Island. Qin Xianlin waved his hand dismissively and said, "Now, share with me your experiences on Listening Spring Island." Acknowledging his request, Qin Goner began to recount his journey to Listening Spring Island, starting with his impressions of Lu Miao and the clandestine approach to the island. He detailed the fierce battles against Lu Shishing, the blood-painted symbols within the prison, and Lu Miao's revelations about the mysterious wooden token and the conjectures surrounding the existence of the gray mist. He vividly described even Lu Shishing's bizarre expression after biting off his own tongue to use the token, as well as Lu Miao's unsettling smiles after he had incorporated the token into himself. Finally, Qin Goner solemnly recounted his agreement with Lu Miao. Upon concluding his tale, he said, "When I observed Lu Miao's peculiar behavior, I took it upon myself to agree to his request to avoid any potential disturbances. I hope you will not hold it against me, elder brother." Qin Xianlin responded with a warm smile, saying, "You have acted wisely, Goner. I shall have this agreement noted within the clan, and if there comes a day for further exchanges, we shall honor it." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Goner added, "Elder brother, what struck me as most peculiar during this journey was the transformation of Lu Miao after the totemic wooden token merged with him. He seemed to become an entirely different person, with drastic shifts in character and emotion. Strangely, while discussing our agreement, Lu Miao mentioned the name of our island. Both Qin Goner and Qin Xianlin were aware that the island they were to approach was called Listening Spring Island, as indicated by the messages from the obelisk of the abyss. However, how did Lu Miao and Lu Shishing come to know that the island inhabited by the Qin clan is called Sandine Island since their arrival? After Qin Goner spoke, Qin Xianlin remained unchanged in expression and said, "It is likely due to the totemic wooden token. Since Lu Miao mentioned that the totemic wooden token originated from the gray mist, it may not be Lu Miao who is conveying the message, but rather the enigmatic entity behind the token. You mentioned that the token, once integrated into his body, significantly altered his personality. Thus, it is uncertain whether the current Lu Miao is still the true Lu Miao." Qin Goner pondered. Lu Shishing had numerous opportunities to eliminate both me and Lu Miao after activating that wooden token but refrained from doing so, ultimately allowing me to seize the opportunity. In retrospect, Lu Shishing's dying words, "It is not that you have won, you have merely been chosen," seem to carry deeper meaning. Qin Xianlin sighed. It appears that the gray mist is once again unstable. Without strengthening our capabilities amid such upheaval, we are merely fish caught in a net. While Qin Goner could sense the recent anomalies of the wasteland sea, Qin Xianlin was also aware of the peculiarities surrounding it. Upon reaching the deserted island, they encountered a two-headed monster. At the Spring Listening Island, they faced the Lu father and son, who concealed a wooden token within their flesh. And there were also the corpses adrift in the wasteland sea. Even the suddenly awakened Chun clan ancestral spirits hinted at the irregularities of the gray mist, indicating that each major upheaval in the wasteland sea would lead to countless islands becoming deserted, suffering from the calamity of extinction. Yet, for the islanders trapped by the gray mist on these isolated islands, their only recourse, aside from striving to enhance their strength, is to endure a life confined to these shores. Qin Goner continued, "Brother Xianlin, regarding our island's totemic wooden token." He was alluding to the wooden token found on the floating corpse, which had previously seemed unremarkable and was thus stored away. Upon realizing the token's strangeness, Qin Goner felt compelled to alert Qin Xianlin. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xianlin replied, "We should retain that wooden token." Qin Goner was taken aback. "Brother, That is an object capable of communicating with the enigmatic entities within the gray mist. This. Qin Xianlin regarded Qin Gana earnestly. I am well aware of the dangers posed by this object and how easily we might be ensnared by those entities. However, does this not also present an additional path? If Lu Miao's words hold truth, and we can indeed harness its power, it may one day prove invaluable to our clan. Take, for instance, the matter of the Spring Listening Island, where the power was used to exchange blood for servants. This act has already disrupted certain rules of the Wasteland Sea, which is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, given our current predicament, what more do we have to lose? Qin Gana had intended to express further thoughts, but ultimately said, I understand that the blood exchange for servants is indeed a shocking matter. And I do not wish to contradict your decision, brother. I merely wish to caution you to proceed with prudence. People often claim I am reckless. Yet there are times when you exhibit even greater boldness than I. Qin Xianlin turned his gaze towards the tranquil night outside the window. As if attempting to penetrate the boundless gray mist enveloping the darkness, he remarked, I am undoubtedly aware that, as the clan leader, I must exercise caution in my actions. However, ever since the awakening of the ancestral spirit, an overwhelming sense of urgency has taken root within me, compelling me to tirelessly advance the Qin clan's interests. It feels as though if we do not progress swiftly, it may soon be too late. In response, Qin Gana sighed, Elder brother, as the clan leader, it is essential not to be overly anxious and bear the weight of responsibility alone. As an elder of the clan, I too shall strive to alleviate your burdens. At that moment, Elder Qin Chua entered, his face beaming with delight. Clan leader, he announced, the harvest from the shore has been meticulously accounted for. This time, our Sanyin Qin clan has suffered no casualties, and the bounty is indeed plentiful. Chapter 29, The Fiery Sun Mother Spirit Stone during this landing. The other members of the Qin clan did not participate. Only Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganu engaged with the people of Tinkwan Island, resulting in negligible casualties for the Sanyin Qin clan. Furthermore, Lu Miao unexpectedly honored his promise, not only providing the agreed-upon spirit stones but also bestowing numerous crops and seeds, many of which the Qin clan had never seen before, rendering them extremely precious resources. Hence, as Qin Shilua assessed their gains, he was naturally elated. Overall, the harvest from Sanyin Island was quite abundant. Qin Xianlin remarked, those fruits merely satisfy momentary cravings. The seeds are far more valuable, as they can alleviate future food concerns. We must plant them swiftly. Qin Gana removed the storage gourd from his waist and handed it to Qin Xianlin. Upon receiving it, Qin Xianlin glanced inside, extracted several fire-type spirit stones, and placed them in Qin Gana's hands, saying, you are now the backbone of the clan. You must enhance your strength promptly. Thus, I give you all the fire-type spirit energy, while the other spirit stones shall be reserved for when others in the clan are able to cultivate. Qin Gana nodded, accepting the spirit stones without hesitation. He then added, Elder brother, Lu Miao once cautioned me that the spirit stones for the spring must be placed in the water soon. Otherwise, if the spirit stones remain dry for too long, their energy will dissipate, turning into ordinary stones. Qin Xianlin agreed. It is already late. Let us place the spirit stones in the spring first thing tomorrow morning. The following day, Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganu arrived at a spring near a cluster of rocks on Sanyin Island. This spring was located far from Qin family village, where the clan members seldom ventured for water. Though the flow of the spring was modest, it was remote and tranquil. Qin Gana took the storage gourd, brushed his fingers over the bottle's opening, and a beam of white light shimmered as the white spirit stone fell into the spring. As soon as the stone touched the ground, it took root, merging with the stones beside the spring. Instantly, whenever water bubbled up from the spring, a wisp of white mist was carried away. As a practitioner, Qin Gana could sense a faint trace of spiritual energy within this delicate mist. However, the energy was exceedingly thin, far from sufficient for cultivation. A look of regret crossed Qin Gana's face. It is unfortunate that the spiritual energy produced by this spring is too sparse and consists of water-type energy, rendering it inadequate for our cultivation. Lu Miao's behavior was indeed peculiar. We were overly cautious and did not dare to seize the spring. Nevertheless, Qin Xianlin remained optimistic, stating, Gana, there is no need for distress. This endeavor marks an unprecedented breakthrough for Sanyin Island. We are now an island that possesses spiritual energy, no longer devoid of it. After putting away the gourd, he waved his sleeve and smiled. With spiritual energy present, the vegetation on the island will be nourished and flourish, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Moreover, preserving our own safety during the landing was paramount. Had we both perished, Sanyin Island would have become easy prey. In the future, we may encounter islands with springs again, and it is wise to enhance our strength now for when that time comes. Qinggan sighed. I was indeed greedy, yet Lu Miao has upheld his end of the bargain, Chun Xianlin remarked. Regardless of whether he is influenced by the presence behind the wooden plaque or driven by his own intentions, we ought to express our gratitude towards him. By the way, those seeds of fruits and vegetables must be planted promptly. Our island is now graced with spiritual energy and under the protection of the Spirit Lord, ensuring we will not face the barren yields of previous years. After the departure of the two, spurred by Chun Xuanlin's encouragement, a portion of land further back on the small mountain of Sanin Island was cultivated, where seeds from Ting Quan Island were sown. Each day, dedicated individuals tended to them. As the spirit of the Chun clan, Zhou Yi naturally eavesdropped on the conversation between Chun Xianlin and Qinggan. However, it cannot be classified as eavesdropping. On Sanin Island, Zhou Yi possesses a goddess perspective, allowing him unrestricted access to every corner of the island and the ability to hear any sound present. Thus, this should be deemed a legitimate observation. The successful defense against the invasion from Ting Quan Island and the fruitful harvest were not solely attributable to Zhou Yi's contributions. Previously, he merely answered Chun Xuanlin's pleas, granting the duo faith rings capable of withstanding some attacks during their battle and aided in frightening off Lu Shixing alongside Chun Xianlin. Such actions consumed a considerable amount of Zhou Yi's faith power, yet ultimately served only a supportive role. Zhou Yi did not harbor a penchant for spying. Since becoming a spirit, he has regarded himself as a distinct life form, one that feeds on human faith, thus transcending the mundane desires he once possessed. Presently, he is more inclined to unravel the nature of the gray mist, the terrifying entities within it, and the circumstances that led him to this world. This bizarre realm remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is evident that as a motionless, voiceless spirit confined to wandering Sanin Island, he can only entertain these queries without hope of resolution. Therefore, to comprehend these uncertainties, he must rely on the Chun clan on the island. This reliance is why Zhou Yi, despite the risk of being discovered as a false spirit, chose to communicate with Chun Xianlin through the Sea of the Dead's message stone, hoping to lend him assistance. Only when the Chun clan flourishes and accumulates more faith power will he possess some leverage to investigate these enigmas. The Fog's arrival at the shore serves as one of the few channels through which he can gather information. Of course, he lacks the courage to manipulate his spirit to observe the events on the shore. He still dares only to contract his spirit within the stone sphere of the spirit. Ever since the incident where he nearly fell prey to an entity within the gray mist, Zhou Yi has felt akin to bait perched on a reef, susceptible to being devoured by a lurking predator. His current objective is to enlarge the reef beneath him, rendering it more challenging for such predators to consume him. Hence, he certainly would not miss the dialogue between Chun Xianlin and Qinggan, absorbing every detail of their discussions regarding the gray mist and the patterns on the wooden plaque. After becoming a sacrificial spirit, he acquired an extraordinary ability for photographic memory. He distinctly recalled the wooden plaque from the Chun family's warehouse, which originated from a floating corpse. Upon hearing Qinggan speak of how the design on that plaque corresponded to a certain entity shrouded in mist, Zhou Yi increasingly felt a sense of familiarity with the pattern. It seemed as though he had encountered this design in a dream. Naturally, after becoming a sacrificial spirit, Zhou Yi would no longer dream. The dream he referred to as that bizarre experience prior to awakening in this world, where the pattern appeared to manifest. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of affinity associated with this design. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi's current understanding of the situation was woefully inadequate. One could even say he was entirely ignorant of this world. These mounting uncertainties could only be set aside temporarily until he had the means to explore them further. Meanwhile, as the inhabitants of Sanin Island toiled fervently, a page in Zhou Yi's mind was turned once more. The island spirit system reminds you that your followers belong to Sanin Island, currently ranked 2, 999, 986 in the Island Power Index. The Power Index has surpassed the previous threshold of 3,000,000, rewarding you with a Flame Sun Materia Stone. Flame Sun Materia Stone, a spiritual stone sourced from the depths of the molten lava beneath the Sea of the Dead, containing pure fire element spiritual energy. Practitioners cannot absorb it directly, but by placing it on any basalt surface, a small patch of lava can be formed, which will yield pure fire element spiritual energy for a duration of 6 months. Momentarily startled by this revelation, Zhou Yi mused to himself, "Ah, indeed. I have a system at my disposal. Chapter 30. The lava cavern Chincholiua and Chinganer were tasked with leading a group to cultivate crops on the island. While Qin Huaigu and Qin Xianlin prepared for the sacrificial rites dedicated to their ancestral spirits, following their last landing on the uninhabited island. Qin Xianlin instituted a new clan rule. After each landing, a portion of the harvest would be offered as sacrifices to honor the ancestral stone spirit of the Qin family. In gratitude for its protection, upon returning to Qinjia village, covered in dust from their labor, Chincholiua and Chinganer found that the sacrificial altar and offerings had already been meticulously arranged. This time, the offerings included rare and exotic fruits and various crops brought back from Tinquan Island, many of which the inhabitants of Sanin Island had never encountered in their lives. The air was suffused with an enticing fragrance, tantalizing enough to make anyone's mouth water. For the resource-deprived Qin clan, no one considered it a waste. The sacrificial ceremony commenced. Leading the proceedings was Qin Xianlin, flanked by Qin Ganer, Qin Cholua, and Qin Huaigu, the esteemed elders of the Qin clan. Behind them stood the remaining clan members, who had just returned from the fields, their bodies caked in mud, some even shirtless. Although the atmosphere was somewhat disordered and the ritual itself appeared less solemn than anticipated, the gaze of each participant towards the stone spirit was imbued with a deep sense of reverence. This auspicious day, having successfully landed through the fog, we, the Qin clan, are blessed with safety and abundant harvests. Thus, we honor the spirit of our ancestors. Qin Xianlin recited a prayer, leading the clan members in 3 bows to the spirit, thereby concluding the ceremony. Zhou Yi, who had been closely observing the Qin clan, noticed the commotion outside. He was always pleased to witness the monthly sacrificial rites, for they brought a significant influx of faith energy. Moreover, the shared belief of the Qin clan greatly contributed to their collective growth, enabling him to explore the mysteries that lay within his heart. As Zhou Yi contemplated the opportunity to bestow the Yin-Yang Mother Spirit Stone, a thought crossed his mind, and a fist-sized white stone materialized out of thin air. Though white in hue, the moment the stone appeared, the temperature in the vicinity surged, causing nearby clan members to break into a sweat. The Qin clan, including Qin Xianlin, were left utterly astonished. What is this? The spirit is manifesting once more. Bestowing items differs significantly from imparting techniques. While techniques can directly enter the minds of believers, bestowing items necessitates an explanation. Thankfully, the Wanhai communication tablet was at hand. Otherwise, Zhou Yi, rendered speechless, would have been quite agitated. Under Zhou Yi's mental guidance, the Wanhai communication tablet displayed an introduction to the Yin-Yang Mother Spirit Stone, accompanied by a note stating that the ancestral spirit continually safeguarded the children of the Qin clan. Upon realizing it was a gift from the spirit, all present knelt, expressing their gratitude for the bestowed item. Among them, Chinganer was the most elated. The spiritual spring created by the spirit stone, albeit possessing scarce spiritual energy, was of the water element, which left him somewhat disheartened. To his astonishment, during the ritual of worship, the spirit granted him the Yin-Yang Mother Spirit Stone, which could continuously produce fire-type spiritual energy. In the eyes of Chinganer, this could only be interpreted as the spirit responding to his heartfelt wishes, bestowing upon him special favor. Thus, when expressing gratitude to the spirit for its blessings, it was Chinganer who proclaimed the loudest. The other members of the Qin clan merely bowed 3 times, while Chinganer persisted in prostrating himself 10 times before he ceased. His fervent actions attracted the attention of other clan members, who were puzzled by the seemingly erratic behavior of their elder Ganer. Only Qin Xianlin and 2 other clan elders could somewhat comprehend the reason behind Chinganer's excitement. A stone that could continuously yield spiritual energy was an inconceivably precious treasure for the islands of the Dead Sea. If the island where the stone was located became known, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition for its possession. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Mother Spirit Stone, which produced fire-type spiritual energy, held even greater significance for Chinganer. The stone radiated heat akin to that of a glowing iron block, making it difficult for others to approach. Even Chinganer, who practiced fire-type spiritual energy, dared not touch it directly and had to allow Qin Xianlin to store it in a magical storage gourd. The pursuit of cultivation was of utmost importance and could not be delayed. After expressing their gratitude to the spirit, the elders convened to discuss a suitable location for the Yin-Yang Mother Spirit Stone. Ultimately, they decided to place it inside a small cave formed by a pile of rocks not far from Qin family village. This cave had originally served as a hiding place for the elderly and weak during the conflicts on the Third Yin Island, resembling a sanctuary of spiritual springs, secluded and tranquil, making it difficult to be disturbed. Furthermore, the cave was surrounded by basalt, perfectly meeting the requirements for the formation of lava. As Qin Xianlin brushed the mouth of the storage gourd, the yin-yang mother spirit stone fell onto a section of basalt on the ground. The moment the stone made contact with the basalt, a plume of white smoke erupted, and the temperature surged dramatically. Even Qin Xianlin could not withstand the intense heat and found himself compelled to exit the cave. When the smoke dissipated and they re-entered the cave, they found that a significant portion of the basalt had melted, leaving behind a lava pit measuring 3 feet on each side. The basalt within had transformed into bubbling hot magma, casting a crimson glow throughout the cave. Although the magma was not in motion, merely standing within the cave was enough to feel its searing heat, making it unbearable for an ordinary person to remain for long. More importantly, this lava continuously emanated fire-type spiritual energy. Both Chen Goner and Qin Xianlin wore expressions of delight, fully aware of the significance of this lava. Although it could only last for 6 months, the energy it provided during that time would save them a considerable amount of spirit stones. An unthinkable boon for the islands suffering from a shortage of such resources. Chen Goner had felt envious upon seeing the spiritual spring that produced spiritual energy on Listening Spring Island. But now he was astonished to discover that his own island also possessed a source of spiritual energy. Qin Xianlin sighed, remarking on the true nature of the lava and its purity of energy, exclaiming how mysterious the spirit truly was. Chen Goner, eager to begin his cultivation, found himself restraining that impulse, responding, "Of course, how could it not be mysterious if it has become our Chun clan's spirit?" In ancient times, the worship of spirits was akin to the reverence of divine beings. Alas, in the present day, it is likely that the island's inhabitants are unaware of what these spirits truly are. Chen Goner has already become the foremost admirer of Zhou. Chun Qilua stroked his beard and remarked, "The decline of the clan naturally leads to the waning of spirit worship. There have been precedents where spirits bestowed gifts, but this was only after offerings were made by the clan members, which were then accepted by the spirits and subsequently returned as blessings. Could it be that the ethereal substances capable of forming lava were once offerings from the ancestors, cherished by the spirits until this very day?" Chen Goner waved his hand dismissively. The accounts recorded in books pertain to events from countless years ago. The spirits were once referred to as the essence of heaven and earth due to their unfathomable powers, which could aid the prosperity of the clan. As for the origin of the gifts, why ponder so deeply? If the spirits bestow gifts, it is surely a good omen. Henceforth, I shall reside here and no longer return to the village. Should you seek me, come here. Qin Xianlin shook his head in resignation. Stay if you wish, fortuitously. The techniques accompanying your cultivation can benefit from the local spiritual energy. Chen Goner produced some spirit stones from his possession and handed them to Qin Xianlin, stating earnestly, "Brother Xianlin, now that we have this lava spirit cave, I shall no longer require these spirit stones. Let them be reserved for the future generations. However, I urge you, brother, to remember that the spiritual essence contained within these stones pales in comparison to that found within the stones retrieved from the drifting corpses of the lost sea. Should any descendants require assistance in channeling spirits into their bodies, a single stone will be utterly insufficient." As the sole practitioner on San Yin Island capable of drawing in spirit energy, Chen Goner undoubtedly holds authority in this matter. Qin Xianlin nodded in understanding, accepted the spirit stones, and departed with Qin Huaigu, Qin Xinglua, and the others. Chapter 31. Nocturnal Conversations. As Qin Xianlin returned home at dusk, cradling an assortment of fruits, he bore with him treasures from Tinquan Island. This bounty, shared among the households of San Yin Island, included the rarest fruits, which Chun had intentionally reserved for his wife, Wu He. Upon entering their abode, he found Wu He engaged in the culinary arts. Their recent excursions had yielded ample provisions, freeing her from the necessity of subsisting on fishbone broth. Acknowledging Chun's arrival with a fleeting glance, she returned to her task, the fire crackling as she stoked it with driftwood, some still damp and emitting a thick smoke. Chun observed her in silence, the two enveloped in the swirling haze until Wu He was overcome by a fit of coughing. Only then did Chun set down the fruits and approach her, adeptly fanning the flames to invigorate the fire and disperse the smoke surrounding her. Wu He made no effort to halt his ministrations, merely tilting her head away, remaining reticent. After a prolonged silence, Chun spoke, his voice somewhat parched. "I have brought some fruits, specially reserved for you by the elder of the Huaigu clan. Please, do sample them." Wu He paused, contemplating before turning to meet his gaze. "Sometimes, I wonder how much simpler life would be if you were merely an ordinary islander, not the head of the Qin clan. It was then that Qin noticed her eyes, red-rimmed, whether from the smoke or some deeper sorrow he could not discern. He gently patted her hand, his tone soothing. Being born into this circumstance, it is my duty to fulfill these obligations. It is the responsibility of the Qin clan leader. Her voice trembled as she replied, but must it come to this? What of me and Xingye? With a sigh, Chun conceded, given our current predicament, I have no choice but to step forward, though it pains me to burden you and Xingye. Wu He gazed at Chun, whose face bore the weight of age and sorrow, and tears began to fall unbidden. They exchanged a silent understanding, and Chun, at a loss for words of comfort, simply held her hand gently. The following day, Chun Xianlin took the totem wood plaque from the storeroom, intending to pay homage to the spirits. Although he had resolved to retain the plaque, unease lingered, for it was entwined with the enigmatic entities dwelling in the mist. Qin Ganair had warned him that the designs on this plaque were far more intricate than those of the wooden token within Lu Miao's possession, hinting at potentially more formidable and bizarre forces at play. After much contemplation, Chun felt compelled to seek guidance from the spirits regarding the plaque. Thus, early that morning, he brought the totemic wood to the altar for veneration. After his offerings, he bowed and articulated his intentions. He sought counsel on whether he should keep the plaque and, should it be permissible, he implored the spirits to reveal how to activate its power. Following his prayers, a profound silence enveloped the altar. Chun Xianlin could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Could it be that this object, arising from the gray mist, rendered the spirit of the offering unwilling to respond? Or perhaps the spirit was simply unsure of how to activate it. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that the spirit, born from faith, was not an omniscient being. Its lack of knowledge regarding this object was entirely understandable. Zhou Yi had indeed heard Qin Xianlin's plea, yet he was equally in the dark about this item and did not know how to assist him. His understanding of the totemic wooden token came solely from conversations between Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganair, and thus he could not possibly possess greater insight than they. In truth, Zhou Yi felt a certain apprehension towards the engraved wooden token, as each design represented a peculiar entity within the gray mist. Having previously encountered the terror of those beings, he had come dangerously close to being ensnared during a reckless attempt to engage with the mist. What struck Zhou Yi as peculiar was the sense of familiarity that washed over him when he gazed upon the patterns etched into the wooden token held by Qin Xianlin. Merely eavesdropping on Chun Ganair's description of the patterns on Lu Miao's token had evoked a visceral sense of bloodlust. Yet, the symbols on this particular token resonated with an inexplicable sense of kinship, which was one of the reasons he had not urged the Chun family to dispose of it. As for how to activate the token, Zhou Yi found himself troubled. Rather than a simple activation, it entailed offering certain items to establish a connection with the entity behind the token. When they reached the Isle of the Uninhabited, that two-headed monster had utilized the corpses of an entire island's populace to form a pattern for its sacrificial rites, thereby communicating with the being beyond the design. In contrast, the wooden token from Tinquan Island, as described by Qin Ganair, was consecrated with the blood of the living. Thus, how could Chun Xianlin forge a connection with the existence behind his totemic wooden token? Zhou Yi studied the token in Chun Xianlin's grasp for an extended period, pondering deeply, so long that Qin Xianlin began to believe the spirit would not respond. It was only then that Zhou Yi finally grasped the reason for his sense of familiarity. The aura emitted by this token bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy of the spiritual medium technique, Minghunjiao. The essence of this wooden token was reminiscent of the sensation he experienced upon his transcendence into the realm of the spirits. When he chose a technique for Qin Xianlin within the spirit space, that dark orb of energy imparting a similar feeling. Furthermore, prior to awakening from his journey, within that bizarre dreamscape, he seemed to have sensed the presence behind the totemic wooden token. With this revelation, Zhou Yi also discerned that the means to activate the token might lie within Qin Xianlin himself. Just as Qin Xianlin sighed, preparing to depart, golden characters materialized upon the message stone of the Wailing Sea. To activate the spiritual medium token, Minghun Zhao is the key. Upon seeing the golden inscription, Qin Xianlin instantly understood that the spirit was guiding him. He recognized that the Wailing Sea message stone had previously displayed red characters when predicting the arrival at the island. The emergence of golden characters indicated the spirit's response. Qin Xianlin murmured to himself, spiritual medium token. No wonder there is a sense of familiarity. It turns out that the entity behind this wooden token is a spirit medium. Qin Xinlin once again gazed at the stone spirit altar that had stood in the center of the village since his earliest memories. He pondered silently. If the spirit master is aware of the method to activate the token, why has it taken so long for them to guide me? Perhaps they wish to convey that activating the wooden token requires caution, for the existence behind it also stems from the gray mist. With this thought, Qin Xinlin instantly became alert. In his pursuit to enhance his strength and develop the Qin clan, he had recently been somewhat reckless, even disregarding the counsel of Gone Air. The foundation for the Qin clan's growth must first be survival. One must not inadvertently bring calamity upon the clan. Fortunately, today he received the spirit master's warning. Otherwise, any resulting disaster would be too late to regret. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Xuanlin's brow as he immediately offered his gratitude to the spirit, thanking them for their reminder, and resolved to seek an appropriate time and place to activate the wooden token. Zhou Yi was unaware of Qin Xuanlin's thoughts and naturally had no intention of offering him any reminders. However, his own somewhat timid thoughts did resonate with Qin Xinlin's current mindset, to avoid provoking the entities within the gray mist and thus invite disaster upon himself. Chapter 32. New preview. In the ensuing period, the Isle of the Three Yin entered a tranquil phase of development. Qin Huaigu and Qin Sholua, leading their clan, tended to the fields nestled in the mountains. Thanks to the control of the climate by the spirit of sacrifice on Mondays and the nourishing aura present on the island, the crops thrived splendidly. The landscape was now adorned in vibrant greenery, a stark contrast to the desolation observed merely 2 months prior. The initial batch of crops had already been harvested in abundance, allowing every household to frequently enjoy fresh vegetables, perhaps due to a more balanced diet. The islanders of the Three Yin no longer appeared gaunt. Their complexions had taken on a healthier, rosier hue. Meanwhile, Qin Gana remained ensconced within a cavern suffused with molten lava, where he resided and dined. The aura emanating from the lava was remarkably pure, rivaling even the spiritual energy contained within the fire-type spirit stones found on the corpses. Seizing the opportunity of this abundant energy, Qin Gana devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation. Consequently, Qin Xinlin found it necessary to dispatch someone to remind Qin Gana to take breaks, lest he become ensnared by the perils of excessive practice. As for Qin Xinlin, he often found solace in a small chamber not far from the altar. This chamber housed the cherished tomes of the Qin clan, including the chronicles of the Qin clan and the genealogy, among other invaluable collections. Originally, the Qin family's library was far more extensive, but through numerous calamities, many of their texts had been lost. The surviving volumes now constituted but a fraction of their former glory. Nevertheless, among the many mortal islands that had once connected with the Isle of the Three Yin, none possessed as extensive a collection of books, and many islands lacked even a single literate individual. Qin Xinlin had perused these surviving texts countless times, yet during his leisure, he still found himself revisiting them. Recently, however, he had ceased to engage with the tomes and instead devoted his time to fervently documenting various matters. The ink he employed was a homemade concoction crafted from ash, rendering his script somewhat muted in appearance. The pen and paper were relics stored in the warehouse for an indeterminate duration, and their quantities were dwindling. Thus, Qin Xinlin wrote in small, economical letters to avoid wasting paper. Out of boredom, the spirit of sacrifice had once surveyed the writings from a divine perspective. Qin Xinlin's descriptions were numerous and eclectic, yet they were rendered with great detail. He meticulously chronicled the particulars of the 2 landings, the joy accompanying the return of the spirit of sacrifice, and various transformations occurring on the Isle of the Three Yin. He even illustrated the enigmatic symbols that represented the strange entity shrouded in mist, including the haunting depiction of a corpse from the deserted island and the emblem described by Qin Gana on the wooden token belonging to Lu Miao. It was then that the spirit of sacrifice beheld the true forms of these symbols. The grotesque creature from the deserted island, assembled from corpses, took the shape of a monstrous fish with its mouth agape, emanating an overwhelming stench at first glance. The emblem on Lu Miao's wooden token resembled a blood droplet that had pooled to form a character, evoking an unsettling sensation akin to witnessing a sea of blood. The intricate patterns etched upon the spiritual medium's wooden talisman held by Qin Xinlin formed an enigmatic design, resembling a tangle of black shadows at first glance. Although the illustrations were somewhat distorted by the application of ink, it was evident to Zhou Yi upon his initial observation that these figures were far from ordinary. Qin Xuanlin's recent records signified a renewed effort to chronicle the Qin family's history on the Island of Three Shadows. Qin Xinlin was diligent in his note-taking, and Zhou Yi had no intentions of intervening. During this flurry of activity, 3 individuals remained notably unoccupied on the island of 3 Shadows, Zhou. Serving as the spiritual medium, Chen Xingye, the son of the Chen clan leader, and his black dog, Little Black. Aside from studying the techniques and spells pertaining to the spiritual realm, Zhou often amused himself by observing what Chen Xianlin was writing or engaging in playful banter with Chen Xingye. Their bond had blossomed one fateful morning when Chen Xianlin brought Chen Xingye to the altar to pay homage to the spiritual entity, Zhou. After a lively ritual, the whimsical Chen Xingye, upon seeing the offerings, drooled and inquired of Chen Xianlin whether he could partake in the offerings. In response, the usually lenient Chen Xianlin playfully delivered a light reprimand, instructing him to promptly apologize to the spiritual medium and to show the proper respect due. Chen Xingye, while bending to offer his apology, mumbled that he merely regretted the potential waste of the offerings and did not intend any disrespect toward the spiritual entity. Just as Chen Xianlin was about to continue his admonition, the message stone from the Wailing Sea unexpectedly shimmered with golden light, revealing a line of golden script: "Better to gift the child than let it spoil." The ability of the spiritual medium to convey such a message astonished Chen Xianlin and the other members of the Chun clan. However, Chen Xingye, undeterred, thanked the spiritual medium and proceeded to nibble on the offerings. The other clan members, witnessing the spiritual medium's benevolence, felt it improper to intervene. Secretly pondering the extraordinary compassion exhibited by the Chen family's spiritual guardian, contrary to the ancient tales that portrayed it as wholly divine and devoid of human sentiment. From that day forward, Chen Xingye frequently visited the altar to indulge in the offerings, not only bringing along the few peers he had on the island. Recently, as his companions had been conscripted for labor, he even ventured to the altar with his large black dog to partake in the offerings. Should Chen Xianlin discover this, a scolding would surely ensue. Nevertheless, Zhou was entirely unconcerned, as he found the company a welcome diversion from his monotony. Chen Xingye unabashedly seized a fruit offering and remarked, "Oh, spiritual medium, I've consumed quite a few of your offerings. When I grow up, I shall bring even more to honor you. Everyone is so busy these days. If it weren't for my speed, I would either be toiling in the fields or confined to the school for lessons and writing." Zhou understood that Chen Xingye's apparent lack of restraint stemmed from the recent absence of their teacher, Chen Huaigu, who had taken the clan members to work in the fields. However, Zhou did not mind. In his boredom, he welcomed the distraction of Chen Xingye's animated chatter. Chen Xingye tossed the last piece of fruit into the air, which traced a perfect arc before landing in the mouth of the little black dog. Chen Xingye burst into hearty laughter, and the dog responded with enthusiastic barks, just as the sounds of mirth and canine yelps echoed in harmony. The communication monument of the Dead Sea suddenly emitted a flash of red light. A line of crimson characters materialized. Territory: 3 Island. Number of practitioners: 2. Island Strength Index ranking: 2. 966, 965. 10 days until the fog recedes to the island of putrid flesh. Number of practitioners: 3. Island Strength Index ranking: 47, 538. Note: this island has been contaminated. Having learned to read, Chen Xingye was taken aback upon seeing the inscription on the monument, and his expression changed dramatically as he called out urgently, "Father!" Chen Xianlin, summoned by Chen Xingye, gazed at the flickering red characters on the monument, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, 47,538. Chapter 33, Speculations on the next landing that afternoon. Chen Xianlin arrived at the lava cave where Chen Ganner was cultivating. The mundane affairs of the clan had been entrusted to the 2 elders, Chen Sholuo and Chen Huaigu, while the responsibilities regarding the fog-shrouded landings were entirely in the hands of the cultivators Chen Ganner and Chen Xianlin. Chen Xianlin had come to discuss the landing matters with Chen Ganner. Upon relaying the alarming message from the Huahai Communication Monument, Chen Ganner's countenance changed dramatically. "Brother, if the strength index of Listening Spring Island ranks 2 million and is so formidable, what kind of spectacle awaits us at the grotesque Fleshrot Island, which holds such a high ranking? How could it possibly connect with our island? Could it be that the Huahai Communication Monument is malfunctioning?" Chen Xianlin maintained a grave expression and shook his head. "I fear it is not a fault of the Huahai Communication Monument, but rather, as Lu Miao of Listening Spring Island suggested, that the Huahai and the Gray Mist have encountered unforeseen changes." When Chen Xianlin first beheld the inscriptions upon the Huahai Communication Monument, a sense of absurdity enveloped him, prompting him to beseech the Chen ancestral spirits for the truth of this prophecy. At that moment, the spirit Shou appeared equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why the island designated for landing possessed such an elevated strength index. which was somewhat at odds with the established rules of the Wahai and fog landings. Zhou Yi did not respond immediately, opting instead for silence, leading Qin Xianlin to reluctantly accept the grim reality. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Qin Ganu expressed his frustration. With such a high ranking and only 3 cultivators on the island, could it be that a legendary Foundation establishment immortal resides there? If so, it would be as effortless for them to crush us as it is for them to squash an ant. The fog landings were the very foundation upon which the islands of the Wahai could thrive. Should the rules become chaotic, countless islands would face obliteration. A shadow of despair crossed Qin Xuanlin's features, just as the Sanine Island began to flourish with its spiritual spring and this lava cave. With the ancestral spirit revived and the crops in the fields beginning to yield, a grave crisis loomed. As the clan leader of the Qin family, the weight of his somber thoughts was palpable. The everyday pressures of family development and survival fostered a sense of urgency within him. At this moment, he discerned an urgency emanating from the Wanghai Communication Monument, as if the Wanghai and Gray Mist were being compelled to accelerate their operations. Qin Gan rose and began to pace within the cave. After a moment, he halted, turning to Qin Xianlin with a serious tone. How shall we respond to such a landing? With such a disparity in strength, if they are indeed hostile, we would have no choice but to fight to the death. There was an unspoken thought lingering on Qin Gan's lips. In the Wahai, even including Sanine Island, when strength was unequal during a landing, it always favored the malevolent islands. Perhaps sensing the anger in Qin Gan's eyes, Qin Xianlin offered reassurance. You must focus on your cultivation. The rules governing landings in the Wahai, based on relative strength, have remained unchanged through the generations. Now that we are about to connect with Fleshrot Island, there may yet be hope. Perhaps the island we are landing upon has undergone some change, rather than the rules of the Wahai being altered. Qin Gan remained speechless. At this juncture, the only course of action was to devote oneself to diligent cultivation. After a discussion between Qin Xianlin and Qin Gan, they returned to Qinjia village. Upon entering the village, they encountered the clan elder, Qin Huaigu. Covered in dirt, it appeared he had just returned from the fields, standing upright with a serious expression. He bowed and greeted, "Greetings, clan leader." Qin Xianlin reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging, "Elder Huaigu, I see you are waiting here. Is there something to discuss?" Despite the scorching sun, Qin Huaigu remained at the village entrance, indicating he was indeed waiting for him. Nodding, Qin Huaigu said, "I have heard of the matter concerning the Lost CS Communication Monument and wish to share a few thoughts with you, clan leader." Qin Xianlin, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement, leading him directly to the assembly hall. Upon entering, Qin Huaigu bowed again, stating, "The matter of the fog parting to allow landing is primarily the responsibility of the clan leader and Elder Gan. As mere mortals, we do not intend to interfere. My words may seem foolish, and I hope you take no offense. After hearing about the Lost CS Communication Monument, I have been troubled and restless, prompting me to seek you out." Qin Xianlin replied gently, as the clan elder and the most senior member of the Qin clan. "You have witnessed the fog parting many times. What is there to fear in discussing this matter? Pray, share what weighs on your mind." With a sigh, Qin Huaigu said, "Previously, we dealt only with mortal islands, but now we face islands inhabited by immortals. My concern today is that this landing is not solely influenced by the changes in the Lost Sea and the Gray Mist, but rather, it has been interfered with by someone capable of influencing the landings." Upon hearing this, a deep shadow darkened Qin Xuanlin's features. Yet he refrained from interrupting Qin Huaigu. The elder continued, "As the clan leader, you are surely aware of the Qin family's history. Despite the fragmented records, you must understand why our clan has fallen to such a state." Qin Xianlin slowly responded, "You imply that they are still watching over our clan." Shaking his head with a sigh, Qin Huaigu lamented, "This is merely my anxious mind running wild. After all, our family nearly faced extinction in the Lost Sea. Why would they still pay us any heed? I only wish to share my concerns with you after learning that this landing seems to contravene the rules of the Lost Sea. I hope you will not hold it against us mortals for discussing such matters." A trace of melancholy appeared in Qin Xianlin's eyes. How could he blame Elder Huaigu for worrying about the Qin clan? Yet, he pondered, but our clan is on the brink of extinction. Could they truly have forgotten us? Qin Huaigu replied, bewildered, what else could one expect from a family branded as sinners? Qin Xianlin gazed at Qin Huaigu in surprise. In the past, whenever the term sinner was mentioned, Qin Huaigu would always argue vehemently against it. Yet now, this man, who despised the mention of such terms, had willingly uttered them. Meanwhile, on a Monday, upon seeing the announcement about the Lost CS Communication Monument, one couldn't help but be taken aback. An island ranked 2 to 3 million was set to receive an island ranked 40,000. Was this not akin to a sheep entering the tiger's den? Such a perverse matchmaking mechanism. Even a popular game in a previous life would not dare to implement such a system. What if, in such a manner, he inadvertently brought ruin upon his devoted islanders? On that fateful Monday, consumed by indignation, a page of a book within him slowly turned once more. The island spirit offering system reminds you that your followers belong to the island of Sanin, which currently ranks 985, 986 in the strength index of islands. Upon seeing this, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Oh, could it be due to the molten caverns? Sanin Island now boasts a stronger ranking than the previously reached Tinquan Island. As he continued to peruse, another line of golden script emerged. Notification: should the strength index of the island where your followers reside not decline after the next docking, you will be rewarded with a rootless Mother Spirit Stone. What is a rootless Mother Spirit Stone? Why is there a reward for maintaining the ranking? Hey? Accursed system. What does this mean? No matter how fervently he shouted in his mind, the pages of the system remained silent, revealing no further words. After absorbing the information presented by the island spirit offering system, he was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 34. The Cultivation Aptitude of Qinxingye Shou. He pondered once more. According to the island's spirit offering system, rewards are granted as long as one's ranking does not decline. Previously, the system indicated that a reward would be given only upon ascending to a specific rank. Why the leniency this time? No, this rather suggests that the risks associated with this docking are exceedingly high. But how can Zhou, as the spirit offering, protect the Chun clan and foster its growth? This has been a persistent question in his mind. During the last docking at Tinquan Island, Zhou employed the Faith Ring, one of the few skills that could assist in actual combat. However, it consumed a significant amount of faith power, depleting his reserves in a single use. And it also had distance limitations. Whether he could utilize it this time remains uncertain. Due to the scarcity of faith power, Zhou has come to a profound realization of his ineptitude in battle. Even as a support, his effectiveness is mediocre at best. After much contemplation, Zhou finally discerned how to assist the Sanin Qin clan. His primary duty as a spirit offering is to cultivate more practitioners for the Qin clan, which is currently the most effective means to enhance the clan's strength. Regrettably, the Sanin Qin clan comprises only a few dozen individuals, even if each possessed profound faith. The resulting faith power would still be limited, hindering the manifestation of many of the spirit offering's abilities. In the days that followed, Sanin Island underwent little change. Chen Gan continued his daily practice in the cave, while the other two clan elders led the villagers in their labors among the mountains. Chen Xianlin, aside from riding in the assembly hall and sitting in silence, had recently begun to stroll along the shores of Sanin Island from noon until sunset. Zhou observed that, on the surface, the Qin clan appeared unchanged, yet each individual seemed burdened by an invisible weight, even during the morning rituals. When villagers came to pay their respects, their faces bore no semblance of joy. This evoked a peculiar sense of guilt within Zhou. Every day, he absorbed the faith power of these individuals. The members of the Sanin Qin clan revered him as a deity, yet he could only sit atop the altar, watching helplessly, unable to provide them with the hope they deserved. This guilt prompted Zhou to reflect on the purpose of his existence in this world, why he had become the spirit offering of the Chun clan, and the significance of his presence in this realm. As Zhou was lost in these thoughts, Chen Xingye arrived with several companions and Xiaohe, seeking to partake of the offerings. Following the previous two dockings, the Qin clan had flourished considerably, and offerings before Zhou's altar were abundant. There was even a perpetual lamp fueled by fish oil before the altar. Although Zhou could not detect the scent of burning fish oil, perhaps due to the infusion of faith power, the light emitted by the lamp brought him considerable comfort. Chen Xingye first led his companions in 3 bows before the altar, then proceeded to gather the offerings to share with them. The other companions, timid, hesitated to take any offerings, but Chen Xingye, with a carefree smile, remarked, "This is our family's spirit offering, just like our ancestors. Surely it cares for us and would not be angry." A frail young girl timidly accepted the fruits handed to her by Chen Xingye and said, "Brother Xingye, my mother has returned from the mountains recently, yet she hasn't smiled at all and keeps sighing. Do you know why?" Chen Xingye had already become the young leader of the new generation on Sanin Island, and the other children would often come to him for guidance. He glanced at the nearby Wahai communication monument, and the smile on his face faded slightly as he replied, Perhaps it has something to do with the next landing. Unfortunately, we are still young and powerless. Such matters are beyond our assistance. Next to him, a robust young boy remarked, I see. That's why my father has been looking so troubled since he returned from fishing. The timid girl spoke again. What is there on the landing island? I heard that my grandparents passed away because of it. Are the inhabitants of the landing island human, or are they monsters? Chen Xingye gently ruffled the girl's hair and smiled again, saying, Xingyue, you are still young. In time, as you listen to the elders of the Huaigu clan, you will understand that everything we consume and utilize comes from the landing. My father once told me that the inhabitants of the landing island are usually human, but not always. Xingyue nodded, somewhat perplexed. The sturdy boy raised his fist and declared, I want to be like Elder Gon, to bring back food every time we land and fend off any marauding enemies. Chen Xingye laughed heartily. Xingyun, that is a remarkable aspiration. One day, you will undoubtedly become a great hero of the Qin clan. Perhaps it was the first time he had received such acknowledgement, and Xingyun clenched his small fist, his face flushing with pride as he proclaimed, I will surely become a hero of the Qin clan. After his excitement subsided, he turned to Chen Xingye and asked, What about you, Xingye? Do you have any wishes? The smile on Chen Xingye's face faded, and he mimicked the gesture his father often made, gazing into the gray fog over the Wanghai. With a youthful yet resolute voice, he stated, I hope that in the future, our Qin clan will no longer be tormented by the mysterious entities within the gray fog, that we will not go hungry due to a lack of food, and that we will have vast fields to cultivate grain, ensuring everlasting peace and prosperity for the Qin people. The other children, who had been eagerly sharing their own aspirations, stared in awe at the determined Chen Xingye after hearing his words. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, who had silently assessed the children's potential for cultivation, was astonished to discover that among these 5 or 6 children, 3 possessed the aptitude for cultivation. The girl named Xingyue had faint strands of pale blue water element aura gravitating towards her, indicating her potential for water-based cultivation. The robust boy named Xingyun had fire element aura drawing near him, clearly signifying his suitability for fire-based cultivation. Yet, it was Chen Xingye, the son of Chen Xianlin, who puzzled Zhou Yi as he observed both fire and water element auras swirling around him. Due to the continuous generation of spiritual energy from the spiritual spring and the lava cavern, a significant accumulation has occurred over time. Consequently, on this day, the ethereal essence can be sensed wafting throughout the various corners of the 3-Yin Island. This phenomenon has led to the present testing of cultivation aptitude. When the time comes, Zhou Yi need only bestow the fire and water elemental techniques upon Chen Xingyun and Chen Xingyue. However, Zhou Yi refrained from immediately granting these techniques, as the water elemental energy on the island is currently scarce, insufficient for the infusion of spiritual essence into their bodies. Conversely, the fire elemental energy is abundant. Yet directly channeling it into their forms poses considerable risks. Zhou Yi believes it would be prudent to allow the children to engage with the spiritual energy, allowing it to nourish them before bestowing the techniques, which may thereby mitigate the dangers associated with the infusion. Zhou Yi's gaze then shifted once more to Chen Xingye. He had no concerns regarding the techniques for the other 2, as he possessed a plethora of cultivation methods across the 5 elemental realms. However, the question remained, what technique should Chen Xingye pursue under such circumstances? Chapter 35. The Island of Decaying Flesh in the Remnants of Memories Left by the Ritual Spirits. There had never been an encounter with a phenomenon capable of attracting 2 types of spiritual energy, nor was there any record on how to assess one's aptitude for cultivation. Whether Chen Xingye could attract other forms of spiritual energy remained uncertain, leaving Zhou Yi in a state of ambivalence regarding whether this situation was advantageous or detrimental. The method of determining one's aptitude for cultivation based on the affinity of spiritual energy to living beings was merely a conjecture Zhou Yi had devised on his own. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi found no fault in this approach, as the successful cases of Chungoner provided a testament to its potential viability. He even contemplated subtly suggesting to Chen Xianlin the idea of testing the entire clan's cultivation aptitude. However, even if members of the clan exhibited aptitude for cultivation, the current reserves of spirit stones on the island of 3-Yin were insufficient to sustain long-term practice for many individuals. Moreover, Zhou Yi's method of testing aptitude was, in essence, rather rudimentary. It required the gathering of spirit stones from all 5 elemental categories to yield more accurate results. Currently, the Qin family possessed a spring that produced water-type spiritual energy, a lava cave that generated fire-type energy, and 2 spirit stones of wood and earth types obtained from floating corpses. Additionally, they had received 4 fire-type spirit stones and 2 wood-type stones from Lu Miao of Listening Spring Island. With only the gold-type spirit stone remaining, they would have all 5 elemental stones. Though Zhou Yi had yet to assess the cultivation aptitude of every member of the Chun family on the island of Three Yin, the mere presence of 3 out of the 5 or 6 children exhibiting such aptitude was sufficient to underscore the exceptional nature of the Chun clan. Furthermore, under the current circumstances where only fire and water cultivation aptitudes could be tested, it was entirely plausible that these children also possessed aptitudes for wood, earth, or gold-type energies. Even Zhou Yi, despite his unfamiliarity with this world, could recognize the remarkable probabilities at play. The population of Listening Spring Island far exceeded that of Three Yin Island. Yet only 2 individuals there exhibited cultivation aptitude. Conversely, the Qin clan, comprising merely several dozen individuals, already had 4 or 5 members demonstrating such potential, not accounting for those whose aptitude had yet to be tested. Regrettably, Three Yin Island had previously lacked any spiritual energy, and the lineage of cultivators had long been severed, resulting in many years without the emergence of any practitioners. Ultimately, the Chun clan of Three Yin was severely lacking in spirit stones, despite having numerous promising candidates. They lacked the requisite resources for cultivation. These children, having grown up without the nourishment of spiritual energy, would face the peril of bodily explosion if they were to forcibly draw energy into their bodies, making it exceedingly difficult for them to become effective combatants in the near term. What Zhou Yi remained unaware of was the astounding feat accomplished by Qin Goner alone. Without protection or experience, he had successfully drawn spiritual energy into his body using merely a single pure spirit stone. Observing the happenings on Three Yin Island day by day, Zhou Yi gradually recognized the benefits of being nourished by spiritual energy. The flourishing crops and the increasingly robust Qin clan members served as prime examples of this advantage. Within the confines of Three Yin Island's spiritual energy, Zhou Yi could manipulate it freely with his consciousness. In the days to come, Zhou Yi deliberately endeavored to guide the spiritual energy emanating from the lava cave and the spring, directing it to coalesce around Qin Xingye, Qin Xingyun, and Qin Xingyue. Although on Monday it remained uncertain whether this method could genuinely enhance the success rate of channeling spiritual energy into the body, he observed that those with qualifications, after prolonged contact with the spiritual essence, would have a slight influx of this energy into their bodies, rendering them increasingly robust and healthy. As time progressed, the moment of the island's arrival drew ever nearer. Above the realm of San Yin Island loomed a dense mass of dark clouds, casting a shadow over the hearts of every member of the Qin clan. In recent days, the fishing teams, accustomed to venturing out to sea, had ceased their expeditions. Yet they diligently sharpened their harpoons to a brilliant sheen. The academy where the elders of the Huaigu clan had imparted their teachings had long since closed, sending the children home to tend to their families. The ominous proclamations from the WNGHI communication monument had already spread throughout Sandine Island. Although the Qin clan members, having endured countless tribulations in the WNGHI over the years, understood that their role as mere mortals was insignificant in the face of the island's arrival, they nonetheless engaged in customary preparations. That night, the cloud that had perpetually hung over the heads of the Chun clan finally descended, despite their desensitization to the monthly fog and the arrival rituals. This particular event left many Qin clan members restless throughout the night. On the night of the arrival, as long as one refrained from wandering outside to observe the proceedings, safety was still assured. Many awake Qin clan members either sat quietly within their homes or conversed leisurely with their families, their actions and words betraying an undercurrent of anxiety. Naturally, Qin Xianlin, the clan leader, was also sleepless, even though he had ascended to the status of a practitioner, possessing the power to summon spirits. He felt no more significant than a mere ant in the face of the WNGHI and the encroaching fog. In this moment, he could only remain by the side of his wife, Wu He, and their young son, Qin Xingye, silently listening to the resounding echoes of the arrival. The sound of this arrival was greater than any recorded in the annals of the Chun clan's history. It seemed as though the island, which could determine the fate of the San Yin Qin clan, was slowly materializing in the darkness. When the invisible force of the rules erupted, every individual on San Yin Island appeared inconsequential. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the sun rose as it always did on the following day. The inhabitants of San Yin Island emerged from their dwellings, gazing towards the island of arrival. A landmass 10 times the size of San Yin Island manifested in the distance. Contrary to the Qin clan's expectations of a celestial realm adorned with white clouds and wild cranes, the island revealed its ominous nature at first glance. Dark red clouds hung ominously above the massive island, and even the morning light failed to penetrate this foreboding canopy, instead casting a shadowy hue over the island itself. What astonished the Qin clan most was the presence of a smaller island nearby, comparable in size to Sandine Island, which remained unconnected to the dark red island. This smaller island was lush and verdant, exuding an ethereal quality that stood in stark contrast to the ominous giant. Emerging from the volcanic cavern was Qin Ganair, who approached Qin Xianlin in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother, why are there two islands?" Qin Xianlin gazed off into the distance with a sense of melancholy, replying, "That is the Resource Island." Qin Ganair turned to look at Qin Xianlin, pondering, Resource Island? Although he felt he had heard this term before, he could not recall its significance at that moment. Qin Xianlin slowly remarked, "Those uninhabited islands that were annihilated during the fog's arrival now have the potential to transform into resource islands. It is said that these islands will connect with certain others in an alternate form, and after adhering to specific rules, they will become subordinate islands of larger land masses. However, the exact nature of these rules remains undocumented due to the severance of our clan's historical records." Qin Ganair grasped the concept immediately and nodded, "Ah. So it appears that although we have docked at two islands, it is essentially one. It seems that the strength of the islands we have reached will not be insignificant." Qin Xianlin replied, "Indeed, for without foundational cultivators, one cannot possess resource islands." What? Qin Ganair felt as if Qin Xuanlin's words struck him like a thunderclap, sending shivers down his spine. He instinctively wanted to refute, questioning how islands with foundational cultivators could possibly connect with the Three-Yin Island, which harbored only two minor cultivators. Yet, the towering island adorned with crimson clouds loomed before him, alongside the ethereal Resource Island, which was undeniably real. Furthermore, Qin Xianlin had no reason to deceive him without cause. Considering this, Qin Ganair felt increasingly parched and anxious. Foundational cultivators. How could we, mere second-tier chi refiners, hope to withstand the might of such formidable beings? Chapter 36. The Echoes of Decaying Flesh Island. Qin Xianlin shook his head, acknowledging the futility of resistance in the face of overwhelming power. No matter how we strategize, it is of no avail. Qin Ganair licked his lips, attempting to calm his turbulent emotions. How could we have landed on this island? The fog surrounding the shore has grown increasingly peculiar in recent days. He turned to Qin Xianlin, asking, "What shall we do?" Qin Xuanlin's gaze remained fixed on the distant island, and he spoke slowly, "Let us venture forth. I too am curious about how we have arrived at this island. If the Qin clan is doomed today, we cannot perish in the wake of our fellow clansmen." With that, he strode purposefully toward the enigmatic isle. Due to the stark disparity in strength at the landing site, Qin Xianlin made no special arrangements for the Qin clan members. When he and Qin Ganair reached the shoreline, many clans' people had gathered spontaneously at the water's edge, comprising men, women, the elderly, and children. Other members of the Qin clan were also making their way to this location. Among them were Qin Xuanlin's wife, Wu He, and their son, Qin Xingye. Some carried gleaming fish spears and hoes, while others wielded nothing more than tattered sticks, and a few simply clutched stones in their hands. They all turned to Qin Xianlin, their expressions somewhat numb, yet their eyes betrayed no hint of retreat. Qin Ganair furrowed his brows and urged, "Elders Huaigu and Qiu Luo, please take the clansmen back. This landing is fraught with peril. It is possible that the entire island is contaminated. We cannot allow our kin to take such risks." The two elders remained silent until an elderly man with a dark complexion and a spear spoke first. "This matter does not concern the two elders. We have all witnessed the ominous prophecy from the sea's message stone. We know that this landing is extraordinary and fraught with danger, though our strength is limited. We shall not cower in hiding while our clan leader and elder Ganair face peril alone." Other members of the Qin clan echoed their sentiments. "We are well aware that this island is a place of great misfortune. How could we, like last time, allow you to face danger alone? You, Ganair, have been watched over by us since childhood. Even in our old age, we can contribute. At the very least, we can shield you from harm." Indeed. Clan leader Xianlin and elder Ganair, do not underestimate us. Though the Qin clan has diminished, every living soul here harbors no fear of death. We are willing to stand with our leader in the struggle. Life and death hold no meaning for us anymore. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Qin Xianlin slowly turned his head, and silence fell upon the crowd. His eyes scanned each member of the Qin clan, and with a hoarse voice, he addressed them. "I understand the sentiments of my fellow clansmen. However, Today's landing does not require your sacrifice. Only Gainer and I shall face this. I implore you to safeguard our home. For the Qin clan, do not engage in reckless sacrifice. When Gainer and I return, we shall celebrate together with you." The Qin clan's people silently regarded Qin Xianlin, their unwavering gazes etched deeply into his heart. Qin Xianlin revealed a faint smile, waved his hand, and turned to step onto the sandy shores of Flesh-Rot Island alongside Qin Ganer. Zhou Yi, who had been attentively observing the landing situation, couldn't help but lament how the once venerable Qin clan had descended to such depths. As the two men set foot on Flesh-Rot Island, they were immediately assailed by an overwhelming stench. This odor was far more pungent than the usual scent of decay, and within moments, both Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganer felt a dizzying sensation. Qin Ganer pinched his nose and activated his inner fire technique, which alleviated his dizziness somewhat. He frowned and remarked, "This island has been tainted by some foul presence. Is this a place where humans can reside? Who could possibly live here?" Qin Xianlin was also taken aback by the island's peculiar nature. From the shallows of San'in Island, he had not sensed the horrific stench emanating from this locale. Crossing the shoreline felt akin to entering an entirely different realm. Moreover, the sand beneath their feet felt less solid than that of other islands, almost as if they were treading upon decaying flesh. Qin Ganer noted this as well and said to Qin Xianlin, "Elder brother, this beach resembles not a beach but rather the surface of rotten meat." Just as Qin Xianlin was about to respond, a resounding voice boomed from within Flesh-Rot Island, echoing thunderously in the ears of both men. "Master of the sinners of the Qin clan, come forth and plead for forgiveness." The title of Master of the Sinners undoubtedly referred to the clan leader, Qin Xianlin, and the voice was laden with unmistakable threats and humiliation. It seemed to imply that should they defy the will of its owner, a great calamity would soon descend upon them. Qin Xuanlin's countenance shifted dramatically. Even from the shores of San'in Island, he had sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from the opposite shore, a force far beyond that of mere Qi practitioners. This voice confirmed his suspicions that the island they had landed on was not welcoming. Qin Ganer also turned pale upon hearing those words. In the past, when the clan elders discussed the term sinner, it had merely been self-deprecating banter. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered the term sinner during a landing. Zhou Yi, who had been watching intently, also caught the ominous voice. However, he discerned that it seemed only Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganer could hear it, while the other members of the Qin clan standing on the shore remained oblivious, their faces still etched with concern as they gazed at Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganer. At that moment, Qin Ganer felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. "Sinner! Sinner! Our ancestors referred to themselves as sinners, and our clan history records the Qin people as sinners, driven to San'in Island by those celestial islands. I wish to understand what my ancestors did to deserve such a fate, even now, as Brother Xianlin endures this humiliation." Qin Ganer had perused the clan's history, a thick, bound tome, the early pages of which had been torn away. On the page following the torn sheets, the word sinner was inscribed in blood. When he had just become an elder, the first text he examined was the clan history, and the prevalence of the term sinner throughout the pages had instilled in him a disdain for reading, leading him to prefer fishing and engaging in disputes instead. He had also inquired of his father, who was likewise an elder of the clan, and the young clan leader, Qin Xianlin, yet neither could provide a precise answer. They merely stated that the ancestors of the Chun family had committed an egregious sin, which led them to this desolate place, the island of the Three Yin. Devoid of spirit, this transgression resulted in the once glorious Qin clan nearly facing extinction. However, the specific actions of the Qin ancestors were not recorded in the clan's history, existing only as fragmented legends passed down through generations. To this day, only a few elderly clan elders and Qin Xianlin possessed any knowledge of the matter. Upon hearing the word sinner echoed from the island shore, accompanied by the humiliation directed at Qin Xianlin, Qin Ganer felt a surge of blood rush to his face. His countenance flushed with anger as he hastened towards the heart of the island. Qin Xianlin, well aware of Qin Ganer's temperament, sighed inwardly and promptly followed suit. The entirety of the decaying island was barren, devoid of trees, and exuded an overwhelming desolation, its darkened landscape growing increasingly pungent as they ventured deeper. Unlike the previous occasions on the shore island, where traces of living inhabitants were evident, this island bore no signs of life whatsoever. Chapter 37. The purpose of the visitor as the practitioners of the San'in Qin clan had long since become extinct. Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganer had never encountered a cultivator since their birth. In the past, the misty shores they arrived at were merely connected to mundane islands. Even when they experienced peculiar occurrences, they remained within the realm of understanding. However, Ever since practitioners began to inhabit Sandine Island, the islands they approached became increasingly bizarre. Qin Xinlin often found himself questioning whether all these anomalies were indeed a consequence of the presence of cultivators on Sandine Island. For instance, would they have arrived at this strange island if there were no practitioners on Sandine Island? As Qin Xinlin pondered this, Qingana climbed to the top of a small hill. After casting a glance at the crimson clouds above, he turned to Qin Xinlin and remarked, "Cousin, I believe the foul stench on this island does not emanate from the land itself, but rather from the red clouds overhead." Having activated his soul-summoning technique, Qin Xuanlin's eyes turned as dark as ink. From the moment he set foot on this island, he had sensed something amiss. In his perception, the massive red cloud in the sky seemed to possess a trace of soul energy. It was only after cultivating the soul-summoning technique that he realized every living being harbors soul energy, whether it be the fish swimming in the sea, the serpents and insects on the island, or the inhabitants of various islands. But how could the clouds in the sky exhibit fluctuations of soul energy? Did this imply that the red cloud was, in fact, a living entity? Qin Xinlin fell into deep contemplation. As they made their way here, they had encountered no other beings. Both Qin Goner and Qin Xinlin had to continuously channel their techniques, which consumed considerable amounts of spiritual and soul energy. They had reached the area where the stench was most overwhelming. A mere whiff would send ordinary mortals into fits of retching. The odor was reminiscent of countless corpses piled together, exuding a foulness after languishing in the sweltering heat for 2 months. Yet, upon arriving at this place, they still saw no signs of life. Feeling as though they were being toyed with, Qingana shouted, "Who are you? Why have you summoned me here? Only to hide away?" As his voice echoed, a grand tone resounded once more. "The master of the Chun clan's sinners?" Following the sound, the two Qin cousins finally caught sight of a colossal figure not far away. The massive silhouette sat upon a flat rock, towering at about 2 zhang even while seated. Despite its imposing stature, its body mirrored the dark red hue of the island's soil, making it seem like a standing boulder at first glance. This was the reason the two had not discovered its presence sooner. Its body and features were enshrouded in a thick layer of dust, which cascaded down as it spoke. Its eyes, seemingly closed for an eternity, slowly opened, emitting a captivating light that pierced through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. The sheer force of this presence made Qin Goner's legs tremble uncontrollably. It was the first time he had felt the might of a foundation-building cultivator up close, and he grasped the vast chasm of power that separated him from such an adept, a veritable chasm akin to a celestial divide. The towering figure, with a mesmerizing light in its eyes, fixed its gaze upon Qin Goner and Qin Xianlin, instantly amplifying the pressure they felt. A deafening voice echoed once more. After all these years, the Qin clan's transgressors had become so weak, and the leader of the transgressors had even lost their foundational cultivation. Qin Goner, bracing against the pressure, gritted his teeth and asked, "Why do you refer to my clan as transgressors?" The imposing figure erupted into a thunderous laughter, exclaiming, "How laughable! How absurd! You do not even know the misdeeds of your ancestors. It is truly pitiful." As the figure resumed its cryptic silence, Qin Goner, now seething with anger, spat on the ground and retorted, "Enough with the riddles. Speak plainly. If you wish to fight or kill, do so swiftly. Are you a man? Or are you not even human?" No sooner had Qin Goner finished speaking than he felt an overwhelming pressure bear down upon him, propelling him like a cannonball, ultimately crashing 3 feet underground before coming to a halt. Seeing this, Qin Xianlin urgently called out, "Goner." After a few moments, Qin Goner emerged from the earth, waving a hand to signal he was still alive, only for it to droop feebly thereafter. Qin Xianlin, noticing this, felt a slight relief. It appeared that although Qin Goner had sustained serious injuries, he had not been killed in a single blow. At that moment, the towering figure slowly retracted its raised hand and remarked, "A small clan without even foundational practitioners dares to speak so boldly." Taking a deep breath, Qin Xianlin stepped forward and declared, "I am Qin Xianlin, the clan leader of the Qin family. I presume you have something to discuss with me. Why then harm my kin?" The imposing figure's gaze lingered on Qin Xuanlin's inky black eyes, slowly articulating, "Qin Xianlin, indeed, the leader of transgressors. Yet it is laughable that even the leader of transgressors practices the art of gray mist. How tragic." After a moment, the figure continued, "We have expended great resources to reach your island, seeking to offer the Qin clan an opportunity." Qin Xianlin squinted, inquiring, "What opportunity?" The towering figure's voice took on a subtly enticing tone, stating, "From observing the two of you, it is clear that your clan is still struggling for survival. I could easily eliminate you and the one lying beneath, but instead, I extend an olive branch. Cooperate with me, and I shall ensure your clan's safety. I even assure you that your clan shall one day give rise to foundational practitioners. Moreover, you must have noticed that I could annihilate all the mortals on your island within 3 breaths. Yet I have called only for you and spared your people. Demonstrating my sincerity, Chun Xianlin narrowed his eyes further, asking, "What do you mean by cooperation?" The figure replied, "The entire Qin clan must pledge allegiance to the Wang family, swearing by the sea and the gray mist, becoming their servants." Contemplating this, Qin Xianlin mused, "Wang family? I have never heard of such a clan. Are you also of the Wang family?" The figure responded, "You need not concern yourself with the Wang family. You have seen the resource island adjacent to yours, rich in spiritual energy. Should you agree to cooperate, the environment of your island could one day resemble that of the resource island. We shall bestow upon you a communication monument from the Wraith Sea, through which we will provide you with spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, spells, and other resources." Qin Xianlin remarked, "Is it truly that simple? After the oath, the Qin clan will gain such an abundance of materials and even give rise to foundational cultivators?" The towering figure's gaze intensified, the brilliance in his eyes becoming more captivating. "It is not so simple. There exists one crucial condition. After our collaboration, you must not worship or pay homage to any deities, nor to any entities shrouded in mist, nor shall you engage in the veneration of spirits. Only the Wang clan may dictate which entities the Qin clan is permitted to honor." A flicker of light flashed in Chun Xuanlin's narrowed eyes as he pondered. "I am genuinely curious about the immense cost you have incurred to reach our island. Furthermore, why have you sought out our modest clan, burdened with daily concerns of sustenance? And why impose such peculiar demands?" The figure, previously seated, gradually rose, and with his motion, the formidable aura of a foundational cultivator erupted forth unrestrained. His dark crimson gaze locked onto Qin Xuanlin's ink-black eyes as he enunciated slowly, "Regardless of my intentions, do you possess the right to refuse?" Chapter 38. The Foundation Establishment Period of the Undead. Are you threatening me? Faced with the overwhelming presence of the colossal figure, Chun Xianlin stood his ground unwaveringly. The giant, unperturbed by Chun Xuanlin's words, displayed a sudden fury upon his visage, proclaiming, "You, the sinful clan, are but a minuscule tribe easily extinguished with a mere flick of the finger. What right do you possess to refuse?" As the giant's anger surged, crimson clouds churned ominously in the sky, and the stench around them intensified. The oppressive might characteristic of the Foundation Establishment Period descended like a torrential storm. Despite the relentless operation of his life soul summon, Qin Xuanlin's body swayed precariously under its weight, managing only to maintain an upright posture. Refusing to prostrate himself before the giant, the sea breeze rustled Qin Xuanlin's white robe, and although the foul odor enveloped him, his expression remained composed. He spoke resolutely. "I refuse your demands, House Wang. Although the Qin clan is impoverished, we possess integrity, while I aspire to revitalize the Qin lineage. To seek glory through submission contradicts the beliefs upheld by my ancestors. The only faith my kin can revere is that of the Qin clan itself." The giant trembled, shedding the dust from his form, revealing the dark red armor that adorned him. The armor, simplistic in design, was emblazoned with various sinister black masks, rendered all the more menacing against the dark red backdrop. The giant clad in crimson armor addressed him once more. "I offer you another chance. Should you refuse again, I shall eradicate you and your kin today." Before the red-armored giant, the two figures appeared merely as robust insects. In the pit, Chun Gan attempted several times to rise, each effort thwarted by the giant's overwhelming presence, leaving behind trails of blood where his fingers clawed at the earth. It seemed the red-armored giant intended this, deliberately imposing the suffocating pressure solely upon Chun Xianlin, compelling him toward capitulation. On this desolate, foul-smelling island, confronted by the full force of a Foundation Establishment practitioner's might, Chun Xianlin sighed deeply. His visage grew increasingly aged, and after straining to maintain his stance, he murmured, almost in lament, "I have contravened the ancestral teachings. Naming my son Xingye was my hope to sever the ties with the past sins of the Qin clan, to rid him of the burden embodied in the characters Qin and Xian. I yearn for him to lead our kin to a life of abundance, free from the specter of mortal peril. However, it appears this aspiration is fraught with difficulty. Even as we wish to forget our past, the remnants of the Qin clan continue to pursue us relentlessly." At this juncture, Qin Xuanlin's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "Very well, then let us choose another path." Above the red-armored giant, a swirling vortex of crimson clouds loomed. He remained oblivious to Chun Xuanlin's musings, only aware that the leader of the sinful clan had defied his demands. He had boasted fervently before another, vowing to subdue the cursed Qin clan, yet the patriarch stood resolute, unyielding to his might. Throughout their encounter, neither had exhibited an ounce of trepidation, instead embodying a spirit of defiance in the face of death. In his eyes, the Sinner Qin clan was but a mere flick of his fingers away from obliteration. Yet, whether it be the weakly cultivated black-robed cultivator lying on the ground or the current patriarch of the Qin clan before him, neither regarded him with the reverence befitting a deity. Their words dripped with disdain. Even though he stood as a lofty foundation-building practitioner, this insolence ignited an intense fury within the crimson-armored giant. The towering figure clad in ghostly red armor, his visage concealed behind a mask, thundered, "You seek death." As his words echoed, the swirling crimson clouds in the sky roared forth towards Qin Xianlin. At the moment when Chun Gan and Qin Xianlin set foot upon the island of decaying flesh, on the opposite side, amidst the ethereal resources island, a stark contrast unfolded. This place was a symphony of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms, suffused with spiritual energy, resembling an entirely different realm from the island of decay. Nestled within the woods of the resource island lay an exquisite courtyard, where a strikingly handsome yet cold-eyed young man was engaged in casual conversation with a maid while sipping wine. After the maid filled his cup, she inquired, "Young master, shall we be able to subdue the Sinner Qin clan today?" The young man, after swallowing a mouthful of wine, replied with a smile, "The Sinner clan possesses a proud spirit. It may not be easily subdued, yet I must make the attempt." The maid, stifling a giggle, remarked, "But that scaled guardian clad in ghostly armor could not tame this small clan?" With a cold laugh, the young man retorted, "If the Sinner clan were so easily subdued, they would not have fallen to the lifeless realm of the Three Island. After all these years, their survival amidst the Sea of Oblivion, along with their remaining practitioners, is already quite astonishing." The maid, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Young master, with your astute intellect and notable cultivation talent among the islands of the Sea of Oblivion, why expend such great effort to subdue this Sinner clan?" The young man chuckled heartily, saying, "In light of how obedient Chinger is, I shall divulge a secret. I fortuitously learned of the unique qualities of the Sinner clan from my esteemed ancestor, hence my desire to subjugate them for future utility. Even if I do not take action, others from the Celestial Islands will attempt to subdue them. However, few islands can utilize the rules of docking. I must act swiftly to prevent the Sinner Qin clan from falling into the hands of other Celestial Islands." The maid playfully fed him a piece of fruit and teased, "But if we recklessly exploit forbidden powers to dock on the Sinner clan's island without the elder's permission, might he not be angered?" The young man laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "As the sole legitimate heir of the Wang family's younger generation, who else could my esteemed ancestor favor? After all, he bestowed upon me the ghostly armor. Even if he learns of my actions, he would not hold it against me." With a shift in tone, he sighed. "It is a pity that the island's natives are still too few. Even if all were nourished by the ghostly armor, it would only elevate that useless thing to the initial stage of foundation building." Beside him, the maid chimed in cheerfully, "Once we have subdued the Sinner clan, we can use the next island's inhabitants as nourishment for the ghostly armor, can't we?" The two individuals spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the current state of the Qin clan, as if their arrival at the shore was merely a leisurely spring outing. Just as they engaged in light-hearted banter, a surge of energy indicative of the foundation establishment stage emanated from a certain coastal area of Sandine Island. The smile on the young man's face abruptly faltered. A water sword, formed from the ocean, surged forth from the beach of Sandine Island, slicing through the air with a fierce howl. Before the crimson vortex could reach Qin Xianlin, it was instantaneously shattered. The mingling of the ocean spray and the remnants of the red cloud vortex descended upon the group, enveloping them in a fetid rain composed of seawater. Qin Xuanlin's peril was swiftly averted, and even the imposing aura of the crimson-armored giant momentarily waned. Seizing this opportunity, and despite the pain, Qin Gan Air finally managed to rise from the pit, casting a glance at his side towards Qin Xianlin. "Cousin, what is happening?" Seeing that Qin Gan Air could still pull himself from the ground, Qin Xianlin felt a sense of relief. He turned and smiled, saying, "Do you think I stroll by the seaside daily for no reason? The Sea of the Dead has claimed countless sages over the years. Their remains scattered across every fathom of its depths. My daily walks are merely an attempt to commune with them, to converse with the deceased, especially those who have been gone for countless years, where at any other time, Chungan Air would have been filled with curiosity regarding how such a feat could be accomplished. Yet now, he appeared somewhat dazed, for Qin Xuanlin's visage had aged to resemble that of one in their twilight years. Chungan Air murmured, "Cousin, you." From the depths of the sea near San'in Island, a spectral figure, draped in tattered rags and reduced to mere skeletal remains, ascended with astonishing speed towards Qin Xianlin. As the specter soared, it stirred the waters, creating a dense mist that followed in its wake, repelling the fetid red clouds that sought to invade San'in Island back towards the Isle of Decaying Flesh. The towering figure clad in a ghostly red armor sensed the rapidly approaching presence, and the previously expressionless countenance finally transformed. A Foundation Establishment Spectre. Chapter 39. The dispersing red clouds. Chungan Air had barely sensed another surge of foundational power when its master appeared before them in an instant. The spectral figure, now merely a skeleton, hovered in the air before them. With the arrival of this apparition, a vast expanse of mist followed, coalescing into a thick shroud behind it. It stood in stark opposition to the imposing figure clad in red armor, adorned with a ghostly mask. Seizing the moment, Chungan Air quickly supported the faltering Qin Xianlin and retreated, fully aware that the clash of foundational practitioners was beyond their capabilities. However, Qin Xianlin's body had grown exceedingly frail, and the unbearable pain hindered his movements, forcing him to rely entirely on Chungan Air for support. The red-armored giant appeared taken aback by the sudden emergence of the formidable foundational specter, a glimmer of scrutiny flickering in its gaze. Yet, the specter seemed intent on no delay. With a swift gesture of its bony hand, the enveloping mist transformed into countless water arrows, launching toward the red giant with great vigor. The red-armored figure, undeterred, let out a disdainful grunt, and the crimson clouds above shifted in response. With a powerful stride, it charged toward the specter, unleashing a colossal punch infused with overwhelming force. The sound of their collision reverberated throughout the decayed island, a resounding boom that left Chungan Air's ears ringing painfully. It appeared this ancient specter was indeed formidable. The red-armored giant expressed surprise at the specter's exceptional might, but quickly scoffed. "You arrive at a fortuitous moment. I find your soul quite appealing, and I shall claim it for myself." Yet, the specter, being a mere corpse, could not respond or utter any retorts. It merely clenched its bony hand, transforming the surrounding mist into a barrage of water arrows aimed at the red giant. Remarkably, the giant did not evade. Instead, a sinister grin spread across its ghostly mask as it allowed the arrows to strike its armor, retaliating with another powerful punch. In an instant, a wall of mist materialized before the specter to shield it. However, the red giant was relentless, crashing through the water barrier and sending the specter flying with a single blow, hurling it back several dozen yards, deeply embedding it into the ground. As the mist dissipated, the red giant emerged unscathed. Chungan Air, witnessing this ferocious display, felt a surge of concern. If even this foundational specter could not impede their adversary, who could possibly stand against it? Could they rely on his elder brother, who had devoted himself to the Qin clan and was nearing the end of his days? Or was it to rest upon his own meager abilities as a mere second-tier Qi practitioner? Contemplating this, Chungan Air clenched his fists in determination. Meanwhile, the specter that had been sent hurtling did not shatter under the force of the red giant's blow. Instead, it emerged from a heap of rubble, once more suspending itself in the air. Chungan Air then noticed that the specter's bones were enveloped in a dense mist, giving it an almost crystalline appearance. The infusion of spiritual energy penetrated its very marrow, for the ability to transform spiritual energy into solid form was one of the fundamental powers of a foundational practitioner. In a manner akin to Chungan, who previously possessed only the cultivation of the first layer of Qi refinement, he could merely envelop his limbs with spiritual energy during combat, executing only brief and minor spells before his energy would be completely depleted. However, a foundation-building practitioner, with their entire being permeated by spiritual energy, can store it throughout their body, allowing spells to flow effortlessly. Whether the specter summoned by Qin Xianlin could wield spells depended on whether its corporeal form still harbored spiritual energy at the time of its demise. The tattered specter before them, despite its skeletal remains, had evidently possessed considerable strength and life, and the residual spiritual energy it contained appeared to Chungan as boundless as the ocean. The red-armored giant, witnessing the specter's unyielding might, was not alarmed but rather delighted, proclaiming, "Indeed, it is an ancient specter, a rarity in this world. Your soul shall be mine." As the giant spoke, crimson clouds from the sky surged into the red armor enveloping him. Once the red clouds were entirely absorbed, the ghastly visage upon the armor became ever more fearsome, as if poised to break free. The two entities collided once more, with the already formidable giant becoming increasingly ferocious. Utilizing sheer physical strength, he dispersed the mist surrounding the specter, which seemed to be retreating steadily. Chen Goner grew increasingly anxious, wishing he could lend the specter a helping hand, but regrettably, with his current strength, he would only be courting death. Moreover, the message from the Necropolis Communication Stone had foretold the presence of 3 practitioners on this island. Thus far, only one had made an appearance, with 2 remaining unseen. Just as Chen Goner was consumed by worry, a raspy voice emerged beside him. "Goner, lift my hand." Turning, he beheld the silver-haired Chun Xianlin, who was strenuously attempting to raise his hand, clutching something that was on the verge of slipping from his grasp. Unfortunately, after summoning the spirit, the excruciating pain still lingered, rendering him unable to raise his hand, despite the beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Chen Goner rushed to support Chen Xianlin, addressing him as elder brother. Chen Xianlin urged again, "Goner, elevate my hand." Only then did Chen Goner discern that what Chen Xianlin clutched was a wooden token, the very spiritual medium obtained from the drifting corpses of the necropolis, leaving him parched and dry-mouthed. No wonder his elder brother could summon foundation-building specters. It was due to that totemic wooden token. Chen Xianlin, in a weakened state, cautioned, "Do not engage in idle chatter. The specter is now in retreat. The situation is dire." Chen Goner, compelled by urgency, followed Chen Xuanlin's instructions and lifted his trembling hand, assisting him in forming a fist. Chen Xianlin silently recited an incantation, and a dark light materialized upon the wooden token in his grasp. A cacophony of mournful wails echoed through the air, as if an anguished spirit lamented from the void. This haunting cry was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had come, akin to an auditory hallucination. The unassuming dark light in Chen Xuanlin's hand surged forth like a bolt of lightning, plunging into the ghastly corruption of the red-armored giant. The giant, preparing to strike the specter with a clenched fist, wore an expression of furious intent. Yet, as that dark light penetrated the crimson-armored figure, it remained motionless, its eyes widening in terror as if witnessing an unspeakable horror. The ghastly visages adorning the armor transformed from expressions of malevolence and resentment to sheer terror, as if they too had beheld something profoundly dreadful. Moments later, one by one, the horrified faces on the armor vanished, and billowing clouds of red began to emanate from the crimson shell. These red clouds ascended into the sky, morphing into ethereal humanoid shapes, both male and female, young and old, resembling hundreds of individuals. Initially, these spectral figures appeared bewildered, but upon sensing something significant, they clasped their fists in reverence and bowed towards Chen Xianlin before dissipating into nothingness. On the island of rotting flesh, the nauseating stench abruptly vanished. This entire scene unfolded with remarkable swiftness, from the moment Chen Xianlin unleashed the dark light to the emergence of the red clouds and their subsequent dissolution. Nearly a few breaths had passed. Chen Goner, in a state of stupefaction, had yet to make any move. His gaze inevitably shifted back to the crimson giant, which remained rooted in place. At this juncture, the ghastly faces upon the giant's armor had entirely disappeared, its formidable aura extinguished. To Chen Goner's astonishment, the once stalwart crimson giant suddenly collapsed. As the dust settled, from the heap of colossal armor emerged a frail, emaciated old man. Chapter 40 QA Chen Goner found it difficult to associate the frail old man before him with the imposing red-armored giant he had encountered earlier. The old man, clad in coarse garments, exhibited a frantic gaze filled with fear, his lips trembling as he muttered incoherently to himself. In Chen Goner's estimation, this elder's cultivation might surpass his own by a significant margin, yet it undoubtedly fell short of the foundation establishment stage. Was the earlier intimidation merely a consequence of the enormous armor lying on the ground? Seizing the opportunity while the old man appeared somewhat delirious, Chen Goner was poised to approach and end the elder's plight when 2 figures emerged from the distance. Initially, the pair seemed quite far away, but in the blink of an eye, they materialized nearby. Chen Goner discerned that they were a man and a woman. The man, in the bloom of youth, possessed striking features. However, the elongated shape of his eyes, coupled with his expressionless visage, rendered him somewhat chilling. The woman, barely in her 20s, was equally captivating, her eyes brimming with curiosity, yet she remained positioned behind the man, seemingly deferring to him. The man paid no heed to the quaking old man in the armor, instead scrutinizing Chen Goner and Chen Xianlin intently. A sense of vigilance surged within Chen Goner. The prowess of these 2 individuals was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps rivaling that of the red-armored giant. After a moment of observation, the man fixed his gaze on Qin Xianlin, inquiring, "Are you the head of the Qin clan?" The Sinner Qin? At this juncture, Qin Xianlin felt the pain from his summoned soul begin to recede, allowing him to stand, albeit unsteadily. Noticing this, Qin Ganair promptly stepped forward to support him. The Foundation Establishment Spectre, whose presence had remained unnoticed until now, stood behind Qin Xianlin, its hollow eyes fixed upon the suddenly arrived man. Once he steadied himself, Qin Xianlin raspily articulated, "A descendant of the Wang family?" The man, disregarding the spectre, continued to address Qin Xianlin, stating, "Since you have triumphed over the ghostly-faced, decaying armored scale guard, I shall not trouble you regarding your arrival. I come solely to reclaim that ghostly-faced, decaying armor." Qin Xianlin gestured towards the trembling old man before the armor and replied, "You may take the armor, but he must remain." The cold-faced youth narrowed his eyes, a subtle pressure emanating from him. However, Qin Xianlin remained unperturbed. The youth, with a mocking smile, retorted, "Interesting. A worthless being, you may have him. I hope you endure the forthcoming arrival and maintain your pride, lest you fall prey to other islands. After all, the Qin clan members are the finest vessels. Should they fall into the hands of another island, it would spell disaster." The man uttered no further words. With a mere gesture, he caused the scattered pieces of ghostly-faced, decaying armor to shrink, ultimately storing them within an exquisite golden gourd at his waist. He cast one last glance at Qin Xianlin and then swept his gaze over Qin Ganair before turning to depart, accompanied by his maid. Within moments, they vanished from Qin Ganair's sight, having never cast a single glance at the trembling, emaciated old man on the ground. Upon returning to the small courtyard on the resource island, the young master of the Wang family found his maid speaking, "Young master, I never anticipated that the scaled guard clad in ghostly armor would suffer defeat. The Sinner clan truly harbors complexities that are not readily apparent. Yet, why did you refrain from intervening? With your prowess, that foundation-building undead would hardly pose a challenge." The young man took a sip of wine, refilling his cup before responding. "What leads you to believe that my reluctance stems from fear of the foundation-building undead or concern over the Sinner clan's hidden strategies?" The maid widened her eyes, responding, "Surely, such matters are trivial for you, young master. I am at a loss as to why you did not act." With a cold snort, the young man replied, "What I fear is the entity that caused the ghostly armor to dissipate. It is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to summon such a presence, one that rivals or even surpasses the venerable ancestors of the Wang family." He chuckled darkly. "Even after all this time, the Qin family remains formidable. Since there exists a protector for the Qin clan, I shall extend them some leniency." Having said this, the Wang heir downed his drink and continued, "I never imagined that the Qin family, once so resolute, would ally with the being shrouded in mist." The maid, upon hearing this, looked despondent, lamenting that their excursion yielded no rewards and was thus rendered pointless. The young man reassured her, "Fear not. We shall visit a few more islands inhabited by cultivators. Once the ghostly armor is restored, we can return." Meanwhile, Qin Ganair observed the departing figures of the two and felt compelled to inquire about why the Qin family was labeled as sinners. However, recalling Qin Xuanlin's condition and the time constraints of the foundation-building undead, he wisely chose silence, avoiding the peril of creating formidable adversaries. After the two had left, Qin Ganair remarked, "Cousin, why did we not directly inquire about their arrival at our Sanine Island, instead of leaving behind that seemingly deranged old man?" Qin Xianlin replied, "If they wish to withhold information, we cannot extract anything from them. Retaining this individual is already a display of my authority. However, if we do nothing, he may discern our intentions, and the Qin family would be in grave danger. The information we acquire hinges on what we can elicit from him." Without delay, Qin Ganair summoned the old man. Though the elder still possessed his cultivation and bore no visible wounds, his mind appeared clouded. His countenance was filled with dread, his gaze unfocused, and his lips trembled as though he had witnessed an unspeakable horror. Qin Ganair struck him several times. Yet the old man remained in a state of shock, neither resisting nor speaking. Seeing this, Qin Xianlin shook his head and halted Qin Ganair's violent actions. Channeling his soul energy, he lightly tapped the old man's forehead to restore his clarity before asking, "How did you arrive at Sanine Island?" The old man's gaze remained hazy, yet he finally spoke, his words slow and fragmented. "Young master, it is said that the Sinner Qin clan has a troubled past, and you seek to subdue them." Thus, the young lord employed the power of forbidden existence to exchange the essence of 3 native inhabitants of this island with our own, allowing us to come to this isle. Beside him, Qin Ganair interjected eagerly, "What is the true reason for referring to our Qin clan as sinners? Speak quickly." The old man replied slowly, "I do not know. This is a closely guarded secret, known only to the direct lineage of the immortal island." Qin Ganair seized the old man's garment, shouting in fury, "Then tell me, what did our ancestors do that condemned their descendants to endure torment on the desolate Three Island?" The old man responded, "It seems to be related to the gray mist." Qin Ganair was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for further questions. Qin Xianlin then inquired, "Are there many immortal islands searching for the Qin clan?" The old man appeared bewildered, answering whatever was asked. "Recently, it appears that some significant disturbance has occurred with the gray mist and the Sea of the Dead, prompting several immortal islands to seek the Qin clan of Three Island." Qin Xianlin continued, "Among those immortal islands, how many possess the capability to locate our island?" The old man replied vacantly, "Very few, and the cost is exceedingly high." Qin Xianlin pressed further, "What was the forbidden power you used to arrive at this island?" Just as the old man began to utter a word, his head suddenly exploded with a resounding thud, splattering blood and brain matter onto the two men. Qin Ganair was taken aback. Although the man was somewhat disoriented, he had not appeared to be in a state of madness. What could have caused such a sudden explosion? After wiping the blood from his face, Qin Xianlin remarked, "Perhaps this is the reason he agreed to leave this man to us. Immortal islands that linger in the Sea of the Dead have their own means of protecting their secrets." Chapter 41. The rootless maternal spirit stone. The Qin clan members awaiting at the beach were filled with an acute sense of anxiety. They witnessed the mist rising from the sea and heard the resounding clamor of battle on the shore island. They even observed the crimson clouds above the island dissipate in an instant, which was utterly astonishing for these mere mortals. Despite their growing impatience, they refrained from recklessly rushing to the island, for such actions would not necessarily aid their clan leader and elder. Rather, they might become an encumbrance. All they could do was incessantly pray to the spirits for the safe return of their leader and elder Qin Ganair. Perhaps their fervent supplications were heard by the spirits, or perhaps it was simply that the Qin clan was not fated for extinction. Eventually, through their anxious gazes, they spotted two figures returning, supporting one another. As the two men stepped onto the shores of Sanning Island after crossing the shallows, the Qin clan members, who had been waiting, barely had time to rejoice before some could no longer hold back their tears. Even the elders who had experienced numerous landings before gasped in disbelief. The two men were drenched in blood, and Qin Xianlin, who appeared nearly lifeless, had hair as white as frost and a countenance that resembled an aged man, starkly contrasting with his previously refined and amiable demeanor from just months prior. For the waiting clan members, it was a shocking sight that Qin Xianlin and Qin Ganair returned in such a dire state shortly after arriving on the island. We rushed over immediately, embracing Qin Xianlin and weeping uncontrollably. Qin Xianlin, at a loss for words, could only gently pat his wife's shoulder with hands that resembled dry tree bark. Upon their return to Qin family village, some clan members remained vigilant along the coastline, as even Qin Xianlin could not ascertain whether the man with the surname Wang would strike again. In truth, their vigilance was merely a form of psychological comfort, for the spirit of the foundational cultivator had vanished after a quarter of an hour. Now, the island's highest combat strength was merely the gravely wounded Qin Ganair, rendering their precautions somewhat futile. As darkness began to descend, the rotting flesh island adjacent to Sanning Island remained eerily silent, devoid of any attacks. This signified that the landing had come to an end, and a collective sigh of relief enveloped everyone. It also indicated that Sanning Island could once again navigate through a month in tranquility. Interestingly, this landing yielded no material gains. Qin Ganair suffered severe injuries, and Qin Xianlin expended a significant portion of his lifespan. Yet, Qin Xianlin maintained a positive outlook, believing it to be remarkable that they had successfully repelled an assault involving a foundational cultivator without any harm befalling their clan members. It was not entirely without material gain. As they departed from the rotting flesh island, Qin Ganair had stripped the bloodied garments from the corpse of the old man, claiming they could be washed and reused. Having participated in landings from a young age and grown accustomed to the brutality, Qin Ganair felt no qualms about this. Furthermore, Qin Xianlin regarded the greatest achievement of this venture as acquiring information regarding Sanning Island and other islands, breaking free from the information blackout of previous years. After this landing, Qin Xianlin did not convene the clan elders for a meeting as usual, primarily due to the severe injuries sustained by Qin Ganair, who required treatment. The second reason is that this landing yielded no significant results, and there was no need for manpower to tally the outcome. Moreover, he appeared somewhat fatigued. That night, in the comforting presence of his wife and children, he slept particularly soundly. As night fell, Zhou, stationed at the altar, received a notification from the system. The island spirit system reminds you that your follower's island, Sanine Island, currently ranks 985, 124 in the Island Strength Index. Due to the fact that Sanine Island did not experience a decline in ranking during the last landing, you are awarded 1 Rootless Maternal Spirit Stone. Rootless Maternal Spirit Stone, formed from the ethereal essence of the universe, when placed on fertile ground, it emits rootless spiritual energy. If other elemental spiritual stones are placed beside it, the rootless energy will transform into that elemental energy, and this effect can last for 6 months. Zhou gazed at the multicolored stone that had appeared in the spirit space, lost in contemplation. He recalled from the memories of his predecessor that rootless spiritual energy was an exceedingly precious resource for cultivation, although it is difficult for ordinary people to absorb. It serves as a valuable material for crafting, sought after by many island families. According to the system, when this rootless maternal spirit stone is placed alongside other elemental stones, the energy it emits will transform accordingly. If an earth elemental stone is placed, it will emit earth energy. If a water elemental stone is placed, it will emit water energy. In other words, with 5 elemental stones in this rootless maternal spirit stone, one could generate any desired elemental energy. What a remarkable item! Zhou was taken aback, pondering the abstract nature of this artifact. The following morning, Chen Xianlin, assisted by his wife Wu He, conducted a ritual for the spirits before retreating to the small room filled with books, engrossed in writing. It was only in the afternoon that Chen Xianlin summoned several clan elders to the council hall. Chen Huaigu and Chen Sholuo, though not directly inquiring, could not conceal their worried expressions. Chen Xianlin spoke in a hoarse voice. I wish to discuss the future of the Chen clan with you all. Upon hearing this, even the bandaged Chen Gan became serious. Chen Xianlin continued. We have attracted the attention of certain celestial islands. This landing was orchestrated by them. Chen Huaigu slammed the table in anger. Our clan is on the brink of extinction, yet they are still not satisfied? Chen Luo added. Do they still believe the Chen clan poses a threat to them? Chen Xianlin shook his head. From the information gathered during this landing, it seems that the Grey Mist and the Lost Sea have undergone significant upheaval, seeking to recruit our Chen clan for their endeavors. Chen Huaigu and Chen Luo exchanged glances but remained silent. Chen Xianlin struggled to articulate his thoughts, pausing before continuing. If the Chen clan is to survive, we must implement some changes and establish new clan regulations. However, I still need to contemplate the specifics. Subsequently, Chen Xianlin instructed the 2 clan elders to diligently care for their kin and tend to the crops in the mountains. He then urged Chen Gan to focus on his recovery to avoid any lingering ailments before allowing them to depart. As night fell, while Zhou continued to study the rootless maternal spirit stone, he noticed Chen Xianlin approaching from the council hall. The night deepened, and the villagers had retreated to their homes, leaving the central square devoid of any presence, amplifying the tranquility of the already desolate space. The path from the council hall to the altar was but a short distance, yet the aged Chen Xianlin walked with labored breaths. Upon reaching the altar, he seated himself upon the ground. At that moment, the moonlight intensified, casting a luminous glow upon the golden halo of the stone spirit, rendering it even more enigmatic. Chen Xianlin gazed at the spirit for a prolonged period before finally speaking in a tone tinged with melancholy. Oh, great spirit, it appears that my days may be numbered, and I can no longer serve you. Chapter 42. Speaking to the spirit of the ritual as Zhou listened intently to Chen Xuanli, a myriad of emotions surged within him. The moment Chen Xianlin returned from the island of decaying flesh and set foot upon the sandy shores of the Three-Yin Island, he became acutely aware of Chen Xuanlin's physical condition. This was something he had not anticipated when he initially bestowed the soul summoning technique. He understood that the method was unconventional and would deplete one's lifespan during its execution, yet he had not fathomed that within a mere few months, Chen Xuanlin's life would be nearly extinguished. By now, the night had deepened. The scattered lights in Chen family village had gradually dimmed, and the Three-Yin Island was descending into silence. The entire village lay enveloped in the tranquil embrace of moonlight, while the distant, boundless gray mist framed the scene like an exquisite painting. Only the howling sea breeze and the occasional crashing waves bore witness that this realm was not merely a canvas. Seated before the altar, Chen Xianlin gazed at the moonlit Chen family village and sighed. Time flows inexorably, the seasons change like a river. Who can claim eternity in this realm of death? Turning his gaze towards the stone spirit, he continued, "Great Spirit, I hope you do not find me tiresome. Since childhood, during moments of profound melancholy, I have come to this altar to unburden my heart. It has become a habit. Today, as my final hour approaches, I wish to share some lingering thoughts with you." Though Shoei had shed his human form, the essence of human emotion remained within him, allowing him to perceive the sincerity in Qin Xuanlin's words. With a distant expression, Qin Xianlin spoke, "The spirit is the embodiment of the beliefs of our ancestors. In the heyday of the Qin clan, their aspiration was for the Qin family to become a prominent lineage. They succeeded, yet now they are met with desolation. The tides of fate have caused the ambitions of our kin to waver. After all these years, I wonder, Great Spirit, has your resolve altered upon your awakening?" At this point, Qin Xuanlin's gaze fell, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, as if summoning great courage to voice these sentiments. In Zhou Yi's recollection, this was the first occasion Qin Xianlin had privately broached such matters. Previously, even when he came alone to pay respects, it was either a routine offering, a quest for solace, or a pursuit of spiritual growth and connection. Now, faced with the brevity of his existence, he dared to voice a long-held query. Zhou Yi sighed inwardly. Each day, as he absorbed the faith of the Qin clan, he could feel the intentions of each individual. Residing in the Three Yin and mingling with the Qin kin, he had grown accustomed to the island's atmosphere. Moreover, to unravel the mysteries within his heart, collaboration with the Qin family was essential. Unbeknownst to him, he had already aligned himself with the Qin clan, forging an inseparable bond. Thus, with a mere thought, Zhou Yi commanded the message stone of the realm of death, revealing a line of golden script. "May our Qin clan flourish in brilliance." The golden letters, though not dazzling, resonated deeply within Qin Xuanlin's heart. Upon deciphering the message, the tension that had long resided in his chest finally dissipated, as if a weight had been lifted from his soul. Ultimately, upon learning that the spirit still embodied the aspirations of the Qin clan, the worry that had long haunted him was finally laid to rest. He then broke into a smile, bowing respectfully to the spirit stone beneath the moonlight. After the solemn ritual, Qin Xianlin resumed his seat at the altar, his demeanor transformed. No longer burdened by gravity, his tone light and contemplative, akin to a soliloquy, reminiscent of a conversation with an old friend, or perhaps a younger individual confiding in their elder. He reminisced about the past, shared familial anecdotes, and pondered the future. In his youth, the clan boasted over 100 members, each of whom he knew well, their names etched in his memory, and they regarded him with utmost reverence. The elders expressed their hopes for him to bring prosperity to the Qin family. Yet, in the present day, the clan numbers only a few dozen, still honoring him, still wishing for the Qin lineage to flourish. However, their discourse has shifted. Once they spoke of the clan's former glory. Now the remnants of the Qin family merely yearn for their kin to lead a life of peace, having witnessed countless lives lost to conflicts, famine, and disease over the years. Having lived for over 30 years, Xianlin has been consumed by thoughts of rejuvenating the Qin clan. Yet he is at a loss as to where to begin. Should it be with the few spears and shovels that remain within the family? At this juncture, his once murky gaze became somewhat distant. Born in a realm devoid of spirit, as a mere mortal, he is destined to fade amidst the recurring mist of arrival. Just as the Qin family diminishes with each passing tide, only by becoming a clan of cultivators might there be a glimmer of hope to transcend this plight. Yet, such a choice would inevitably entail navigating numerous crises, a source of trepidation that had stirred within him since receiving the divine decree from the spirit that day. Qin Xianlin gazed skyward and spoke once more, "O spirit, I harbor a profound disdain for this world. The ominous gray mists are terrifying and strange. The depths of the sea teeming with corpses and restless souls, every corner fraught with peril. We are like trapped beasts, relinquishing our conscience and reason in the relentless pursuit of food and resources. Yet," he continued, "I also hold a deep affection for this realm, my wife, my children, my friends, and you, O spirit, all dwell here." Quietly listening, Zhou Yi found himself at a loss for words. For his own circumstances mirrored those of the Qin clan. Both were ensnared like cornered creatures. Xianlin sighed deeply. "Spirit, do you believe there exists a place in this world where one need not fret over sustenance, untroubled by the gray mists, where my kin can live at ease?" Zhou Yi remained silent. Undeterred, Qin Xianlin continued his monologue, traversing from the anxieties of his childhood to his fortuitous encounter with Wu He, and the exhilaration that followed the birth of Qin Xingye, to the decisions made upon reaching the island of Carrion. His words were steeped in nostalgia. Time slipped away unnoticed, and fatigue eventually overtook Qin Xianlin, prompting him to utter, I have spoken too much today. I beg your pardon, O spirit. Perhaps it is time to entrust the past to the spirits. With that, he departed slowly. Throughout the exchange, Shoei had only uttered the phrase, "May the Qin family flourish and prosper," serving as a silent listener. Yet that single utterance seemed to herald a significant decision for Qin Xianlin. The following day, Qin Xianlin ventured once more into the volcanic cave, where he discovered Qin Ganair still immersed in his cultivation. Upon encountering Qin Xuanlin's personal visit, Qin Gano expressed his bewilderment and promptly said, "Elder brother, if you have matters to discuss, you need only send someone to summon me. There is no need for you to come in person." Qin Xianlin replied with a smile, "Goner, you are destined to become the backbone of our clan in the days to come. Every moment you can devote to your cultivation is invaluable and should not be squandered. Hence my visit." Qin Gano inquired about his injuries, to which he responded by waving his arm, "Elder brother, see for yourself, I am as lively as ever. It is but a minor injury, and with the aid of spiritual energy to expel the stagnant blood, I shall recover fully in 2 days. Has your visit today any pressing matters?" Qin Gano asked. Qin Xianlin chuckled, "Nothing of great significance. Merely a desire to discuss the art of cultivation with you and to share some of my humble insights." Qin Gano, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Elder brother, you have never engaged me in discussions about cultivation. Why the sudden interest today?" Qin Xianlin replied, "That is because you are the true prodigy of our path, while I am but one who has taken a shortcut. In recent days, I have contemplated gathering the village children and the younger members of our clan to test their aptitude for cultivation. Since we have this volcanic cave and a spiritual spring, perhaps we can nurture more practitioners. Should we discover any with the potential for cultivation, your guidance will be essential." Initially shaking his head, Qin Gano then nodded in agreement. "Although I am unaware of the methods you employ, elder brother, the fact that you can summon spirits of the foundation establishment stage after only a few months of practice is indeed remarkable, even if I have encountered few practitioners." He added that assessing the aptitude of our kin should be done as early as possible. Today, Qin Xianlin seemed less rigorous and composed than usual, almost resembling an elder conversing amiably with a junior. He said with a smile, "Goner, have you not always been curious about my cultivation methods? Today, we can exchange knowledge on this matter." Qin Goner expressed his astonishment, "Elder brother, why the sudden openness? You have never allowed us to know anything before." Qin Xianlin replied, "You are a great talent in cultivation, and in the future, the responsibility of guiding our clan's youth in their practices will fall to you. Therefore, it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with various cultivation matters to teach them more effectively." With that, he began to elucidate the method he practiced, known as soul summoning. This method is not to be divulged lightly. Only those bestowed with it by the spirits may practice. Such practitioners must vow before the spirits to keep it secret. Remember, once you begin this practice, you cannot switch to another method. However, even those lacking aptitude but possessing tenacity can engage in it. Before Qin Gano could respond, Qin Xianlin continued, "As you have observed, this method diminishes one's lifespan. Only those with strong will can hope to practice it effectively. The stronger the will, the mightier the spirit summoned. This method also possesses the abilities to calm the mind, gather souls, and probe into the essence of spirits." He then shared an intriguing revelation. This method allows one to glimpse a fragment of the truth of the universe. For instance, we often ponder the fate of the bodies submerged beneath the sea of the dead. At this point in his discourse, a sudden gust of sea wind swept through outside the cave, and Qin Xianlin seemed to sense something, a smile lingering on his lips, as he chose to shift the conversation to other reflections regarding soul summoning. Chapter 43. Another right listening to the dialogue between Qin Ganair and Qin Xianlin. Joey couldn't help but marvel. Though he was unaware of Qin Xianlin's aptitude for cultivating the 5 elements technique, it was evident that he was indeed a genius in the art of spiritual mediumship, a practitioner who cultivates independently, mastering the summoning of souls with such profound understanding despite having heard something he had long been curious about. Qin Ganair displayed no hint of joy. Instead, his tone was heavy as he inquired, "Why have you come here to speak of such matters, cousin?" Qin Xianlin did not directly address the question, but continued, "It is not only I, but you as well, and perhaps the future practitioners of the Sanyin Qin clan, who must compile our insights and experiences in cultivation for the benefit of those who follow. The Qin clan has long been in disarray. Our cultivation has been akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. We, the pioneers, ought to document the paths we have traversed, allowing future generations to navigate their journey more securely. This responsibility will rest upon your shoulders." Upon hearing this, Qin Ganair nodded, acknowledging, This initiative will undoubtedly benefit the future practitioners of the Qin clan, serving the greater good for generations to come. Chun Xianlin continued. If you come across any techniques during your explorations, whether upon the shore or within the gray mist, you must surrender them to the spiritual medium for safekeeping. The medium will grant techniques based on merit, surpassing those chosen by clan members. As long as the spiritual medium remains active, there is no fear of the techniques being seized. This notion was well known in the legends of the Qin clan regarding the spiritual medium and Qingan heir. Having heard of it before, expressed no dissent. Seeing Qingan heir's nod, Chun Xianlin added, in the future, all practitioners must vow to the spiritual medium during the granting of techniques, pledging never to betray the Qin clan nor divulge its secrets. Qingan heir was somewhat taken aback, but still nodded in agreement. Are you here today to discuss the necessary changes for the future of the Qin clan? These matters can be decided solely by you. Your decision is mine. I have always followed your lead. Chun Xianlin shook his head with a smile. These matters must remain etched in your heart. You will need to oversee them in the days to come. Qingan heir seemed to perceive the weight of Chun Xianlin's words, a flicker of concern appearing in his eyes. However, he did not voice his worries but listened intently, much like a child in school absorbing the teachings of Chun Xianlin. This time, however, he refrained from causing mischief or looking around, listening with exceptional seriousness. The instructions exchanged between Chun Xianlin and Qingan heir primarily revolved around cultivation and could be summarized in 2 points. First, future practitioners of the Qin clan must vow to the spiritual medium before embarking on their path of cultivation, ensuring the confidentiality of clan secrets. Second, in the future, Qingan heir will provide unified guidance for practitioners, summarizing and compiling cultivation experiences for the benefit of those who follow. Even after Chun Xianlin departed, Qingan heir felt somewhat dazed, sensing the undertone of farewell in Chun Xianlin's words. After leaving, Chun Xianlin sought out Qin Qiu Luo and Qin Huaigu, engaging in discussions that proved even more intricate, addressing matters of food production and distribution, strategies for increasing the Qin clan's population, and the clan's faith in the spiritual medium. The group deliberated until sunset before returning to their respective homes. On the following day, the Qin clan of Sannin finally held their customary ritual after disembarking. Today's ceremony appeared to be more solemn than the previous two. Chun Xianlin donned the white robe he had acquired from the Sea of the Dead, yet his figure seemed somewhat stooped, lacking the former uprightness, causing the robe to appear rather loose. Nevertheless, his demeanor was grave, prompting the other members of the Qin clan to adopt a similar seriousness. Qingan heir, clad in an exquisite black robe, possessed craftsmanship and materials of exceptional quality, remarkably remaining unscathed through several recent skirmishes. Even the elder clan members, Qin Huaigu and Qin Sholua, were adorned in their seldom-worn linen ceremonial attire. The members of the Qin clan, uncertain of what was to unfold, engaged in hushed whispers or maintained a solemn silence. The elders methodically arranged the details of the ritual. At noon, a small wooden platform was erected before the altar, adorned with fresh fruits and fish catches. 3 old incense sticks were ignited in the incense burner before the altar, alongside 2 oil lamps also lit, filling the air with a unique fragrance that imparted a solemn atmosphere befitting the sacrificial rites. The stooped Chun Xianlin ascended the platform, earnestly surveying the faces below. Compared to several months prior, the complexion of the clan members had improved significantly. They no longer appeared emaciated and pale, but instead bore a healthier, rosier hue. Chun Xianlin addressed the clan members. A few months ago, Sannin Island was desolate. Not only you, but even I felt that the demise of the Qin clan was imminent. The audience understood this sentiment deeply, for even the clan leader's family could only survive on a meager broth made from leftover fish bones, leaving little hope for the others. Chun Xianlin continued. Now, if you look at the fields outside the village and then at your fellow clan members, do you not perceive an improvement in our lives? You should recognize that this transformation is due to the awakening of our ancestral spirits. This is the purpose of our gathering today, to honor the spirits and to pay tribute to the essence of our Qin clan. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clan members grew somber. Regardless of whether our Qin clan ascends to great heights or faces further decline, I hope that you all will not forget the monthly rituals following our disembarkation, entrusting our faith to the ancestral spirits. With these words, Chun Xianlin led Qingan heir, Qin Sholua, and Qin Huaigu, along with the rest of the Qin clan, in worship before the altar. In the year of the Sea of the Dead, the remnants of the Qin clan on Sannin Island sincerely offered their sacrifices, presenting fresh fruits and fish to express gratitude for the protection of the spirits. Chun Xianlin recited a sacrificial hymn, the content akin to previous rituals. Merely expressing gratitude for the spirit's guardianship and affirming that they were the focal point of the Chun clan's faith. For the clan, the most anticipated occasion was this monthly ritual. Each surge of faith during these moments enveloped him in a transcendent euphoria, compelling involuntary gasps of pleasure. After paying homage to the spirits, Chun Xianlin did not dismiss the gathering immediately, but rather addressed the assembly. Taking advantage of today, I have some important matters to convey to you all. The members of the Qin clan below the stage remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the few esteemed elders standing above. Qin Cholua stepped forward and spoke. Though we cannot claim to be affluent on Sanyin Island, we are not destitute enough to perish from hunger. Thanks to our previous efforts in resource acquisition and the diligent labor of our kin, we have managed to amass some surplus provisions. Yet, in this vast sea of despair, we remain but a mere drop in the ocean. Our Qin lineage is too sparse to foster its growth and increase our population. I have conferred with several elders and reached a decision. Any family that welcomes a new child shall receive an additional share of household provisions for a year. Furthermore, the necessities for the upbringing of newborns up to 3 years of age can be claimed from the Qin clan's warehouse under my guidance. In the future, should any individuals wish to marry into or join our community on Sanyin Island, the clan will assist in constructing new homes, and as a reward, they shall receive provisions for 2 months following their marriage. Qin Huaiyu's words were a blatant encouragement for procreation, yet none among the clan members below expressed dissent or discontent. Many engaged in discussions with their neighbors, revealing that numerous hearts were visibly stirred. Those who once feared the scarcity of food preventing them from raising children now contemplated the prospect of parenthood, with the alleviation of their previous concerns. Moreover, having practitioners within the clan has diminished the need for the common folk to recklessly seize resources during landings, naturally fostering a desire for offspring. Of course, some bachelors could only grimace in anticipation, hoping that the next landing would bring them to a trading island where they might encounter a suitable partner to accompany them. Chapter 44. The special task of the system. Amidst the murmurs and flushed conversations of the crowd below, Qin Goner stepped forward. Over the span of a few months, he had cultivated a certain composure, no longer exhibiting the impulsive recklessness of his former self. His voice resonated powerfully as he declared, "Though both the clan leader and I are practitioners, our situation remains precarious. We now intend to conduct a qualification test for all Qin clan youths under the age of 24. Should their talents be deemed adequate, they will have the opportunity to become practitioners and revive our Qin lineage." This proclamation ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the previously hushed members of the Qin clan. Instantly, voices erupted. "Goner, let me try. Elder Goner, I have always followed you in fishing. Allow me the chance." The first to respond were naturally the young men who often fished alongside Qin Goner, driven by ambition and the desire to become practitioners. Even younger individuals, such as Chun Xingye, Chun Xingyun, and Chun Xingyue, were filled with longing in their eyes. Qin Goner raised his hand, channeling his energy as he continued. "Do not be alarmed. There is something I must make clear. While the life of a practitioner may seem glamorous, one must also grasp the weight of responsibility that accompanies it. Becoming a practitioner within the Qin clan does not grant one the luxury of a carefree existence. We must lead by example, and I am no exception. In times of crisis, practitioners shall be the first to face danger, even before other clan members. Those who are driven by fear and disregard the peril faced by their kin should retreat and live humbly as mortals, refraining from occupying our scarce resources for cultivation." Qin Goner's words, delivered with gravitas and a hint of intimidation, resonated deeply with the ordinary folk. Yet, rather than deterring them, his speech fortified the resolve of the young candidates, none of whom chose to withdraw. Seeing this, Qin Goner nodded in satisfaction. The descendants of the Chun clan were accustomed to the specter of life and death, having witnessed countless friends and relatives succumb to the depths of despair. Fear was a rare companion among them. Under the guidance of several clan elders, the younger generation of the Chun clan undertook their first collective qualification test. This arrangement had been made after prior consultation with Shou Yi, who had granted his consent. A dozen or so young Qin clan members stood in a line, the eldest in their 20s and the youngest merely 3 or 4 years old. Their expressions bore a hint of anxiety, mirrored by the tightly clasped hands of their watching elders. Zhou Yi's method for testing qualifications remained straightforward yet effective, assessing the affinity of these individuals with the spiritual energy present within them. Previously, Chun Xianlin had received the spirit's directive and retrieved earth and wood elemental spirit stones from the storage. placing them before the altar for Zhou Yi to draw upon their energies. As for the fire and water elemental stones, they were no longer necessary. The Three-Yin Island had ceased to be devoid of spiritual essence, as fire and water energies were now accessible with merely a thought from Zhou Yi. Although lacking the precious golden spiritual stones, it was still possible for these young individuals to receive a preliminary assessment. Under Zhou Yi's mental influence, the fervent fire spiritual energy, the dense earth spiritual energy, the life infused with spiritual energy, and the chilling water spiritual energy were all summoned forth. For radiant beams, visible only to Zhou Yi, were directed above the heads of these individuals, resembling four clouds of varying colors. In Zhou Yi's vision, wisps of spiritual energy began to cascade down towards the row of people below. Among them, a few drew a particularly abundant amount of spiritual energy. For instance, Chen Xingyan, who possessed a robust physique, was enveloped by a thick layer of fire spiritual energy that seemed to blaze fiercely above him. The more delicate Chen Xingyue had water spiritual energy shimmering above her like the cold light of winter, exuding a profound chill. Apart from these two, 3 or 4 other young individuals also attracted some spiritual energy, but to a lesser extent, with only a small amount swirling above their heads. The most astonishing sight for Zhou Yi was Chen Xingye. He observed that 4 strands of spiritual energy of different colors surrounded Chen Xingye. While others had merely a single strand of energy descending upon them, Chen Xingye was like a rain shower, with 4 colors of spiritual energy continuously cascading down. In Zhou Yi's eyes, the scene above Chen Xingye resembled a vibrant rainbow, making him exceptionally radiant. Had there been golden spiritual energy present, Zhou Yi would have had no doubt that Chen Xingye could attract all 5 types of spiritual energy to encircle him. However, this extraordinary sight was visible only to Zhou Yi. Even Chen Gan and the others could merely sense the flow of spiritual energy around them without perceiving this remarkable occurrence. Zhou Yi was uncertain whether this attraction of 4 types of spiritual energy was advantageous or detrimental. In the novels he had read in his past life, mixed spiritual roots were always deemed inferior, with only single spiritual roots considered superior. Yet, in this world, he could not discern whether this was indicative of good or poor talent. Ultimately, Zhou Yi announced the results of the assessment before the conveying stone of the underworld. Out of 10 individuals, 6 possessed the potential for cultivation. Chen Xingyan, fire element. Grade B cultivation potential. Chen Xingyue, water element. Grade B cultivation potential. Chen Xingye, 5 elements, special cultivation potential. The cultivation potentials of Chen Xingyue and Chen Xingyun were rated as Grade B by Zhou Yi, while the remaining 3 were classified as Grade C. Aside from Chen Xingye, there were 2 individuals with fire cultivation potential, 2 with water cultivation potential, and 1 with wood cultivation potential. Upon seeing these results, the Qin clan's youth exhibited a spectrum of emotions, some elated while others disheartened. Qin Xianlin, upon noticing Chen Xingye's name on the list, couldn't he help but smile. Albeit unaware of the significance of the special classification attributed to his cultivation potential by the Spirit Lord. At the very least, it signified that Chen Xingye was indeed endowed with the capacity for cultivation, although the potential of the younger generation had been assessed. Zhou Yi did not immediately bestow any teachings. One reason was that these young individuals had been long deprived of spiritual energy and required a nurturing approach to acclimatize their bodies. Another concern was the fear that their eagerness might lead them to recklessly pursue power, hastily embarking on cultivation without due consideration, which could result in fatal consequences should they fail to properly channel the energy within. Logically, the assessment of potential would conclude the ceremony. Yet Chen Xinlin chose to retain the gathering. Only hearing Chen Xuanlin's hoarse voice, he addressed the gathered clansmen. Esteemed kin, I have a solemn message to convey. For several months, the shores of Sanyin Island have been besieged by malevolent islands. However, the outcome has not been entirely dire. In the future, we shall not be limited to these ill-fated shores, as there will inevitably be islands suitable for intermarriage. Regardless of whether you seek to join another island or to marry into one, our clan shall not impede your choices. Yet, I implore you to remember that the blood of the Qin lineage flows within you. You must not divulge the secrets of our clan, nor reveal any information that could endanger us. The Qin clansmen below fell into a hushed silence. Chen Xinlin continued, I hope you will pledge before the ancestral spirits that if one among you departs from our clan, severing ties with the Qin family, you shall refrain from discussing any matters pertaining to us. Although the Qin clansmen below held no treacherous intentions, Chen Xinlin took such precautions, perhaps out of foresight or other concerns. With his esteem standing within the clan, None dared to oppose him. Even the venerable elders, such as Qin Gan, regarded him with reverence. Before the ancestral spirits, we, the descendants of the Qin clan, hereby pledge, in this lifetime, we shall honor the Qin name and safeguard its secrets. Should we breach this vow, may the spirits exact their vengeance upon us. Led by Qin Xianlin, several elders joined in this oath. And the initially agitated or disheartened clansmen grew increasingly solemn with each utterance. Amidst this chorus of pledges, Zhou Yi sensed an inexplicable force of order surging, establishing a unique connection with the Qin clansmen below. It felt as though he could extinguish their lives with but a thought should they betray their vows. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, Zhou Yi's mind stirred, and a vibrant stone materialized before the altar. Having witnessed the ancestral spirits bestowing gifts on numerous occasions, Qin Xianlin and the others recognized this as yet another divine offering, promptly expressing their gratitude. When Zhou Yi unveiled the function of the rootless Mother Spirit Stone through the inscriptions of the Sea of the Dead's communication monument, Qin Gan and the others were left utterly astonished. Such a wondrous artifact existed in the world. Ultimately, Qin Xianlin accepted the rootless Mother Spirit Stone into his storage gourd, marking the official conclusion of the ceremony. As night descended, the golden page of the book within Zhou Yi's heart turned once more. The island spirit system reminds you. Your disciple belongs to Sanning Island, currently ranked 2, 984, 654 in Island Strength Index. Special mission: escort disciple Qin Xianlin to the spirit realm. Reward: the island of the disciple may select a landing island 4 times based on Strength Index ranking. Note: this reward disregards the rules of the Sea of the Dead and the Grey Mist. A special mission? Escorting Qin Xianlin to the spirit realm? Zhou Yi was perplexed. Upon seeing the reward, he could no longer remain seated. The ability to choose a landing island? 4 times. And it disregards the rules of the Sea of the Dead and the Grey Mist. Oh, system, you indeed possess some remarkable capabilities. Chapter 45. The Return of Xianlin after the sacrificial rites for the spirits. Qin Xianlin appeared considerably more aged. Having concluded his affairs with several clan elders, he no longer concerned himself with clan matters, spending his days in the company of his wife and children. As a melodious tune from a bamboo flute came to an end, Qin Xianlin handed the flute to Qin Xingye, smiling as he said, "Can you master this piece, Return of the Birds? Play it for your father to hear." Receiving the flute from Qin Xianlin, Qin Xingye earnestly began to play the melody his father had just performed. Compared to Qin Xianlin, Qin Xingye's flute sound was somewhat juvenile. Yet it resonated with a profound beauty. The melody, reminiscent of the calls of returning birds, would invariably attract unknown avian visitors, who would alight on the nearby shore to listen intently. However, they were often playfully chased away by the mischievous little black creature. In the past, Qin Xingye had longed for his father's company, yet Qin Xianlin was perpetually occupied with clan affairs, leaving little time for father and son to bond. Today, as Qin Xianlin truly set aside everything to be with him, Qin Xingye found it difficult to feel joy. Sadness inevitably seeped into his flute playing. As the piece concluded, Qin Xianlin nodded and smiled, remarking, "My son, this piece is exquisite. Passing this flute to you fulfills our ancestors' wishes." Qin Xingye accepted the flute, but refrained from discussing it further. Instead, he asked, "Father, is there nothing the spirit can do about this matter?" Qin Xingye's inquiry naturally referred to Qin Xuanlin's aged appearance and the sense of parting it conveyed. Qin Xianlin shook his head with a sigh, saying, "This matter is not within the spirit's purview. Gains and losses are always commensurate. Some decisions require personal sacrifice and cannot be avoided." Upon hearing this, Qin Xingye felt tears welling in his eyes, yet he forced himself to conceal his sorrow for the sake of his father's peace of mind. Observing the father and son, Wu smiled brightly. In recent days, she had not shed a tear, instead meeting Qin Xianlin with a cheerful demeanor, softly calling the father and son to meals with gentle words. The family cherished their rare moments of warmth, undisturbed by clan elders such as Qin Huaigu and Qin Gan. During this time, the Qin family fished, cooked together, and strolled along the beach, as if Qin Xianlin were just an ordinary fisherman living a simple, leisurely life with his family. However, such tender moments passed all too swiftly. Within just 2 days, Qin Xianlin had aged to the point where he required a cane to walk. One day, as if sensing something, Qin Xianlin spoke softly to himself, "It is finally coming." After saying this, he raised his gaze toward the shore. Then he turned to Qin Xingye and Wu He, stating, "I must depart." His words were calm, reminiscent of gentle farewells from days gone by. Meanwhile, clan elders Qin Gan, Qin Shogu, and Qin Sholu had gathered at the seaside, not summoned by Qin Xianlin. Instead, They were drawn to a misty floating bridge formed above the profound sea of the Three Island, extending from the eerie gray mist to the sandy shore of the island. The moment the floating bridge emerged, the elders understood the significance and quickly assembled at the water's edge. Amidst the throngs gathered by the seaside, a sense of anxiety pervaded the air. How could the ominous gray mist extend to this place? Was there some malevolent force at play? The encroaching mist upon the island felt foreboding. Could our island truly be tainted? We must summon the clan leader, Qianlin. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, Chen Goner bellowed, "What is there to panic about? Such ordinary anomalies cannot so easily infiltrate our island." His words offered a modicum of reassurance. Yet the worry etched upon their faces remained palpable. In their moment of uncertainty, Chen Qianlin appeared, leaning on his cane, accompanied by Chen Xingye and Wu He. The once chaotic shoreline settled into a calm upon his arrival. A clan member immediately reported, "Leader, the gray mist has spread to our Sanine Island. Such a situation is unprecedented." "Enough. There is no need for further explanation. My brother can see it for himself." Chen Goner interrupted the report. At the sight of Chen Qianlin, an inkling of understanding regarding the emergence of this mist began to dawn upon him. He regarded Chen Qianlin, unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. Chen Goner had long been perplexed by Chen Xuanlin's ability to summon a foundational spirit despite their vast disparity in power levels. The chasm between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages was akin to a gaping abyss. Thus, the cost of calling forth a spirit of such caliber would undoubtedly be staggering. Since that day, Chen Goner had harbored doubts, yet he refrained from voicing them. Now, it seemed that the time to reckon with those costs had arrived. Chen Qianlin turned to Chen Xingye, stating, "Father must depart. It appears the responsibility of restoring the Qin clan shall fall upon your shoulders. I have long hesitated to place such a weight upon you so soon." Chen Xingye had matured significantly in recent days, his youthful countenance replaced by a resolute demeanor. He grasped Chen Xuanlin's hand, striving to project an air of reassurance, and earnestly declared, "I shall not disappoint my father's expectations. I will dedicate myself to the revival of the Qin clan." However, Chen Xuanlin's subsequent words brought a wave of emotion to the otherwise composed Chen Xingye. "My intention, beyond restoring the Qin clan, is to ensure that you lead a fulfilling and healthy life." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingye averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of his father's aged visage. Chen Qianlin then turned his attention to Wu He, who had remained silent, her lips pressed together. Unlike Chen Xingye, Wu He gazed unwaveringly at Chen Qianlin, seemingly unwilling to divert her eyes, as if she sought to etch his image deep within her heart. Chen Qianlin opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally uttered softly, "In this life, Qianlin shall not fail his kin, yet he has regrettably let you down." Wu He remained tight-lipped, simply watching Chen Qianlin in silence. Meanwhile, upon the bridge formed by the gray mist, fierce winds surged, churning the waters of the Dead Sea. It felt as if some unseen presence urged Chen Qianlin onward. The midday sun was obscured by dark clouds, casting a shadow over the entirety of Sanine Island, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Aware that the time had come, Chen Qianlin made his way toward the mist-laden bridge. As Chen Qianlin passed by the Qin clan members along the seaside, he bid farewell to each of them in turn. When it came to the last of them, Chen Goner, Chen Qianlin spoke once more. "The safety of the Qin clan shall be entrusted to you, Goner. You shall have to bear even greater burdens henceforth." Chen Goner shook his head in sorrow, unable to conceal his grief. "Elder brother, I am aware of my own recklessness and my inability to manage affairs. I cannot compare to you in any measure." Chen Qianlin replied with a smile, "My younger brother Goner possesses great talent. Do not underestimate yourself. We, the Qin clan, have come to San'in with nothing but a stone for the spirit offering. From now on, safeguarding that offering shall suffice." At that moment, in the distance, the gray mist began to surge wildly, as if something sought to break through the fog and rush towards Sanine Island, yet was restrained by some force of regulation. Chen Qianlin turned and walked towards the floating bridge, discarding his cane, and made an effort to straighten his stooped frame, laughing heartily, "I have come to fulfill our appointment. I too wish to see what lies within the gray mist that ensnares countless souls in bondage." As Chen Qianlin stepped onto the floating bridge, the winds and waves upon the sea grew ever more tumultuous. The bridge, formed by the gray mist, swayed precariously upon the water's surface. Even the Qin clan members upon the shore were buffeted about, struggling to maintain their footing. Only Chen Goner managed to stand firm in his place. In his gaze, at the end of the bridge, a mass of dark mist, akin to thick smoke, became particularly conspicuous amidst the gray fog. Was that the entity with which his elder brother had made a deal? The diminutive figure of Qin Xianlin was now making his solitary way towards that swirling mass of smoke. Yet, it seemed that some other presence was attempting to impede Qin Xuanlin's approach to the dark mist. With each step he took forward, the wind and waves intensified. As he neared the gray mist, a strange sound echoed through the heavens and earth, a sound typically heard only upon reaching the shore. These sounds were profoundly unsettling, resembling human screams, animal roars, and whispers that seemed to murmur in his ear, amidst the tumult of wind and waves. The solitary figure of Qin Xianlin swayed precariously upon the bridge, as if he were on the verge of being consumed by the vast gray mist and the abyssal sea. Chapter 46. The unyielding crisis. Observing the tumultuous sea, Zhou Yi found himself taken aback by the exaggerated scene unfolding before him. On that fateful night, Qin Xianlin stood alone before the altar, reflecting on his past as he expressed his thoughts. He had mentioned a transaction made with the entity behind the spirit medium's wooden plaque to summon the souls of those in the Foundation establishment phase. However, the specifics of this transaction remained unspoken. He merely indicated that once his lifespan was exhausted, he would venture into the gray mist, no longer able to honor the Spirit Lord. At that time, Zhou Yi had not paid it much mind, merely lamenting Qin Xuanlin's regrettable yet industrious life. Little did he anticipate the magnitude of Qin Xuanlin's return to the spirit realm would draw forth such myriad peculiar beings from the gray mist. This reminded Zhou Yi of the day he nearly became a meal for the entity that emitted the fish god sound. The strange beings now fixated on Qin Xianlin exuded an aura that instilled dread within Zhou Yi, likely no weaker than the entity from that day. He inwardly scoffed, reflecting on the system's rewards, which, while extraordinary, seemed to correspond with an exaggerated level of difficulty. The system had not indicated that accompanying Qin Xianlin to the spirit realm would entail confronting the beings within the gray mist. Any one of those peculiar entities could easily obliterate him, a mere spirit medium. How could he possibly contend with them? How could he escort Qin Xianlin? As Qin Xuanlin's figure appeared increasingly ethereal amidst the tumultuous waves, it seemed he might vanish into the sea of spirits at any moment. Finally, following a sound reminiscent of a beast's roar, a colossal silhouette, resembling a human yet towering dozens of feet high, slowly materialized from the gray mist. This shadow extended a massive claw, composed of the very mist, reaching out toward Qin Xianlin. Despite being anchored to the floating bridge, Qin Xianlin was not deterred by the terrifying spectacle. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. You obstruct me so. I shall see what this gray mist truly is, even if it costs me my life. With that resolve, he expended his remaining lifespan to activate the soul summon. His eyes transformed into an abyssal black, and his corporeal form began to dissolve like water. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to collapse into the sea of spirits. Yet he stifled a groan and stood tall before the impending claw. The soul energy from the soul summon coalesced into a dark circular aura beside him. This was the only form of resistance he could muster, but such a minuscule force stood no chance against the colossal claw descending with the weight of the heavens. In the distance, the members of the Chun clan could no longer discern the events transpiring around Qin Xianlin, their vision obscured by the winds and waves. Only Chungan Air managed to catch a glimpse of his cousin's figure and the enormous claw reaching for him. Witnessing his brother's life hanging by a thread, Chungan Air's eyes widened in desperation as he shouted, "Brother!" Yet, the enormous claw showed no signs of halting, continuing its deliberate descent toward Qin Xianlin. Overwhelmed by regret for his own powerlessness, Chungan Air could only watch as his esteemed cousin appeared destined to be engulfed by the hands of the enigmatic beings within the gray mist. In utter despair and urgency, he cried out, "Spirit Lord, save Brother Xianlin." Even Qin Xianlin lamented his inability to traverse this floating bridge. Unable to reach that shroud of black mist, amidst the fearful gazes of the Chun clan members, a golden light and voice emanated from Chun family village on Sane Island. "Who dares to harm my faithful follower?" The golden light, though not blinding, met the enormous claw, causing it to dissipate as if it had encountered its nemesis. The formidable gray mist claw above Qin Xianlin vanished, transforming back into mere mist. The Chun clan members on the shores of Sane Island beheld the golden light, yet could not hear the voice. Nevertheless, they understood their revered spirit had intervened. Only Qin Xianlin, whose corporeal form had nearly disintegrated into mere essence, perceived the voice. Tinged with urgency, gazing at the receding golden light, he murmured, "The revered spirit?" The source of this radiant light was none other than Zhou Yi. Previously, Zhou Yi had hesitated to act, fearing the sinister entity lurking within the gray mist might target him as it had on that fateful day. However, upon witnessing Qin Xianlin's desperate struggle against the sea, on the brink of losing his soul, Zhou could no longer restrain himself. Aside from fulfilling the task assigned by the system, Qin Xianlin was his most loyal devotee, providing him with the greatest strength of belief. Although it seemed that his most devoted follower might soon become Qin Ganair. Once Zhou resolved to intervene, he immediately summoned the power of faith, causing the golden halo encircling the stone spirit to radiate intensely. The Qin clan members resting near the altar perceived their spirit transforming into a divine eye. And then they beheld a golden light soaring into the heavens. This was the very scene witnessed by Qin Ganair and Qin Xianlin moments ago. Despite the dispersal of the gray mist claw, the peril was far from over. Qin Xianlin still needed to advance, as he remained distanced from the dark mist. Although the distance was not great, the true threat was just beginning. Indeed, as Qin Xianlin took another step toward the black mist, the gray mist surged with increasing ferocity, as if countless entities within sought to leap forth and seize him. Accompanied by the roar of the storm, torrential rain suddenly cascaded from the heavens. The entire world became shrouded in mist, rendering even Qin Ganair unable to discern Qin Xianlin's figure, though he knew his elder brother continued to forge ahead. Zhou, who had kept his consciousness hidden within the stone spirit, focusing solely on Qin Xianlin, inwardly cursed the situation. At that moment, Qin Xianlin stood perilously close to the gray mist, almost reaching its edge. In his vision, Qin Xianlin's physical form was gradually fading like water, leaving only his essence standing upon the floating bridge. Above his essence, several massive tentacles formed from the gray mist reached toward him. The area surrounding Qin Xianlin was now beset by tumultuous winds and torrential rain, obscuring even Zhou Yi's godlike perspective, making it difficult to perceive clearly. On Monday, a surge of anger erupted as he questioned the dealings of Qin Xianlin, a seemingly insignificant clan leader whose actions had provoked such an extraordinary commotion, attracting the attention of numerous enigmatic entities. It was evident that should Monday choose to intervene again, it would be perilous, as the lessons from that fateful day remained vivid in his memory. Qin Xianlin found himself perilously close to the swirling mists. In an area that had grown increasingly chaotic and obscure, even a radiant beam of golden light from Monday would not suffice to rescue him. Nonetheless, it was imperative for Qin Xianlin to be saved, for the tasks assigned by the system awaited completion. Just as Monday was engulfed in anxiety, he caught sight of Qin Xingye and others, tossed about by the tumultuous waves along the shore. With a bitter exclamation, Monday lamented that the rewards from the system were indeed not easily earned. He swiftly commanded the communication stone of the Wailing Sea, revealing a line of golden text. Upon witnessing this luminous inscription, a member of the Qin clan, who had been vigilantly stationed at the altar since Monday's initial burst of golden light, stood in utter astonishment. However, Monday paid no heed to the astonished clan member. He summoned the entirety of his remaining faith to reignite the golden ring of the stone spirit. This time, Monday's ethereal consciousness propelled itself, carrying the magnificent golden light skyward, directly towards Qin Xianlin's location. Chapter 47. The fishing boat's guidance in the maritime expanse where Qin Xianlin found himself. The atmosphere was thick with chaos, as rain and mist intertwined, rendering visibility increasingly obscure. Not even an ordinary practitioner could discern the surroundings, let alone Zhou, who possessed a godlike vision. Yet, even without his sight, Zhou could sense Qin Xianlin's location. For his consciousness could perceive a dense white mist woven from the essence of faith, tightly linked to Qin Xianlin. Following this ethereal thread of faith, Zhou successfully located Qin Xianlin, and, before the enormous tentacles formed of gray mist could ensnare him, enveloped Qin Xianlin's soul in a radiant golden light. With this golden illumination present, the colossal tentacles halted midair. The golden light Zhou emitted was but a single strike of power. Yet the number of bizarre entities fixated on Qin Xianlin was unfathomable. Only through the conscious control of Zhou's spiritual essence could this formidable golden light be sustained, preventing it from dissipating immediately. This was precisely why he had brought the golden light with him. Had he not done so, Qin Xianlin would have been crushed by those massive tentacles. On the surface of the tumultuous sea, where rain and mist coexisted, the golden enshrouded Qin Xianlin resembled a solitary beacon traversing an alien realm. Around this beacon, eerie and terrifying cries echoed, and shadows of tentacles formed from mist flickered intermittently. Nevertheless, Qin Xianlin's steps remained resolute, his mind gradually calming, untouched by the surrounding strangeness. His soul opened its mouth, yet no sound emerged, for at that moment, his corporeal form had completely dissolved into water, merging with the sea of the departed. What traversed the floating bridge was merely his unrefined soul. However, Zhou Yi understood his sentiments. Chen Xianlin expressed his remorse for causing trouble for the ancestral spirits. Zhou Yi, in truth, wished to convey that had it not been for the system's mandate, he would not have dared to undertake such perilous endeavors to escort him. Yet, reflecting on the fact that Chen Xianlin was the first individual he had encountered in this world, his heart ached at the sight of his current plight. Beside Chen Xianlin, a clear voice resonated. "Fear not your journey. The ancestral spirits of the Qin family shall safeguard their kin." Upon hearing this voice, a smile graced Chen Xuanlin's soul. Indeed, this was the voice of the ancestral spirit, now devoid of desperation, bringing a sense of reassurance. As Zhou Yi had just completed his thoughts, several tentacles formed of gray mist surged forth, causing the golden light to waver precariously. The mere proximity to this gray mist was terrifying. Zhou Yi dared not envision the horrors that awaited within its depths. As they approached the cluster of black mist, merely 10 steps away from the floating bridge, the golden light enveloping Chen Xianlin flickered. This time, it was not Zhou Yi's fear of the bizarre entities that unsettled him. Rather, it was the dwindling power of faith. The golden light he had previously summoned to save Chen Xianlin had already consumed a significant portion of his faith. Now, to have escorted Chen Xianlin this far was nearly exhausting Zhou Yi's reserves accumulated over many days. As the golden light began to fade, Zhou Yi sensed numerous gazes directed towards him within the gray mist. Indeed, while a fraction of those eyes were fixated on Chen Xianlin, an overwhelming majority were drawn to Zhou Yi, their greed palpable. Even though Zhou Yi's consciousness manifested as an ethereal essence without a corporeal form, he found himself swallowing hard. It seemed that he held a greater allure than Chen Xianlin. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhou Yi understood that he must retreat into the stone sacrificial spirit before the golden light vanished entirely. The proximity to the gray mist posed a significant threat. Yet, he could not abandon Chen Xianlin, for the latter was merely 10 steps away from being engulfed by the ominous fog. As the golden light flickered incessantly, Zhou Yi's anxiety escalated. In a moment of desperation, his consciousness called out towards the dark mist at the end of the floating bridge, beseeching, "If you wish to collaborate with my follower, Ma Zai, could you not demonstrate some sincerity? Should anything befall my disciple, rest assured that I shall remember this grievance when we grow stronger in the future." Although he spoke with urgency, it was more akin to a spiritual communion than a mere shout, given his lack of physical form. Zhou Yi did not expect a response from the dark mist. His words were a reflection of his panic. However, to his astonishment, the mist began to stir, slowly advancing along the floating bridge as if to welcome both him and Chen Xianlin. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi strained to maintain the flickering golden light that shielded Chen Xianlin while guiding him towards the encroaching mist. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xuanlin's soul began to unravel, gradually dissolving into nothingness. In this realm, upon death, human corpses must either be cremated or submerged in the sea of the deceased. This was a consensus among the souls of the departed. Failure to do so would result in a fate akin to Chen Xuanlin's, where the soul and body would dissolve into the currents. The discordant sounds emanating from beyond the golden light grew increasingly tumultuous, and the gazes directed at Zhou Yi multiplied, while the tumultuous winds surrounding Chen Xianlin surged to a tempestuous crescendo. Amidst Zhou Yi's mounting tension and terror, Chen Xianlin took a decisive step into the dark mist that had slowly approached to meet him, just before his soul could fully dissolve. At that instant, the protective golden light surrounding Zhou Yi abruptly dissipated, as a thought of completing his task flickered in his mind. It was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of bizarre voices. Fish god, Danyang, water slave. These voices, some resembling phrases, others cries of anguish, and yet others the calls of animals, were a bewildering symphony. Some Zhou Yi could comprehend, while others eluded his understanding. The precise meaning of these voices became irrelevant to him, for the cacophony threatened to shatter his very essence. A multitude of terrifying pressures surged forth from the gray mist, converging upon Zhou Yi's consciousness. This was dire. He had miscalculated. The power of belief had waned, and once again, he had gambled recklessly. Overcome by drowsiness, Zhou Yi felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of sinking into oblivion, a sure sign that his belief power was nearly exhausted. However, slumber remains elusive. One must return to the stone spirit or risk becoming mere prey on the chopping block. although Zhou Yi endeavored to retract his consciousness back to the Three Island. The previously manageable boundless sea of death now seemed interminably vast. The oppressive presence loomed ominously behind him, accompanied by a cacophony of foul odors that enveloped his spiritual form. Zhou Yi sensed an insurmountable barrier separating him from traversing this desolate expanse. At the precipice of despair, he suddenly beheld a pair of ethereal mists, rich in the essence of faith, materializing not far ahead, connecting intimately with him. At the terminus of this divine fog, amidst the tumultuous waves of the Sea of Death, a solitary fishing boat struggled against the tide, hastening toward his direction. A duo occupied the vessel, one adeptly wielding the oars, while the other cradled a familiar object, Zhou Yi's corporeal form, the stone spirit of the Chen clan. It appeared that the message inscribed upon the Sea of Death's communication monument had borne fruit. With little regard for anything else, and scarcely a moment to discern the identities of his saviors, Zhou Yi plunged headfirst into the stone spirit before the terrifying entities behind him could seize his consciousness. The stone spirit responded with a flicker of golden rings, emanating a faint golden light. As an unwilling voice echoed across the Sea of Death, the tumultuous winds and rain dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Even the ominous clouds that shrouded the skies above Three Island disappeared, as if the horrors just encountered were not but a fleeting illusion. Chapter 48 Farewell to Chen Xianlin. The two individuals who arrived with the Chen family's stone spirit for the ritual were none other than Chen Ganner and Chen Xingye. Prior to Zhou Yi's ethereal journey accompanied by golden light to rescue Chen Xianlin, he had inscribed a message on the communication tablet of the Nether Sea: "Bring my spirit to the shore to seek Chen Ganner and rescue Chen Xianlin." The Chen clansman waiting at the altar initially failed to comprehend the meaning of these words, nor did he discern the intent of the spirit master. However, upon reflection, he deduced that the spirit master wished for him to find Elder Chen Ganner, presuming that Elder Chen would surely grasp the spirit master's intentions. Thus, he resolved to act accordingly without overthinking. This clansman, resolute in nature, bowed before the spirit and ascended the altar, lifting the stone spirit and rushing toward the shore. As he reached the coastline, he was met with a torrential downpour and a bizarre spectacle upon the Nether Sea. The stone spirit was indeed heavy, and by the time he arrived at the shore, he was breathless and exhausted. The anxious Chen Ganner, upon seeing the clansman carrying the stone spirit, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Jiang Lin, what are you doing? How can you show such disrespect to the spirit master? It has been many years since the spirit master has stirred. This act seems quite irreverent." The clansman named Jiang Lin quickly elucidated the situation and recounted the words engraved on the communication tablet to Chen Ganner. Having previously witnessed the streak of golden light across the sky, Chen Ganner soon understood that the spirit master was endeavoring to save their kin, Chen Xianlin. Without hesitation, he accepted the stone spirit and leapt onto a fishing boat, eager to rescue his brother. Yet, he was halted by Chen Choluo and Chen Huaigu, who stood by. It was not that the two elders were unaware of Chen Xuanlin's peril, nor did they lack the desire to assist him. Rather, they recognized that should Chen Xianlin perish, Chen Ganner would become the sole practitioner on Three Island, and the circumstances surrounding the Nether Sea were exceedingly precarious. If anything were to befall Chen Ganner, the lineage of practitioners on Three Island might face extinction. Therefore, the two elders offered to take Chen Ganner's place, proposing to carry the spirit to rescue Chen Xianlin. However, Chen Ganner, with his impetuous temperament, would not heed their counsel. He declared loudly, "If I abandon my brother now, how can I face him, knowing he risked his life to save the Chen family? How can I honor his teachings? Where is the spirit of the Chen clan? If this is the case, then let the Chen family perish." He continued, "As a practitioner, I can row faster. You are both aged and frail, and it would be more perilous for you. There is no need for further discussion. I must go." Seeing that their persuasion fell on deaf ears, the two elders turned their gaze to Chen Xingye, hoping this younger clan member, who shared a close bond with Chen Ganner, might convince him. To their surprise, Chen Xingye wiped the rain from his face and leapt onto the fishing boat, declaring, "I shall accompany Uncle Ganner. If Uncle Ganner rows, it will be difficult to carry the spirit. I will bear the spirit." Although he was uncertain of his father's intentions or destination, he felt compelled to bid farewell and witness his final moments. Chen Ganner, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, "Truly, you are of the clan leader's lineage, the son of my brother. Not a coward." Having spoken, Chen Ganner began to row towards the floating bridge where Chen Xianlin resided. The two clan elders, unable to dissuade them, sighed heavily and could only urge them to protect the spirit and to exercise caution, for it was imperative that nothing should happen to the spirit. Fortunately, Chen had previously been part of the fishing team from Sanine Island, spending years aboard fishing boats. Thus, he was quite adept at rowing. As a cultivator, his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Therefore, amidst the tumultuous waves of the wasteland sea, they were unlikely to capsize. Moreover, Chen Xingye accompanied them, ensuring that the spirit's ethereal form would not be lost to the depths in the turbulence. Thus, just as the power of faith was about to wane and consciousness drift into slumber, they found themselves once again within the stone spirit. However, as they approached the waters near Chen Xianlin, both were greatly alarmed. Even the intrepid Qin Ganair felt a tremor in his legs. The fear of the gray mist had burrowed deep into the hearts of all who ventured into the wasteland sea, yet as they drew near, the terror that penetrated their souls surged forth. Yet, all of this dissipated when the stone spirit in Chen Xingye's embrace emitted a faint golden light, banishing their fears and dispelling the unnatural storm and fog. The fishing boat, which had been rocked violently, gradually steadied as if the bizarre phenomena they had just encountered were mere illusions. Once the anomalies vanished, the wasteland sea revealed only a solitary gray mist bridge and the dark mist at its end. Within that dark fog, Chen Xingye beheld his father, Chen Xianlin. Now, however, Chen Xianlin appeared somewhat peculiar. He no longer bore the frail, stooped countenance he had exhibited upon first stepping onto the bridge, but instead had reverted to the dignified, composed middle-aged figure he had been prior to his cultivation. Yet, he was entirely enveloped in black. Even his garments were dark, standing amidst the mist, resembling a figure emerging from an ink-wash painting. In this moment, even Chen Xingye could discern that his father was no longer among the living. Reflecting on Chen Xuanlin's life, devoted to the Chen family, he had aged prematurely, appearing nearly ancient by the time he reached his 30s. The thought of his inability to repay his father's kindness filled Chen Xingye with sorrow, prompting him to cry out, "Father, I have come to see you off. I will ensure the prosperity of the Chen family. If there is a chance in the future, please return to visit me and mother." Chen Ganair also shouted, "Elder brother, safe travels." Afterward, Chen Xingye carefully placed the stone spirit onto the fishing boat and retrieved the bamboo flute that hung at his waist, playing the tune of the returning bird that his father had taught him. The melodious sound of the flute echoed across the wasteland sea. Unbeknownst to them, dusk was upon them. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the dark mist, illuminating the ink-wash-like visage of Chen Xianlin, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. As the ephemeral figure of Chen Xianlin slowly turned within the dark mist, he gazed at Chen Xingye, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. When the haunting yet sorrowful melody of the flute began to fade, Chen Xianlin inclined his body and bowed towards Chen Ganair and the others, in the direction of Sanine Island. After the ritual concluded, Chen Xianlin, shrouded by the swirling black mist, stepped into the gray fog, guided by the haunting melody of Chen Xingye's flute. As the last wisp of black vapor vanished, the bridge above the Sea of the Dead quietly dissipated, and the sun gradually sank into the distant haze. At the moment the sun's last rays faded, the melody of the returning birds came to an end, and the Sea of the Dead fell into a profound silence. Chen Gan sighed softly, patted Chen Xingye's shoulder, and then began to row the boat back to Sanine Island. Chen Xingye did not turn to glance at Uncle Gan. The boy, nearly 7 or 8 years old and feigning strength, silently stowed his bamboo flute, cradled the stone spirit, and stared vacantly in the direction of his father's departure. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the stone spirit he held had become damp. This dampness was neither from rain nor from the sea. Chapter 49. The altar before the spirit ritual. Due to escorting Chen Xianlin back to the realm of spirits amidst the mist, Shou Yi's faith was severely depleted. When he awoke, several days had already passed. He noticed that the atmosphere on Sanine Island was enveloped in a profound silence and sorrow. In the islands of the Dead Sea, when someone passes away, there are no elaborate funerals as in the past. Instead, a simple sea burial is conducted. This involves placing the deceased's body into the Dead Sea as a means of mourning. However, since Chen Xianlin left no remains and his kin were unaware of his fate or whereabouts, everyone could only remember him in their own ways. Upon Chen Xingye's return, he became increasingly composed, no longer as playful as before. He spent his days reading and writing, whether engaged in tasks or not. During the daytime at the academy, he listened attentively to the teachings of the clan elder, Chen Huaigyu. After classes, he would take the initiative to guide his peers, resembling a young teacher. His demeanor, exuding a graceful steadiness, increasingly mirrored that of his father, Chen Xianlin. Even at home, he would willingly take on responsibilities such as cooking, comforting his mother in his own youthful manner. In addition to his studies, Qin Xingye often ventured with fellow clansmen who had recently been identified as possessing spiritual aptitude to the spiritual springs in the lava caverns, seeking to cultivate their connection to spiritual energy in preparation for future integration. Clan Elder Chen Xiao Luo would frequently express, in conversations with Elder Chun Huaigu regarding clan matters, that they could consult with Patriarch Xianlin, only to pause, realizing the weight of their words. Sharing a sigh with Chen Shogu. If one were to identify the most sorrowful individual on Sandian Island during this time, it would undoubtedly be Qin Xianlin's wife, Wu He. Their fateful connection began when they first met at the misty shore, gazing longingly across the coastline in their youth. Wu He instantly recognized the distinguished, composed figure of Qin Xianlin, while he, in turn, was captivated by her striking beauty, her eyes sparkling like stars. That single glance ignited a mutual affection, leading Wu He to choose to remain on Sandian Island. Before Qin Xianlin departed, it was evident to all that the young Qin Xingye was feigning strength, yet only Qin Xianlin could truly perceive Wu He's deep reluctance and sorrow. She accompanied him daily with cheerful banter, hoping to ease his journey and alleviate his worries, though Qin Xianlin was not oblivious to her feelings. He simply found himself in the fragile Qin clan with no alternatives. Thus, when Qin Xianlin bid farewell, he uttered, "In this life, I shall not fail my kin, yet I have failed you." As the patriarch of the Qin clan, he bore his own burdens. He was compelled to lead the Qin family forward, yearning to pursue the path of a typical cultivator, steadily advancing through the cultivation of elemental techniques. Yet, such adherence to tradition had already led to the downfall of the Qin clan during their last encounter on the decaying Flesh Island. Understanding each other's sentiments, Qin Xianlin and his family shared those final ordinary days together, which served as a small act of atonement for his guilt toward his wife and children. When Qin Xianlin practiced the summoning of souls, he endured the torment of soul tearing. As Wu He gazed upon the aged visage of Qin Xianlin, the anguish within him was no less potent than the torment experienced during the soul summoning ritual. In recent days, the previously irascible Qin Goner had taken on an unusual silence. Now the sole practitioner on Sandian Island, he bore the weight of numerous responsibilities that demanded his judgment and resolution. Except when absolutely necessary, he spent his time either outside the lava cave or within the small study where Qin Xianlin once resided. This chamber, devoid of anything but books and the Qin family's treasured tomes, became his sanctuary. Yet, emulating his elders' habits, Qin Goner immersed himself in reading, writing, and managing affairs. Finding the monotony rather dreary, he pondered why his elder brother, Xianlin, could persist in such tedious endeavors for so many years. Amidst the multitude of papers on his desk, he stumbled upon a recently creased sheet bearing freshly inscribed words. The ink, vibrant against the yellowing paper, had yet to fade, indicating it was penned shortly after Xuanlin's return from the island of decayed flesh. The words boldly proclaimed, "To know the inevitable but not hasten, is to leave echoes in the mournful wind." Qin Goner could vividly imagine his brother, seated in that small room, lamenting as he penned those parting thoughts. In that moment, he grasped the immense burdens Xianlin had carried and the regrets he had left behind. Memories of their shared past flooded his mind, the playful youth reprimanded by his brother in class, the times they returned from fishing with meager catches, and Xuanlin's calm demeanor before him on the island of decayed flesh. Ultimately, he recalled Xianlin bowing in the black mist before stepping into the gray fog. On the awakened Monday, Qin Goner discovered a small tablet beside his altar, inscribed with the title of the new patriarch of the Qin family, Xianlin. Such a rebellious act was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. When he placed the tablet beside the altar, Qin Huaigu and Qin Xiaolu, the two clan elders, fervently opposed the idea. They admonished Qin Goner for his folly, claiming it disrespected the spirits and warned of potential wrath from the ancestral deity. They insisted that the patriarch's tablet rightfully belonged in the ancestral hall. However, Qin Goner held his ground, echoing their previous discussions in the council chamber. The ancestral spirit has awakened, and as practitioners, we, the new Qin family, must distinguish ourselves from the past to signify our resolve to revitalize the Qin lineage. This act signifies that even those of our kin who have passed can continue to honor the ancestral spirit, demonstrating our closeness and respect. Should the ancestral spirit disapprove, I shall gladly remove the tablet to the ancestral hall. Do not think that even if you, my cousin, or the two of you were to perish, I would not place your memorial tablets beside the spirits. However, they would undoubtedly be positioned beneath those of my cousin. Although Qin Goner possessed a fiery temperament, his eloquence was undeniably remarkable, inciting the two elder clansmen to flush with anger and breathe heavily. Yet, they could only point at Qin Goner, stammering, you. This is utterly rebellious. Ultimately, they were so exasperated that they waved their sleeves in dismissal, allowing Qin Goner to act as he pleased. Zhou, however, paid little heed to such trivial matters. As long as the power of faith remained unwavering, these occurrences were inconsequential. After surveying the entirety of Sandine Island, Zhou noticed that the white mist connecting Qin Goner, Qin Xingye, and himself had grown increasingly dense. Furthermore, the white mist linked to other clansmen had also thickened. It appeared that the last escort of Qin Xianlin into the mist to return to the spirits had left a profound impression on these members of the Qin clan. After his inspection of Sandine Island, Zhou finally espied the golden pages of knowledge unfurling in his mind. The island spirit system reminds you that your follower belongs to Sandine Island, which currently ranks 834 in the Island Strength Index. The special task of escorting follower Qin Xianlin back to the spirits has been completed. Reward: the island of the follower may choose to dock at an island of their choosing up to 4 times based on the Strength Index ranking. Note: if the chosen docking island has no practitioners and lacks a ranking, it may be selected based on the island's name. Upon reading this, Zhou sighed deeply. With Qin Xuanlin's departure, the ranking of Sandine Island would inevitably decline. However, with Qin Xingye, Qin Xingyue, and the younger generation once again becoming practitioners, the ranking would surely rise once more. Chapter 50. Discussing the island of landing one morning, as Qin Goner performed his early worship at the altar, he was informed by the Wailing Sea's communication monument that Zhou would be able to select the island of landing as a reward. Upon learning of this unexpected boon from the spirit of the altar, Qin Goner's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather of profound astonishment. Could the spirit of the altar truly influence the rules of landing? The rules of landing were fundamental to the Wailing Sea. An imbalanced landing could determine the rise or fall of an island. Even the previous landing at the Rotting Flesh Island was only made possible because a certain Wang youth had exploited a loophole in the rules to reach the Three-Yin Island. Despite such cunning, the price paid was immense. Yet now, the spirit of the altar had revealed that one could select the next landing island based on some ranking index. It even suggested the possibility of using an island inhabited by cultivators to land on a mortal island, indicating the potential for Three-Yin Island to annihilate 4 mortal islands. Such revelations were indeed staggering for Qin Goner. However, he had grown considerably more composed and prudent, no longer as reckless as before. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from immediately inscribing his desired island on the Wailing Sea's communication monument. Instead, he summoned Qin Shilao and Chun Huaigu to deliberate the matter. The 2 clan elders had already been astounded when the spirit of the altar previously bestowed the rootless maternal spirit stone, and now they were left utterly speechless by this extraordinary gift. Did the Chun clan's spirit possess such formidable power before its silence? Despite their astonishment, they began to strategize on how to best utilize these 4 opportunities for landing. Qin Sholuo lamented, "It is a pity we have only 4 chances. Were there more, we could amass resources from 100 islands to bring prosperity to the Qin clan." Chun Huaigu added, "Nevertheless, having 4 opportunities means that for the next 4 months, the Qin clan need not worry about the perils of landing. The greatest threat upon the Wailing Sea was the unpredictability of each landing. While the power disparity between islands was generally manageable, each island presented unique circumstances. Some larger islands had subsidiary islands possessing special means to ensure a successful landing, while others were shrouded in fate's gray mist, gaining assistance after particular sacrifices. Such was the case with the Listening Spring Island that had previously landed with Three-Yin Island. There were even islands completely tainted by the eerie pollution of the gray mist. Encountering such islands could not only result in the loss of resources, but also the risk of contamination from the landing island. Islands inhabited by cultivators presented a far more complex situation than those occupied solely by mortals, which was precisely why Qin Huaigu expressed such concerns. Qin Goner rapped the table and said, "Elders, let us not digress. Our focus should be on how to select the next island for landing." Qin Sholuo pondered for a moment and proposed, "I suggest we first land on a mortal island." Qin Goner replied, perplexed, "Mortal islands currently lack the resources we require. With the spirit of the altar on our side, we need not plunder food crops. What we most urgently need are spirit stones and spiritual items for cultivation." Qin Sholuo explained, "What we truly require is people." Upon hearing this, Qin Goner instantly grasped Qin Sholuo's intent. In the brief span of several decades, Sandine Island had witnessed the demise of numerous members of the Qin clan due to a lack of resources and various diseases. The surviving clan members felt numb towards the future, and death had become an accepted reality for them. This was also the reason why, prior to the ritual on Monday, the remaining Qin clan members rarely honored the spirits. If death had become a norm, what significance lay in venerating a spirit that had lain dormant for years? How could their beliefs ever coalesce? While death is commonplace, revitalizing the population is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Currently, Sandine Island possesses sufficient provisions to sustain life, yet relying solely on the scant few existing members makes it challenging to rejuvenate the population swiftly. Thus, Qin Shuolua proposed this course of action. Soon after, Qin Goner and Qin Shuolua began deliberating on which mortal island to approach. Since mortal islands lacked practitioners and did not possess a ranking of capabilities, they merely needed a name to make landfall. The two intended to select one from the islands they had previously visited. Suddenly, Qin Huaigu, who had been silently listening to their discussion, spoke up. I have no objections regarding which mortal island we should approach, but I wish to reserve an opportunity to land on Huangtan Island. Upon hearing the name Huangtan Island, the previously animated discussion between the two came to an abrupt halt. They were all too familiar with this island. In fact, it represented countless blood and tears of the Qin clan. Huangtan Island had once made landfall with Sandine Island, and during that encounter, the last practitioner of the Qin clan was slain, numerous resources were seized, and countless clan members were massacred. It was also during that landing that the Qin clan's spirits fell into silence, leading to their utter desolation. Qin Shuolua immediately responded, "That is unacceptable. Why is Elder Huaigu being so reckless? The practitioners of Huangtan Island are already formidable. Having cultivated for countless years, we cannot ascertain their current strength. Moreover, without knowledge of their capabilities, how can we approach? Even if we knew, with merely 1 or 2 practitioners from the San Ancient clan, how could we exact revenge?" Qin Shogu sighed and remarked, "I am well aware of this, but this thought is merely a desire within my heart. If it is unfeasible, let us prioritize the greater good, and I shall consider it mere folly." Qin Goner interjected, "Perhaps it could be feasible, but not for the next landing. We might inquire with the spirit about the possibility of reserving an opportunity for Huangtan Island." Qin Shuolua urged, "Elder Goner, why act so rashly? Should we not focus on our development?" Qin Goner shook his head and replied, "Elder Shuolua, Huangtan Island has taken from us the possessions of the Qin clan, and we must reclaim what is rightfully ours, not only those resources, but also the honor we lost. Of course, I will inquire with the spirits to see if we can retain an option for landing on Huangtan Island." Upon realizing that Qin Goner was not suggesting that they land on Huangtan Island immediately, Qin Shuolua finally breathed a sigh of relief. The discussion among the three did not yield immediate results, as they continued to deliberate on which mortal island to approach. In the afternoon, after several individuals had partaken of their meal and were preparing to resume their discussions, Qin Xingye, informed by the news, approached. It was rare for Qin Xingye to come to this assembly hall, yet upon seeing the group engaged in conversation, he displayed no hesitation and spoke candidly. "During the midday meal, I overheard Uncle Gon mentioning that several clan elders were deliberating on which mortal island to dock at. I have a suggestion." Qin Shuolua responded with a smile, "Speak freely, young clan leader. In the future, as you grow older, you will inevitably become involved in such intricate matters. These complexities are inescapable for the lineage of the clan leader." Qin Xingye replied earnestly, "For the docking of mortals, Twilight Island should be our primary choice." Upon hearing this, Qin Goner fell into contemplation. Before the advent of the sealed sea communication monument, even during docking, they rarely knew the names of the islands they approached. However, Twilight Island was etched in the memories of Qin Goner and others. It was a bustling commercial island, abundant in population, resources, and crops. It was also one of the few islands that maintained a friendly collaboration with Three Island, devoid of conflict. More importantly, the former matriarch of their clan, Wu He, the wife of Chun Xianlin, hailed from that very island. As the elders of the Chun clan deliberated on which island to dock at, Zhou Yi was contemplating which cultivation techniques to select for those clan members with potential for spiritual practice. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze filled with intense hatred and greed emanating from the distant gray mist. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat as he turned his gaze in that direction, yet he saw nothing but the boundless expanse of the gray fog. Chapter 51. The ninth-ranked island. Upon sensing the piercing gaze, Zhou Yi swiftly scanned every member of the Chun clan on Sandine Island, meticulously probing every nook and cranny of the island. After discovering no peculiar traces among the Qin clan and noting no abnormalities on Sandine Island, he felt a slight sense of relief. Zhou Yi was not the type to be oblivious. He had sensed the unease and heightened his vigilance exponentially. He was acutely aware that, in the presence of these enigmatic entities cloaked in gray mist, he was akin to a delectable morsel, and their insatiable greed for him was unmistakable. The mystery surrounding the silence of the previous Chungan sacrificial spirit lingered in his mind. Despite having spent several months in this world, his understanding remained superficial at best. Moreover, he still considered the day he escorted Qin Xianlin into the mist to be excessively perilous. Had that black mist not come to their aid? Had the members of the Chun clan left at the altar failed to comprehend his message, or had Chang'an Tu not arrived with the fishing boat? All would have been lost. It was not only him. Countless souls on this desolate sea struggled for survival. If he adhered rigidly to convention and merely sought refuge, Zhou pondered, his fate would likely mirror that of the last Qin sacrificial spirit. Fortunately, in the following days, neither San Yin Island nor the Chun clan exhibited any signs of irregularity or contamination. Nevertheless, Zhou remained steadfastly vigilant. Eventually, the elders of the clan reached a consensus regarding which mortal island to approach next, Twilight Island. The decision was ultimately influenced by Qin Xingye's counsel. Although his suggestion bore a hint of personal sentiment, his father had departed, and his mother no longer radiated her usual cheer. Qin Xingye hoped that this opportunity would allow his mother to revisit her native island and perhaps uplift her spirits. Beyond this personal wish, Twilight Island was indeed a suitable choice for landing, abundant in resources and one of the few mortal islands with a rich cultural heritage, boasting a population of several hundred. Today, taking advantage of the early morning worship, Chang'an Tu prepared to inscribe the name of the next landing island on the communication monument of the desolate sea. Once the morning rites concluded and he articulated his thoughts, a line of red text materialized upon the monument. Please inscribe the index, ranking, or name of the next landing island. At that moment, an inexplicable emotion surged within Chang'an Tu. With Sandian Island ranked outside the 3 million mark, he wondered what the islands that ranked within the top 100, top 10, or even first place were like, and what names they bore. As this thought crossed his mind, an insatiable curiosity erupted within him. It felt as if two voices were engaged in a heated debate within his heart. One voice urged him to discover the names of the top 10 islands, claiming that a mere trial would not provoke any harm. The other cautioned against reckless folly, advocating for the common inscription of the 3 characters for Twilight Island to ensure a safe passage through the month. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over the desire for stability. After all, Chang'an was still young, and his thirst for knowledge about the world was at its peak. Confined to this small island each day, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of curiosity about the legendary celestial islands that loomed high above. After swallowing hard, Chang'an murmured, I shall take a glance to see if the names of those top 10 islands are as enchanting as our own. Just a fleeting glimpse, and he would immediately transform it into Twilight Island. With resolve, Chang'an extended his hand, igniting his inner fire and channeling spiritual energy. Using his finger as a quill, he inscribed a 9-character phrase upon the Wailing Sea's message stone before ceasing the flow of energy. This time, the crimson characters did not burst forth all at once. Rather, they emerged one by one. Yes, no, landing, ranking, number, 9th, island, Tai. The moment the character Tai appeared, the Wailing Sea's message stone began to tremble uncontrollably. Above the 3 island, a resounding drumbeat suddenly filled the air, as if a grand theatrical stage were hidden in the void, preparing for a performance. A deep, inexplicable sound echoed, causing Chang'an's ears to ring incessantly. An indescribable pressure emanated from the Tai character on the message stone. Chang'an felt as though the world before him had transformed into a riot of colors. The sky turned dark red, the earth became green, and even the Wailing Sea's message stone appeared warped. The drumbeat in the void quickened, as if a captivating show were about to commence. Terror washed over Chang'an, an unspeakable horror enveloping him. The dread of death loomed over him, for he had learned from several clan elders that they had awaited his inscription of Twilight Island. At that moment, Zhou sensed something amiss. Upon seeing the blood-red 9-character phrase on the message stone, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Good grief, as a spirit, if I am to court death. That is one matter, but how can you, a mere devotee, follow suit? Zhou silently cursed. He then summoned the faith he had accumulated over merely a few days. The golden ring amidst the stone spirit suddenly glimmered, a sliver of golden light emerging. Chang'an's eyes regained a flicker of clarity, and the twisted, vanishing Wailing Sea message stone reappeared before him. Awakening to his senses, he quickly channeled his spiritual energy to erase the 9-character phrase and rapidly inscribed Twilight Island. The vibrant world before him dissipated instantaneously upon the erasure of the 9 characters. The grand drumbeat in the void fell silent, and the surroundings became tranquil, with only the sound of Chun Goner's hurried breaths echoing clearly. The characters on the Wailing Sea message stone reappeared, is landing on an unranked island, Twilight Island. This time, there were no anomalies, and Chun Goner refrained from any unnecessary actions, as the message stone revealed additional lines of text. Territory, 3 Een Island. Number of practitioners, 1. Island Strength Index ranking, 3,035,834. The island to be landed upon in 10 days after the fog lifts, Twilight Island. Number of practitioners, none. Island Strength Index ranking, none. Note, in a certain corner of this island, there are already signs of pollution. Recently startled by the strange commotion, the clan elders, including Chin Cholua, arrived at the altar. They inquired repeatedly, Elder Gonair, what has transpired? Why such a tremendous uproar? Chin Gonair felt a pang of guilt. He realized he had acted recklessly. As a resident of the small island, he was unaware of the terrifying aspects of the top-ranked islands in the Wasteland Sea. With a sheepish demeanor, he replied, Elder Cholua, did you also hear that noise? Beside him, Chun Chiogu retorted, the entire San Een Island heard it. Such a resounding drumbeat, we are not deaf. At this, Chun Gonair's anxiety grew. His usual eloquence faltered, yet he stubbornly insisted, how can you be certain it was I who caused it? What if it was a malevolent entity lurking within the mist? Chun Chiogu glared fiercely. Elder Gonair, perhaps you should wipe the cold sweat from your brow before making such claims. Upon hearing this, Chun Gonair felt utterly humiliated. He immediately assured the surrounding clansmen and the 2 elders that he would think twice before acting in the future, vowing never to be reckless again. Chapter 52. Bestowing the Law. Fortunately, this time the commotion did not escalate into any serious incidents. Chun Goner profoundly realized that his reckless audacity could bring unforeseen calamities upon his family, prompting him to engage in self-reflection. However, this incident also allowed Chun Goner and Shou-Yi to glimpse the terrifying aspects of the higher-ranked islands. Even through the exploration of the Dead Sea communication tablet, they could perceive an indescribable force capable of slaying those who dared to pry, transcending the barriers of distance and space. Such a formidable and unfathomable power was beyond the imagination of Chun Goner. Even Shou-Yi, who had inherited fragments of the memories from the previous spirit, was left utterly astounded. This incident spurred Chun Goner to devote himself to fervent training within the volcanic cave. As the next foggy tide approached in 10 days, those members of the Qin clan with the aptitude for cultivation were finally prepared to receive the bestowed techniques. Although prolonged exposure to spiritual energy increased the success rate of absorbing it into the body, the volcanic cave of San Een Island, along with its spiritual springs and rootless mother spirit stones, had temporal limitations and could not endure indefinitely. Eventually, these sources of spiritual energy would vanish, plunging San Een Island into a predicament devoid of spirit stones for cultivation. Thus, even though they understood that more exposure to spiritual energy would enhance their chances of success, they could no longer afford to delay. It was imperative to seize this opportunity for the qualified clan members to commence their training. When they were summoned and stood before the altar, the 6 young individuals exhibited signs of anxiety, fully aware that the spirit master was about to bestow the law. Chun Huaigu, standing at the forefront, spoke with a solemn expression. Today is an auspicious day, marking the bestowal of the law to the new generation of Qin cultivators. You are the torchbearers of the Chun clan's future glory. Together, let us forge it. I hope that you, the pillars of the Qin clan, will not betray the clan or the spirit of the Qin. Take your oath. The 6 descendants of the Chun clan, filled with fervor, spoke in unison. I swear by the spirit of the offerings, this life shall not betray the Qin clan, nor the spirit of the Qin. I will uphold the secrets of the Qin clan. Should I violate this, may the spirit take my life. As these words were uttered, an invisible force of rules surged, weaving an inexplicable connection between the 6 individuals and Zhou-Yi. Zhou-Yi had contemplated for a considerable time regarding the techniques to be cultivated by these 6 individuals. He was not lacking in the methods of cultivation. Within the spirit's realm, the Qin clan had preserved over 1,000 volumes of techniques and spells. After meticulous study, he had already selected suitable techniques for them. With a mere thought, 6 orbs of light appeared before each of the 6. Understanding that this was the spirit master bestowing the law, they each, with a mix of apprehension, reached out to grasp the orbs before them. In Qin Xingyue's mind, a technique manifested, a 3rd-grade water technique, the Cold Water Chronicle. Chen Xingyun envisioned a third-grade fire technique, the Flame of the Burning City. Chen Jianglin saw the same technique. Flame of the Burning City. Chen Zhaoyan perceived a third-grade water technique, the Black Cloud Water Refinement. Chen Yuye, the third-tier martial arts of the Chen family's collection. A wood-based technique, and the Withered Branch competition were at the forefront of his mind. Chen Xingye extended his hand to grasp the luminous orb before him. And the technique that emerged in his thoughts was the second-tier martial art from the Chen family's collection, a fire-based method known as Heartfire Fury. Within the spirit offering space, there existed two second-tier cultivation techniques. One was a metal-based technique, while the other was the Heartfire Fury practiced by Chen Goner. Among the 6 individuals, 2 possessed the aptitude to cultivate fire-based spiritual energy. Yet the reason Shou-Yi refrained from bestowing the Heartfire Fury upon them was due to his observation that these 2 were not aligned with the necessary mindset for its cultivation. Furthermore, the blazing fire incantation carried by the floating corpse was also a premium technique among the third-tier arts, more suited to their mental state. Shou-Yi was well acquainted with these high-grade techniques in the spirit offering space and had thoroughly studied them, although higher-quality cultivation methods promised greater potential for future achievements. If one were to practice a technique misaligned with their mindset or aptitude, it was highly likely they would struggle to even channel energy into their body, let alone ascend to more profound realms. The martial arts assigned to the Chen descendants were determined after Shou-Yi assessed their personalities and cultivation aptitudes, ensuring they were relatively suitable for them. As for granting Chen Xingye the Heartfire Fury, it was purely due to his unique aptitude. Shou-Yi was uncertain which technique would best serve him. Observing Chen Xingye's peculiar affinity for spiritual energy, Shou-Yi surmised that even with the Heartfire Fury, he could successfully channel energy into his body. Thus he opted for the highest-tier technique available for him to practice initially. Should a more suitable option arise in the future, it could be exchanged, especially since Heartfire Fury was not akin to the soul-calling techniques that, once practiced, were difficult to replace. Moreover, with the abundance of fire-based spiritual energy on Three Island and Chen Goner's experience, Heartfire Fury was indeed the most fitting technique for Chen Xingye at this juncture. Once the techniques were bestowed, Chen Goner systematically explained the essentials of channeling energy into the body to the younger generation. Subsequently, those with fire-based cultivation aptitude, including Chen Xingye, Chen Xingyun, and the considerably older Chen Jianglin, ventured to the lava cavern under Chen Goner's supervision. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyue and Chen Zhaoyan, who possessed water-based cultivation aptitudes, took several water spiritual stones to the spiritual spring, overseen by the clan elder Chen Huaigu. Chen Yuye, endowed with wood-based aptitude, retreated to an unoccupied room within the clan with a rootless mother spirit stone and a wood spiritual stone, under the watchful eye of elder Chen Sholua. Under the guidance of the clan elders, the young Chen descendants began their attempts to channel energy into their bodies. This marked Chen Xingye's inaugural entry into the lava cavern. Unlike his companions, Chen Xingyun and Chen Zhaoyan, who found the oppressive heat unbearable, Chen Xingye felt an unexpected comfort in the cavern's elevated temperature. Chen Goner, perceptive to Chen Xingye's composed demeanor, exhibited a slight flicker of intrigue in his eyes. He cautioned them, "Remember what I have said, while innate talent is vital, comprehending the essence of the techniques bestowed by the spirit offering is equally paramount. Without grasping their significance, even if you succeed in channeling energy into your body, you will find it arduous to ascend the heights of cultivation, forever remaining at the base of the mountain. Now, as you acclimate to the temperature here, sit quietly and endeavor to comprehend your respective techniques. Remember, upon sensing the ethereal energy in this place, one may only draw a wisp of it into their being. Greed must be avoided. The process of absorbing this energy is not an instantaneous achievement, and one must approach it with calmness and patience. I shall remain here to watch over you." After acknowledging this, the group settled cross-legged and began to delve into their respective cultivation techniques within their minds. For the young Chen Xingye, comprehending the essence of Heartfire Fury was not an easy task. However, having listened to the teachings of Chen Xianlin and Chen Shogu since childhood, he found recognizing written words to be a manageable endeavor. Although the concepts of Heartfire Fury were intricate, he could gradually come to understand them, albeit at a slower pace. It was not until the following morning that he completed his reading of the Qi Refinement chapter. Upon finishing this section, Chen Xingye intended merely to experiment with feeling the surrounding spiritual energy and began to circulate Heartfire Fury. In an instant, he felt a warmth enveloping him, intensifying as the energy coalesced around him. As dawn approached, Chingano had planned to awaken his companions for breakfast before resuming their study of cultivation techniques. Previously, he had become so engrossed in his scholarly pursuits that he neglected to eat, resulting in a dizzy spell from hunger. Armed with this experience, he was determined to remind his younger peers this time. It was at this moment that Chingano suddenly sensed a surge of fire-type spiritual energy rapidly gathering around Xinxingye. In just a brief interval, the energy within the cave had fully coalesced beside him, pulsating rhythmically with his breaths. This sight left Chingano momentarily awestruck, his mouth agape in astonishment.